Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Chapter 10. The Letter. May held Ash tightly as she slowly rocked back and forth trying to comfort him. Whatever was written in that letter had shaken the young Aura Guardian to his core. She spoke softly, telling him that everything would be alright and not to worry because she'll be there for him, whenever he needs someone to talk to. Ash heard all of this but didn't react to it. He just knelt there, tears streaming down his cheeks, and released the torrent of pent-up emotions he had towards his father. The anger of him leaving, the pain of growing up without a father to teach him things, the grief of not knowing if he was alive or not, the joy that his father had contacted him, and every other possible emotion that currently rampaged through his mind. Misty had calmed Ash's Pokémon. The most difficult one to deal with was Pikachu. He continued to struggle in Misty's arms trying to get to Ash, but Misty wouldn't let go. She just kept stroking the electric type to try and calm, not only him but herself as well. Misty was hoping that in his current mind frame Pikachu wouldn't shock her just so he could get to Ash. She had never seen Ash in a state like this. She had seen him hurt, angry, sad, even dead, but she had never seen him. She searched for the word to describe Ash's current condition, and the only one that came close was broken. Whatever was written in that letter had broken Ash. He had lost his center, and the barrier that held back all of the feelings he had towards his father had crumbled, leaving him in an emotional wreck. Curiosity was starting to get the better of Misty as she looked between Ash and the letter. She slowly reached out to pick it up when Gardevoir took hold of it first and held it tightly. Even though words weren't exchanged, Misty understood what Gardevoir meant. The letter was for Ash's eyes only unless he said otherwise. Glacian was helping Misty with Ash's Pokémon, knowing that May would be able to help Ash on her own. Half an hour passed and Ash had finally stopped crying. He was completely drained of emotion. His arms that had been hanging limply by his sides were now wrapped loosely around May, as he could hardly muster the strength to return the hug properly. Another few minutes passed before Ash started to move. With May's help he stood up and moved over to the bench, sitting down again with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Misty and May saw that Ash's brown eyes that had always warm, bright and caring were now cold, dull and lifeless. Glacian rubbed gently against Ash's leg, but he didn't notice and just continued to stare at the floor. May sat down next to him with her arm over his shoulders. Seeing Ash like this broke May's heart. She was near tears herself but held them back for Ash's sake. Misty sat the other side of Ash with Pikachu in her lap, an arm wrapped around him. She put her hand on Ash's shoulder and Pikachu put a paw on his leg. They all sat together like that for a few minutes, signifying their support for their friend in his time of need. Where's the letter? He asked, his voice hoarse from crying. Misty was about to answer when Gardevoir held it out to Ash. Slowly he reached out and took it. Thanks, Gardevoir, he said with only a hint of gratitude in his voice. Gardevoir simply nodded, knowing that Ash was grateful, but in his current state he was unable to express it properly. Ash stared at the letter, not reading it, just looking at it as if he was unsure that it was real. Pikachu finally managed to escape Misty's arms and leapt onto Ash's shoulder. Pikachu rubbed his cheek against Ash's while softly giving him words of encouragement. May and Misty stood from the bench, giving Pikachu the chance to help Ash. Pikapi, Pikachu Kachu Pika Chuka Pika Pika Pipichu Pikachu Chu. Pikapika Chu Kapi Chikapi Payika Pika Chupika, Pai Piku Kapika Chikapi Pichuka. Ash turned to look at Pikachu, the one Pokémon that had never left his side for more than a day since he began his journey, and smiled. You're right, Pikachu, thanks. Ash said, scratching Pikachu behind his ear. Cha-ah. Pikachu squeaked happily. Ash looked at Misty and May. They saw his eyes were no longer cold and dull but not yet back to their normal luster. He slowly stood up and pulled them both into a warm hug. Thank you, he said, holding them both close. The girls returned the hug and after a minute pulled back. They both looked at Ash, seeing that their friend was slowly returning to his normal state of mind, but it would take a while before the effects of the letter fully faded. Ash held the letter out towards them. Here, he said, read it. Ash, we can't. Whatever's in that letter is meant for your family to read, not Misty and me. May said. Misty nodded in agreement. May, my dad left when I was 3. I barely remember him, since then me and my mom have found a new, better family. Ash saw the questioning look on both May and Misty's faces. They both wondered what Ash meant, but they could also hear a change in Ash's voice when he mentioned his dad. I'm talking about my Pokémon and everyone I've traveled with. He put a hand on each of their shoulders. You are my family now, along with Brock, Tracy, Max, Dawn, Iris and Scylla. I couldn't ask for a better family, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Ash was then knocked to the floor by both girls as they hugged him with tears in their eyes. That's so sweet, Ash. May said with her arms wrapped tightly around Ash's neck. Misty had her arms around Ash's chest and tried to speak but couldn't think of the words to say. And neither can I. Eventually they let go of him and helped him off the floor. Ash held the letter out again. If, like May said, this is meant for my family, then you can read it. Wait a minute, Ash, Misty said, sensing an opportunity to help Ash and May get together. I want to know something. If we're your family, then how do you see us? What do you mean, Misty? What sort of relation do you see us as? I didn't really think about it like that, Ash replied. What do you think? Well, I can see Brock, Tracy, Max and Scylla as your brothers. Me, Dawn and Iris I can see as being like sisters to you, but I don't see May as a sister. Well, what do you see May as? Ash asked. May realized what Misty was about to, but it was too late to stop her. Seeing how close you and May are, I can see her being your wife. Misty said, smiling wickedly. Both Ash and May turned a dark red, not looking at each other. We're just friends, they said in unison, causing them to blush even more and Misty to burst out laughing. You sure? She teased. Jay, just read the letter. Ash said, moving it into Misty's hands. Misty, can your phone talk to more than one person at a time? He asked. The question caught Misty off guard, but she still answered it. Yeah, it can. One of the things about being a gym leader is that every couple of months there's a phone meeting between the league and the gym leaders. So the phones in the gyms are conference call enabled. Why? I need to make a couple of calls and I don't really want to say the same thing twice. Can I borrow your phone? Sure, it's in the office. Just walk back to living area and it's the first door on the right. Thanks, Misty. Ash said, taking Pikachu from his shoulder and sitting him on the bench. Sorry buddy, I've got to do this alone, he said before turning and walking to the office. Misty turned to look at May and saw the angry look on her face. If you do something like that again, I will take your mallet and show. May started before. Misty clamped a hand over her mouth. I did it to help you, she said. It's got Ash thinking about you in a different way now. You should be happy. May wasn't too convinced about that and glared daggers at Misty, but decided to let it go for now. What does the letter say? May asked after Misty removed her hand. Both girls sat down on the bench while Ash's Pokémon gathered around them. Holding the letter between them, they started to read. Ash. This is your dad. I know that you probably hate me, but please finish reading this letter. I left you and your mom to continue my journey when you were 3 years old. I didn't think that it would take me so long, and I still haven't finished. As much as I want to, I couldn't and still can't return home until I've completed what I set out to do. I had hoped that we would have crossed paths in our travels, but sadly that never happened. I'm sorry that I've missed so much of your life, all of your journey, and for the amount of pain that I've caused both you and your mother. I know that words aren't enough to make up for not being there for you both, but words are all I can give you, for now at least. When my journey has ended, I will return to Pallet Town and hopefully I will once again have a home there with you both. I know that is a lot to ask, but I hold on to that dream as it drives me to complete my journey as soon as possible. Now to explain the Pokeballs I've sent to you. Each year, since you began your journey, I have caught and sent you a Pokemon as a birthday present. I sent 2 when you turned 10 to celebrate the start of your journey, 2 when you turned 18 for when you officially became an adult, and now that you've turned 21 and have become a man, I'm sending you 3. These will be the last Pokemon I send to you. I have watched you compete in every league you have entered and couldn't be more proud of you. I have even seen you compete in some contests. I haven't seen you battle with any of the Pokemon I have sent to you. I can only assume that your mother has kept hold of them and not told you that they exist, as I know you love Pokémon too much to do something like that because of what I have done. Don't be angry with your mother if she has done that, as I would have done the same thing in her position. She's angry with me for not being there for you and wants you to grow strong without any help from me. I respect that decision. I have sent help for your mom over the years as well. Every month I've sent money to help with bills and anything else your mother might need it for, but I know that doesn't make up for the fact that I have been an absent father and a terrible husband. That is something I have regretted every single day and will always feel guilty over. Hopefully you will collect the Pokémon I have sent you and treat them as well as you have treated your other Pokémon. Do not hold anything against them because I have sent them, they are not to blame for my mistakes. I know that you will make me proud whatever you decide to do. I've sent this to your friend so it will get to you eventually. If I had sent it to the house your mom might have put it with the other Pokémon I have sent you. All the Pokémon I have sent are well trained, as healthy as they can be and willing to have you as a trainer. They will make you proud just as you have made me proud. Look after them and they will look after you. The Pokémon might be angry that you haven't accepted them, but I thought that your mom mightn't tell you about them, so I explained the situation to them, so if you tell them what has happened then they will start to trust you. One last thing, I want both you and your mom to know that no matter how you feel about me, I will always love you both. I hope that one day both of you can forgive me, as I will never be able to forgive myself for leaving you for so long. With love. Dad. Tears fell onto the paper as Misty and May finished reading. They now understood why Ash had broken down the way he had. The girls' shoulders heaved as they looked at each other. Without words being said they understood what they had to do next. Misty then realized what Ash had meant when he said he had to make a couple of calls. Ash's mother wouldn't be able to hide the Pokémon at the house and she wouldn't keep them in their Pokeballs for so long. She'd have gotten help from only one person, the one man in Pallet Town who could look after the Pokémon without Ash asking questions. She would have asked Professor Oak for help. May released her hold on the letter as she stood up and walked towards the office with Misty following behind her, holding the letter in her hand. May wore a look of concern for Ash while Misty's face had a look of quiet fury at how two of the people that were closer to Ash than anyone else had betrayed him. Pikachu watched them go before picking something up from the bench and following them. A few minutes earlier, Ash walked into Misty's office and sat down in front of the phone. It took him a minute to work out how to use the conference call option. He dialed his home number and after a couple of rings his mom answered. "Hi honey, I didn't expect to hear from you again so soon," she said cheerfully, but her voice was soon full of concern when she saw the cold expression on Ash's face. "What's wrong?" "I'll tell you in a minute. I'm calling Professor Oak as well, I don't want to repeat myself," he replied in a cold voice, causing his mom to shiver slightly. He dialed the number for the lab and Tracy answered the call. "Hey Ash, what can I help you with?" he asked. "Hey Tracy, could you get Professor Oak for me? I need to talk to him. It's important." The tone of Ash's voice worried Tracy, but he did what Ash asked, trying to ignore the cold feeling that now sat in his stomach. Sure Ash, just give me a minute," he said before disappearing from the screen. A minute later the professor sat down in front of his phone. "Ash my boy, what can I do for you?" "Oh hello Delia," he said when he saw that Ash's mom was included in the call. "I wanted to talk to both of you about my Pokémon," Ash said, his voice sending a chill down the professor's spine. "Of course Ash, which Pokémon do you want to talk about?" "The ones I don't know about," Ash replied. He saw a flicker of worry on their faces. "What do you mean by that honey?" asked his mom nervously. "I mean, the Pokémon that Dad has been sending since I started my journey." There was silence as they looked at each other. Ash's eyes bore down on both his mom and Professor Oak. Two of the people he trusted most had been keeping this a secret from him and he could barely contain the anger that he felt towards them. "Ash, how do you know about them?" Professor Oak asked, looking ashamed of himself. "He knows because of this letter his dad sent here for me to give him," said an angry voice. Ash turned around and saw that Misty and May were stood in the doorway. May smiled at him. Ash could see that their eyes were slightly red and there was an anger in their eyes from finding out what had been happening. "We thought that you could use some support," May said, walking forward and putting a hand on his shoulder. Ash put a hand on top of hers and nodded his thanks. Misty stepped forward and held the letter up to the phone's camera so that Delia and Professor Oak could read it. After a few minutes Misty moved the letter away from the screen. Delia had tears running down her cheeks and Professor Oak looked even more ashamed. Having Misty and May standing by him helped Ash to calm himself and think clearly about what he wanted to say, but Misty spoke first. How could you do something like this to Ash? Those Pokémon could have helped Ash place even higher in the Pokémon leagues than he already has. Ash has trusted both of you all of his life and now he find out you've done this. You've betrayed him and I for one have completely changed my opinion of both of you. You are no longer the kind, generous people I've known for 11 years, right? No, I don't know who either of you are. Misty ranted before Ash put a hand on her shoulder and used his aura to calm her down. Ash had been staring at Misty during her rant, shocked that she had reacted so greatly to the letter. He looked at May and saw the same type of expression on her face as on Misty's. She was angry as well, but she was holding her anger back for Ash's sake. He returned his attention to the screen, seeing the shocked and guilty expressions on the faces of Professor Oak and his mom. Tears rolled down Delia's face as Misty's words had hit home harder than a Snorlax using heavy slam. Ash, I think that I can speak for both your mother and myself when I say that we are sorry for keeping this from you. We didn't want to hurt you, but we thought that it was for the best. The Pokémon that your father sent are here at the lab and I'll transfer them to you trainer profile as soon as we finish talking. Their health and well looked after, they have made friends with your other Pokémon without actually knowing that they are yours. Professor Oak said. Delia nodded with the professor's words as she was unable to speak through her tears, and once he had finished. Ash, please forgive us. Your dad is right, I only kept this from you because I was angry at him for leaving and wanted you to be strong without his help. His mother sobbed, I made sure to tell the Pokémon he sent how your journey was going and how I wanted you to get on with your life without your father's help. I told them that I would one day tell you about them. I wanted to every time you came home, but I didn't know how to start. She couldn't talk anymore as her guilt and sadness overtook her. The hard expression on Ash's face softened and his voice was starting to return to normal. Mom, don't cry, I do forgive you. Ash then spoke to Professor Oak as well. I forgive both of you, but I am angry about what you've done. I understand why you did it, but even though I was 10, it was still my decision to make whether I wanted to use the Pokémon or not. I'm going to need some time to deal with this, so I'll call you when I'm ready. Ash stopped talking when he felt a tapping on his leg. He looked down and saw Pikachu holding the parcel with the 3 shrunken Pokeballs in it. Ash took the Pokeballs from the parcel and scratched Pikachu's head. Professor, what Pokemon did my dad send? Just give me a minute to find out, the professor said, turning to type on a nearby computer. You have 2 EVs, a Rhyhorn, a Houndour, an Elekid, a Magby, a Trapinch, a Bagon, a Poochyena, a Skorupi, a Shuppet, a Shinx, and a Tynamo. That's quite a strong group. Ash was surprised by the number of Pokémon his dad had sent him, and all of them could evolve into formidable battlers. I've got 3 more here, Professor, Ash said. How do I register them? Point your Pokédex at one of them and scan it. A message should come up on the screen asking for a code. Ash did what the professor said and the message came up. You need to enter the following code, OAK150, PTK24, after that it will take a minute to process it and the Pokeball will be registered to you. Ash typed in the code and then repeated the process for the other 2 Pokeballs. The center button on each turned red. Ash, I need you to keep that code a secret, as I'm not supposed to tell it to anyone, and if anyone else knows it then it will allow them to register another person's Pokemon as their own. I've given you the code, Ash, because I know that you wouldn't do such a thing, so please don't tell anyone. Ash nodded in understanding, with Misty and May nodding as well. Professor, my Pokédex doesn't say what type of Pokemon are in these Pokeballs. That's because trainers usually know what type of Pokemon they have in their Pokeballs. This type of things rarely happen, so the Pokédex doesn't show the Pokemon in the ball from a transfer or trade. A computer beeped behind the professor. The information on those Pokemon has just come through. Do you want me to tell you what they are? No thanks, Professor, I want it to be a surprise. If that's what you want, I can't argue with that. Professor, I'm going to send you the Pokeballs I have, can you send me the 2 EVs please, they've waited long enough to meet me. The professor nodded and ended the call to collect the 2 EVs. Ash turned to his mom, Mom, I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm sorry but I'm still a little mad at both you and the professor, just give me some time and I'll call you soon, okay? Delia nodded. Okay honey. She said, wiping her eyes. I'm sorry too Mrs. Ketchum, I was just angry about what happened. Misty said. That's okay Misty, I would have done the same. Delia answered. She turned to look directly at Ash. I love you Ash. I love you too Mom. Ash replied, blushing about having to say it in front of Misty and May. Ash ended the call and sighed before smiling to himself slightly. I've got a lot of new Pokemon and it's a good selection as well. They fit well with the Pokemon I got after trading some of my Tauros and now I've got some serious training to do, he thought. Ash got up and walked to the pool. He returned Gyarados, he then turned to Misty and May. Thanks for the support, I don't know if I could have done it without you. He said. Not a problem Ash, it's what families do. They support each other when they need to. Misty said. Besides you do the same for us so it's only fair that we stand by you when you need us. May nodded in agreement. I'm going back to the Pokemon Center to get the 2 EV and send my other Pokeballs back to the lab. I'll be back soon. Ash turned to leave when May's voice stopped him. Ash, aren't you going to take Lucario and Gardevoir back with you? She asked. No, Professor Oak told me about a loophole in the Pokeball system. The system only registers the number of Pokeballs you are carrying with Pokemon in them, not whether they actually have Pokemon in them or not. That's how a few times I've been able to be in a 6-on-6 battle and Pikachu has been in the stands. I've sent Pikachu's Pokeball back to the lab but kept Pikachu with me. I always did wonder how you managed to do that. Misty said before letting Ash continue talking. I did it when I was traveling on my own so I could train 7 Pokemon at a time instead of 6. I'm keeping Lucario and Gardevoir with me because Pikachu will need some help with the new Pokemon seeing as there's going to be 5 of them. Ash explained. He saw a confused look on Misty's face so explained a little further. Pikachu is basically the team leader. The electric type jumped onto Ash's shoulder and pushed his chest out in pride. Whenever I've caught a new Pokemon, Pikachu introduces them to the rest of my team and lets them know what type of person I am. Right buddy? He finished looking at the yellow mouse. Pikachu. Can you stay here with Misty buddy? I'll only be a few minutes and it'll give you and Misty time to catch up. Pikachu nodded and jumped into Misty's arms. Glacian, you stay here as well. And keep everyone company. May said to her loyal ice type. Glacian nodded and stood next to Misty looking up at Pikachu. Hey Ash, Misty said, I've got an idea because the gym's closed today while my Pokemon are getting their checkups. Why don't we use the pool? It might help your new Pokemon relax and it'll be fun. Great idea Misty, Ash answered. Come on May, let's go and get our stuff. Sure Ash. May said, as she followed Ash from the gym, and when they were out of Misty's sight May put her hand in Ash's, intertwining their fingers. Ash gave her a quizzical look. We need to look like a couple again. She explained. Ash nodded, and tried to work out why he enjoyed holding May's hand so much. Oh, one last thing, they heard Misty shout, tell Nurse Joy she can have the room at the Pokemon Center back, both of you are staying here. As they walked to the Pokemon Center, May decided to ask a question that had been bothering her since Ash made the phone call. Ash, she started, when you were talking to your mom and Professor Oak about you know. My dad. Ash said, understanding what May was trying to say. Yeah, you didn't react the same way that you have in the past. And you're wondering why? Yeah. She said softly. I don't really know, Ash sighed. I mean, I'm still angry that he left and hasn't called or visited over since, but knowing that he's been watching me battle and sending me a Pokemon every year, well, that's helped me calm down a bit. Ash paused for a minute trying to figure out what to say next. Don't get me wrong, if I ever see him I'm going to shout and maybe knock him out. He does deserve it, but it's just nice knowing that he still cares. Of course he cares about you Ash, everyone does. Now hurry up, she said, walking a little faster, pulling him along behind her, I want to go swimming. Ash chuckled lightly and picked up his pace. He wasn't sure why, but being around May was helping him cope with everything that had just happened. Arriving at the Pokémon Center while Ash sent his Pokeballs back to Professor Oak and retrieved the 2-ball holding his new EV, May went to the room they had booked and changed into her bikini before putting her clothes over it. Ash came to the room a few minutes later, changing out of his Aura Guardian uniform and into his swimming trunks, putting his jeans and a black t-shirt on over them. They then collected their things and gave Nurse Joy the room key back, telling her that they would be staying at the gym. Nurse Joy gave Ash Sandshrews Pokeball, saying that he was feeling better and just needed to rest before training or battling. Ash thanked her and clipped the ball onto his belt. He then shouldered his bag and went to meet May at the entrance. He quickly found May and holding hands again they left the Pokémon Center. They slowly made their way back to the gym, enjoying the appealing day as they went, both of them wondering what types of Pokémon Ash had been sent. Misty was waiting for them when they returned from the Pokémon Center. After they entered the gym, Misty locked the doors behind them, hanging a sign in the window saying that the gym was closed for the day. Misty, why have you locked the doors? May asked. They should have been locked before, but my sisters opened them to let Arthur in and didn't close them again when they left to go shopping. She explained, sighing, I don't know what I'm going to do about them. They say that they want to help around the gym but they never do. May put a reassuring hand on Misty's shoulder. The group then made their way to the pool, seeing Pikachu floating in the pool on a water ring, Lucario meditating again and Gardevoir standing close to him, as she was still wary of Misty. I tried talking to Gardevoir but she didn't answer and moved over to Lucario. I think she's still scared of me. Misty said sadly. It's okay, Misty, May's been with me for a couple of weeks and Gardevoir's still a little shy around her. I'll talk to her and see what I can do. Ash said, trying to cheer his friend up. Misty managed a small smile. Thanks, Ash. Did you get your Pokémon? She asked. Yeah, I did. Time to meet some new friends. Ash answered, throwing 6 Pokeballs into the air. Come on out. The 6 Pokeballs opened in a flash of light, revealing some of Ash's newest Pokémon. Ash knew that he had a Sandshrew and 2 EVs, but the other 3 Pokémon surprised him. Standing in front of him was a black and white cat-like Pokémon with a scythe-like horn on the side of his head, a tall blue humanoid Pokémon wearing a white GI, and a small floating silver Pokémon with a cone-shaped body, 1 red eye and 3 gold prongs on its base. The second that the 2 EV appeared, they were scooped up by Misty and May, who squealed at how cute they were. Wow, Ash, you've got an Absol and a shiny Beldum, but what's that other Pokémon? Asked Misty, still cuddling one of the EV. May held up her Pokédex, pointing it at the blue Pokémon while holding the other EV, who was rubbing against May's neck, making her giggle. Sock, the karate Pokémon. Sock seclude themselves deep in the mountain and train without sleeping in the longing to have the strongest karate chop. They tighten their belts to pump themselves up and make their punches more destructive. The sound of them training can be heard from far away. Sock is a Pokémon from Unova. I battled one during the Unova League with my Levany. They're really strong and I've always wanted to train one. Ash said. He turned to the Pokémon, Hi guys, my name's Ash, I'm your trainer and I know that together we'll be great friends and that we can take on anything. Ash went on to explain to the Pokémon what had happened with his dad and apologized for taking so long to meet them. Even though Sandshrew was only caught that morning, Ash still explained everything. Today we're just going to relax and get to know each other, so let's have some fun. Misty, May, can you let Eevee go now? Please. Sure, Ash. They said, putting the normal type Pokémon on the floor. Both of the Eevee then ran over to Ash and rubbed against his legs. You two are really friendly, aren't you? He said, crouching down, petting them gently, causing them to purr happily. Pikachu jumped out of the pool and ran over to the new Pokémon with Lucario and Gardevoir following him. Pikachu and Gardevoir started talking to the normal types and Sandshrew. Together the 5 of them walked towards the bench and sat down as Pikachu started to tell them about his travels with Ash. Sandshrew sat the furthest from the pool for obvious reasons. Ash turned to look at Sock and Absol. He bowed to Sock, who returned the gesture. Ash walked up to Absol and gently stroked his head. "Nice to meet you, Absol," he said, but Absol pulled away slightly. "Sol Absol of Absolab Absol," said the disaster Pokémon. Ash looked at him confused. He knew that eventually he would be able to understand what Absol was saying, but right now he had no idea. "Lucario, what did he say?" "He said that he doesn't want to have the name of his species. He has chosen a name that he wants." "What's the name?" "He would like you to call him Grim." "Grim?" Ash turned to Absol. "You really want to be called Grim? It's a little dark, isn't it?" Absol gave Ash a look that said, "Really?" It was then that Ash realized what he had said and chuckled lightly. "You sure you want me to call you Grim?" Ash asked. Absol nodded his head. "All right then, nice to meet you, Grim." Ash stroked Grim's head again and looked at Sock. "Why? Don't you and Lucario get to know each other?" Sock bowed again and started to talk to Lucario. Sock," he asked. Lucario smirked and nodded. "MSTR, you said that today was a day to relax and have some fun. Sock would like to spar with me, is that acceptable?" asked the Aura Pokémon. Ash chuckled again. "Sure, it'll be good to see how strong Sock is." Ash looked back at Grim. "Grim, why don't you go and introduce yourself to Pikachu and the others?" Grim nodded and walked over to where Pikachu was talking to the others. May had let her Pokémon out of their Pokeballs and most of them were sat around Pikachu listening to his story about how he saved the world by guiding Ash through the dangers surrounding Shamuti Island, to collect the treasures from the nests of the legendary birds Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. "Hey Ash," May shouted from the pool, "are you going to swim with us or what?" Ash turned to answer her, but when he saw her his mouth couldn't form the words nor could he think of any. May was sitting on one of the floating platforms wearing a light blue bikini that showed off her perfect curves, flat stomach and appealing skin. Ash could feel his face burning from the amount of blood that rushed to it. "May, I think you've broken him." Misty giggled. "Ash, hello Earth to Ash. Anyone there?" Misty said, waving her hand in front of his face. Ash snapped out of his daze and turned away to see Misty stood next to him grinning. She was wearing a red bikini with a small yellow border. "Yeah Misty, I'm okay. I'm just going to go and get changed," Ash said before running to the changing rooms. "Didn't Ash change before coming here?" Misty asked. "Yeah he did," answered May, confused by the way Ash was acting like that, though she had a small idea why, which brought a small smile to her lips. Ash leant back on the door of the changing room taking deep breaths. "What's going on with me?" he thought. "I need to calm down and go back out there." Ash quickly took his clothes off, leaving him in his swimming trunks, and then splashed some water on his face. He walked back to the pool, putting his clothes on the bench by Gardevoir. He saw Lucario and Sock sparring in the corner and smiled at the determination on Sock's face as Lucario kept dodging his attacks. Ash was so busy trying to keep track of the moves that the two fighting types were using he was caught completely surprised when Misty pushed him into the pool. "Sorry Ash, you were taking too long." She laughed while May was rolling about on one of the platforms giggling hysterically, waiting for Ash to surface. A minute passed and they started to worry when suddenly an aura sphere shot out of the pool, sending a wave of water crashing down on Misty, causing the gym leader to scream in fright, drawing the attention of the Pokémon. May laughed at the now soaked Misty but soon stopped when she felt something grab her legs and drag her off the platform and under the water so fast she didn't have time to scream. She surfaced a couple of seconds later and was prepared to enact her revenge on Ash, but he didn't appear. She felt something brush past her legs and kicked out but missed her target. May started to make her way to the side of the pool to get out, but she was once again pulled under the water. She saw Ash's grinning face under the water and reached out to slap him, but he quickly swam away. May took her chance and swam to the side of the pool, not looking back to see if Ash was following her. She started to climb out of the water with Misty's help when Ash struck again, wrapping an arm around May's waist and started pulling her back into the water. "If I can't fight this, then I'm not going in alone," May thought with a wicked grin as she tightened her grip on Misty's hands, pulling her into the pool as well with a scream. Misty and May surfaced and glared at Ash, who was laughing loudly. he was so distracted that he didn't notice Misty and May moving either side of him until it was too late. They jumped out of the water, put their hands on Ash's head and dunked him under the water. Ash surfaced and saw them glaring at him again until he grinned at them. Soon they were all laughing and just having fun. After an hour they decided to get something to eat and went to the kitchen. Misty was a little hesitant when she heard that Ash was going to cook. "May, I don't want to eat Ash's cooking, I'm too young to die," she protested. "Misty, calm down. Ash is a great cook, even Brock said so," May said, and after calling Brock to confirm it, Misty decided to give Ash a chance. While Ash was cooking, Misty and May fed the Pokémon. He couldn't help himself as his eyes kept stealing glimpses of both girls. Even though he knew shouldn't look, but he just couldn't help himself. Both of them had amazing bodies. May's was curvy while Misty's was slightly more athletic. Ash found that his gaze was drawn towards May more than Misty, his eyes taking in every curve, every strand of hair, every little thing that made May who she was. Once May and Misty were out of sight, Ash was able to focus on his cooking, though his mind did wander back to the images of May that were now burned into his brain. "DMN, he thought, shaking his head as he boiled some water, "I'm turning into Brock." In Pewter City, Brock looked up from his lunch and turned towards Mount Moon. "Are you okay, Brock?" asked Lucy. "Huh?" Brock looked back at his girlfriend. "Yeah, I'm fine, I just thought I heard my name," he replied, taking one last look to the east before shrugging his shoulder and returning to his lunch. "It's obvious Ash likes you," Misty said as she poured some food into a bowl for Wartortle. What do you mean?" May said, flustered while making sure Ash wasn't around to hear them. "The look on his face when he saw you in your bikini. He really liked what he saw," Misty teased. "Misty, stop. I know that you want to get me and Ash together, but I told you I can't do it. I don't want him to get hurt trying to protect me. Now please drop it," May said sadly but sternly, "and don't go trying to talk to Ash about it. He's still as dense as ever. If you say anything it'll probably just confuse him, mess with our friendship." "Okay May, I'll stop, but you need to tell Ash at some point, otherwise it will just eat you up inside and ruin your friendship that way. Take the risk and tell him. I've known Ash for a long time now, he would never let anything get in the way of a friendship. No matter how awkward it might be at first," Misty said. May nodded sadly, knowing that her friend was right. Misty, food's ready," Ash shouted from the kitchen. "Coming," May said happily as she put the last of the food into a bowl for Grim. Misty just smirked as she watched the brunette basically skip to the kitchen. "I hope Ash realizes how he feels soon, otherwise May's going to tear herself up folding her feelings in," she thought solemnly before following May, wondering just how good Ash's cooking could be to have gotten Brock's seal of approval. "Ash, this is amazing. Where did you learn to cook?" Misty asked between mouthfuls. Ash had made a simple noodle soup and used some berries to add flavor to it. "Before I left to travel on my own, my mom taught me to cook, so I wouldn't have to rely on the food from Pokémon centers. The berry flavorings, that was just trial and error. Never put chesto berries in an omelette, it tastes worse than Mook smelt when I caught him," Ash said, shuddering slightly from the memory. Misty laughed a little at Ash's advice. May looked between them in confusion. "Ash, when I've been to Professor Oak's lab, Mook didn't smell that bad," she said, remembering how the poison type once smothered her with a hug, and though he smelled it wasn't that bad. "That's because of the food Professor Oak gives him, it's made to reduce the amount of fumes Mook gives off. When I caught him you could smell him through the Pokeball, it was really, really bad," Ash explained. May nodded in understanding. "So Ash, what are you going to do with all of your new Pokémon?" Misty asked. "I'm going to ask Professor Oak to introduce them properly to my other Pokémon, to let them know that I'm the trainer to all of them, and ask them to help train the new members of the team and let them know what type of trainer I am. Then I'll bring some into the team I carry with me and spend some time with them, train a little, have some fun, just get to know them." "Are you going to evolve them?" "You know me, Misty, if they want to evolve then they can, but if they don't want to then I won't force them." I'll just have to wait and see what they want to do. You might be older but you're still the same Ash Ketchum who puts his Pokémon before himself. Misty said smiling. May nodded her head in agreement. They finished their lunch and returned to the pool to find most of their Pokémon playing. Lucario and Sock were sparring again and Gardevoir sat on the bench, with Grim napping by her, watching the other play. Ash, how did you catch Gardevoir? Misty asked. A sad look flickered across Ash's face. He walked over to Gardevoir and spoke softly to her. She looked at Misty then back to Ash before nodding her head. Ash put his hand on her shoulder, silently thanking her and returned to where Misty and May stood. I had to ask Gardevoir if I could tell you her story. It's not a happy one and only a few people know it. He said before starting to tell Misty how he met Gardevoir. When he finished, Misty had tears in her eyes and so did May. Even though she'd heard it before, it still made her cry. That's so sad, poor Gardevoir. What happened to the trainer? Misty asked, wiping her eyes. Last I heard his trainer's license was taken away. I don't know what happened to him after that. After a couple of minutes Ash dived into the pool to swim, while Misty and May sat on the side of the pool with their feet in the water talking. Misty's sisters came back from shopping about an hour later and started to drool when they saw Ash on the diving board in his swimming trunks. They disappeared for a minute before reappearing wearing bikinis and flaunting their bodies at Ash. Ash dove under the water trying to get away from them, but it was no use. Even though they spent most of their time on clothes and makeup, they were still strong swimmers and soon cornered him at the bottom of the pool. The hungry look in their eyes made Ash's life flash before his eyes. He settled into a fighting stance ready to defend himself if necessary. He was debating whether to form an aura sphere, though he didn't want them to know about his aura abilities, when a Wartortle swam in front of him and used Aqua Tail to push Misty's sisters away from him. Ash nodded his thanks and swam to the surface, quickly exiting the pool. Good job, Wartortle. Ash looked in the direction of the voice and saw May kneeling in front of Wartortle. May, did you send Wartortle to help me? He asked. Sure did. I can't have other girls trying to steal my boyfriend, can I? She said, winking at Ash, making him blush. Misty's sisters surfaced from the pool spluttering and glared at May. Like, what's the big idea? Daisy asked angrily. Like, yeah. Agreed Lily and Violet. You were throwing yourselves at my boyfriend and you think I'm going to let it happen? Dream on. May said, standing up and putting her hands on her hips. Your boyfriend? He's Misty's and after all sisters share. Daisy replied, looking at Ash with a predatory glint in her eyes as Lily and Violet did the same, nodding in agreement moving forward. Ash took an involuntary step backwards and saw that Lucario and Gardevoir were stood behind him, just in case. Sorry guys, Misty said, he isn't my boyfriend and since when have you shared anything with me? That's not the point. Lily answered. I lied to you earlier, Ash said, my name's not Aaron. I'm Ash Ketchum. Misty's sisters looked at him in shock. This is the kid that Misty traveled with. DMN, he's grown up well. They thought, still looking over Ash's body with longing burning in their eyes. Ash walked closer to May and put his arm around her shoulders, Lucario and Gardevoir following close behind. May is my girlfriend and I couldn't be happier. He said. Prove it, said Lily, if she's your girlfriend, kiss her. Ash and May looked at Lily in shock before turning to face each other, blushing furiously. They knew that if they wanted to keep the charade going then they had to kiss. Misty's sisters wouldn't be able to keep their mouths shut and then Drew would start harassing May again. Even though May wanted to kiss Ash, the thought of doing it in front of Misty and her sisters scared her. Misty was also in shock at what Lily had said, so much so that she wasn't able to try and defend her friends and help them from the embarrassing situation. Slowly inched their faces closer to each other. Ash and May closed their eyes. Misty looked on in amazement without knowing it. Lily was actually going to get Ash and May together. If they kissed then Ash might realize his feelings for May and she might get over her fear of Ash getting hurt. She thought. Ash and May were seconds away from having their lips connect. Well, now I've seen everything. Who'd have thought that Ashy boy would get a girlfriend? Said a male voice, Ash flinched when he heard the voice. He straightened up quickly and turned to face the entrance of the gym, seeing the familiar figure of his old rival standing there smirking. May pulled away, flustered and slightly annoyed by the interruption, taking a few steps away from Ash. "Hey Gary. What are you doing here?" Ash asked while Misty and May covered themselves with their towels, not liking the fact that Gary was seeing them wearing their bikinis. Misty's sisters, having performed in their bikinis for a few years, weren't bothered about being seen like that. "Hey girls, there's no need to cover up. If it will make you feel better, I'll get into my swimming trunks," Gary said, ignoring Ash and looking between the gathered women. "Gary, if you even try to do that, Pikachu will blast you out of the building before you can blink," Ash retorted. Pikachu's cheeks arced electricity to emphasize Ash's threat. "How did you get in here anyway?" asked Misty. "The doors were open," he replied. Misty looked at her sisters. "You three know that the gym's doors are supposed to be closed today because all the Pokémon have gone for their checkups," she said. Sorry Misty, we forgot," Lily answered. Misty sighed and shook her head in defeat. "Who, might I ask, is this vision of beauty?" Gary asked, approaching May. Ash moved in front of May instinctively, knowing that as Gary had gotten older he had taken a slightly brusque approach towards good-looking women. May was both happy and surprised by Ash's reaction and took a small step to the right so that she was completely behind Ash and Gary couldn't see her. "This is May, my girlfriend," Ash hissed as Gary tried to work his way around the young Aura Guardian, to get to May. Hearing the tone of Ash's voice, Gary backed away, then turned his gaze to Misty. He slowly walked towards her. "Misty, might I say that you—" Gary started before he was interrupted. "No, you can't say anything except telling us why you're here," Misty said, folding her arms over her chest, keeping a tight hold of her towel. "And stay where you are. I don't want you coming any closer while I'm like this." Gary slowed down even further but kept moving towards Misty. "I'd do what she says, Gary, she still has her mallet," Ash said, causing Gary to stop in his tracks. Ash had told him about the number of beatings he had had from Misty and her mallet, with one rule above all else: never anger Misty. "I'm here to ask for your help. I'm doing some research on how water-type Pokémon evolve, and Grandpa said that apart from Lorelli you're the best person to ask. Lorelli is somewhere in the Orange Islands doing her own research, so she won't be able to help me with mine. I was hoping that you would," Gary said with sigh. Misty was silent as she thought about Gary's request. After a minute she nodded. "I'll help you, but come back tomorrow. I'm spending today catching up with Ash and my Pokémon are at the Pokémon Center." Gary nodded in agreement and turned to leave when he stopped and turned back to look at Ash, a grin plastered across his face. "Hey Ash, want a battle?" he said, staring directly into Ash's eyes. "It's been a while since we last battled and I want to see how far your Pokémon have grown." Gary looked at the assembled Pokémon. "Whose Pokémon are those?" "There's too many for just you and May. Professor Oak's loophole," Ash said, and Gary nodded in understanding. "I sent Pikachu's, Lucario's and Gardevoir's Pokeballs to Professor Oak's lab and he sent me some of my Pokémon." "How did you get them?" Gary asked. Ash's face dropped slightly and he didn't answer. May put a hand on Ash's shoulder and looked at Gary. "Ask your grandfather. He knows," she said. Gary tried to get a better answer from Ash and May, but they wouldn't say anything. So Gary tried something else to try and cheer Ash up. "So how about that battle, or are you scared of losing to me again?" Ash looked at Gary with a defiant fire burning in his eyes. "What do you mean again?" "The last 5 times we battled I won," Ash retorted, smiling slightly. "Yeah, well, that was over a year ago. I'm stronger now and I'll beat you easily." "That's what you think. 3-on-3 okay with you?" "Sure, if you want to lose that quickly." "Misty, can we use the gym?" Ash asked. Misty smiled with a wicked glint in her eyes. "No problem, Ash. Teach him a lesson he'll never forget." "Will do, Misty," Ash said, smiling before turning to his old rival. "You ready?" "Yeah, let's do this." Gary and Ash stood at either end of the gym's battlefield. Misty stood in the middle on the referee's podium. May and Misty's sisters sat on the bleachers to watch the battle. Ash's newest Pokémon sat with them. Ash wanted them to see how strong they would become with him and how they would become a part of his family. Pikachu was in his usual position on Ash's shoulder. Lucario and Gardevoir stood behind him waiting to be called into battle. This is a battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and some idiot also from Pallet Town. Everyone except for Gary burst out laughing. "Hey!" shouted Gary as everybody laughed. When Misty stopped laughing she said, "Okay fine, a battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Gary Oak also from Pallet Town. Trainers, are you ready?" Both Gary and Ash nodded. "Choose your first Pokémon." "Let's go Umbreon," Gary said, throwing a Pokeball into the air. The ball snapped open and released a flash of white light. Once the light died down, a four-legged Pokémon stood on one of the floating platforms. He was covered head to tail in black fur with yellow rings on his legs, ears, tail and forehead. He had full red eyes and black pupils. Umbreon settled into a battling stance ready for whatever would come his way. "Pikachu, I choose you," Ash said as Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, landing on the nearest platform. Ash knew that Pikachu would want to battle Umbreon. There was a rivalry between them since their first battle. "Let the battle begin," Misty said. "Gary, you can have the first move," Ash shouted across the pool. Umbreon used Shadow Ball. A ball of dark energy formed in front of the dark type's open mouth and shot towards Pikachu. "Pikachu, send it back." Thunder Shadow. Everyone looked at Ash in confusion at what he had said, but he just smiled and kept his eyes on the battle. Pikachu charged up his electricity and launched a thunderbolt at the Shadow Ball. The two attacks fused together, creating a ball of dark yellow energy with electricity crackling around it. Pikachu's electricity pushed the attack back at Umbreon. "Umbreon, dodge it," Gary shouted. Umbreon didn't need telling twice as he dove out of the way of the combined attack, which crashed into the platform where he had been stood seconds before. While the attack hadn't hit Umbreon, it had grazed his side, giving him a slight burn and a partial paralysis, not enough to fully stop him but just enough to slow him down. "What did Ash just do?" asked Misty in wonder. "Ash used one of his combination attacks," May answered. "Ash told me that during his training he started to teach his Pokémon to use their moves together, and you've just seen the results of one of them. Ash taught me a few to help me in my contests." "That's amazing. If you think that's good, wait till you see one of his Legends combinations." May laughed. "What do you mean by Legends?" "You'll just have to wait and see. I've only seen one, and that was at the contest in Pewter City. He could teach us stuff for our underwater ballets." Violet said, "We could teach him stuff as well," she continued with a hunger in her voice. "He's not helping you with anything and you're not going to teach him. Are we clear?" May said threateningly, a fiery glint in her eyes. "Alright, we get it, no need to be so mean," Daisy replied. "Pikachu, agility," Ash called out as Pikachu moved at blinding speed to avoid a barrage of Shadow Ball. The battle had raged while the girls had been talking, and both Pikachu and Umbreon were getting tired. Both had taken some damage. Umbreon had taken more than Pikachu but was still willing to fight to the end. "Use Iron Tail on the water full power, hit it with the side of your tail, not the edge." Pikachu nodded and did as Ash said. A metallic sheen covered Pikachu's tail as he slammed it onto the water, creating a wave that rocked the platform Umbreon was standing on, knocking the dark type into the water. "Umbreon, quick, get out of the water!" Gary cried, knowing what was about to come. Umbreon swam as quickly as he could, but it was too late. "Pikachu, put our tail on the water and use Thunderbolt." Pikachu put on a slightly evil smile and placed the tip of his tail in the water before releasing his electricity. It coursed through the water and shocked Umbreon as the pool exploded, causing the water to fly into the air before crashing down again. The sudden downpour had soaked Gary to the bone, and Umbreon had been lifted from the water and fell onto one of the platforms, knocked out. Umbreon is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. Gary, send out your next Pokémon. Misty said, still slightly in shock of how much more powerful Ash was as a battler and as a strategist, thinking up a list of possible move combinations and using Iron Tail to knock Umbreon into the water. Umbreon return, Gary said, holding up a Pokeball. Thank you, you did great. Gary attached the ball back on his belt and grabbed another one. Go Electivire. Pikachu return. Ash said. Pikachu looked back at Ash, wanting to know why he was being taken out of the battle. Ash just nodded his head towards Lucario. Pikachu smirked before nodding and jumped out of the pool. He ran over to May and sat on her lap to watch the rest of the battle. Glacian jumped onto the seat next to May and sat as close to Pikachu as she could. May started to slide both of them with a smile on her lips. Lucario, it's your turn now. Ash said, causing the Aura Pokémon to nod and leap onto the battlefield. The second battle is between Electivire and Lucario. Begin. Misty announced, eagerly waiting to coming battle. Electivire, put your tails in the water. Absorb the electricity. Gary said, and Electivire did just that. Now use Fire Punch. Electivire ran towards Lucario at high speed. Lucario dodged with extreme speed. Ash shouted as the attack barely missed. Motor drive must have been activated by the electricity in the water, Ash thought as he watched Lucario and Electivire blurring around the battlefield. I need to be careful here. Lucario used Extreme Rush. Lucario formed an aura staff, which was shaped like a bone, between his paws, then spun around and began to launch a blistering assault on Electivire, forcing the electric type to break off his pursuit and retreat to a safe distance. Electivire used Thunder. Gary called. Electivire collected his energy and fired a powerful blast of electricity at Lucario. Lucario deflected with Bone Rush. Lucario lifted his staff and started to spin it faster and faster until it looked like a solid shield. The Thunder attack hit the Bone Rush, and after a few seconds of fighting it was deflected towards one of the floating platforms, blasting a hole in the center of it. Sorry, Misty. Ash said, knowing that she would be angry about the damage. Lucario used Aura Sphere. The Bone Rush shrank down into a small ball of energy and Lucario poured more power into it until it was the size of a basketball. He then threw it at Electivire, hitting the electric type in the chest and sending him to the ground. Now finish with Dragon Pulse. Lucario formed an orb of turquoise energy and threw it towards Electivire. Quick, Electivire used Protect. The electric type crossed his arms in front of himself and a dome of translucent green energy formed around him. The Dragon Pulse hit the dome, forcing Electivire back slightly but didn't penetrate the dome. Now use Flamethrower. Electivire opened his mouth and blew out a blast of flames directly towards Lucario. Use Aura Sphere on the water. Ash said calmly. Lucario quickly focused some of his energy into a ball and threw it at the water. The Aura Sphere exploded on impact with the pool, sending a wall of water into the air, stopping the flames from hitting Lucario and creating a barrier of steam blocking the view of the opposing Pokémon. Electivire used Iron Tail. Gary said just before Electivire burst out of the steam, charging at Lucario. Lucario, defend with Bone Rush. Ash said, and Lucario once more formed the ground-type attack and ran to meet the electric-type Pokémon. The two powerful Pokémon then started duel back and forth. They battled, trying to gain some sort of advantage over the other, until Lucario slipped on a puddle of water and fell onto the platform. Electivire, grab him with your tails and use Thunder. Gary shouted. Electivire complied with his trainer's wishes and wrapped his tails around Lucario's body, pinning his arms to his sides. Ash looked on in slight panic until he remembered a trick that he and Lucario had been practicing. It hadn't been perfected yet, but it needed to be done. Lucario used Close Protect, he shouted as Electivire released his attack. The thunder was almost blinding, causing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light died down, everyone looked to the battlefield, wanting to know what had happened to Lucario. Electivire stood breathing heavily, still holding Lucario in his tails, but something was different. Lucario was surrounded by a translucent green energy fitting closely to his body. Yes! Ash cried, you did it, great job Lucario. Now let's finish this battle. Ash smiled wickedly, expand the field. Lucario nodded and slowly the energy surrounding him moved outwards pushing against Electivire's tails causing the electric type to let go, now Aura Sphere. Lucario dropped the Protect and charged the Aura attack, once fully charged Lucario threw it at Electivire hitting him in the face. Let's end this, use Dark Pulse. Lucario nodded and launched the Dark type attack. The stream of dark rings slammed into Electivire, sending him across the pool and crashing down into the water in front of Gary. When Electivire surfaced from the water his eyes were replaced by swirls. Electivire is unable to battle, Lucario is the winner. Misty said with everyone cheering as Lucario jumped from the pool next to Ash. Well done my friend. He said putting his hand on Lucario's shoulder. The Aura Pokémon nodded in acknowledgement before walking over to where May sat and stood nearby. What did Lucario just do? Asked Daisy. Lily and Violet just shrugged their shoulders. Lucario used Protect, Ash said having heard the question, we've been trying to find a way of making it stronger and Lucario suggested making the area protected smaller. I asked Professor Oak about it and he said that in theory it could work, we've been practicing it for about a year and now Lucario's perfected it. Gary saw that Misty's sisters were still having trouble understanding so he tried to explain. By having Protect work on a smaller area but keeping it the same strength means that it would be able to withstand more attacks than a normal Protect. He could still see the blank looks on their faces so tried again, think of it like this, Protect is like a bubble once an attack hits it it'll break right, Misty's sisters nodded following the idea so far, now if the bubble is smaller but keeps the same amount of water then the walls would get thicker meaning that you'll either have to attack it harder or attack it more to break it. It's like that but Lucario keep the walls close to his body which gives him maximum protection with the minimal waste of energy. Get it? Like a little, Violet said, but can't Ash teach us about it private? No, yelled Misty and May. Ash stayed by the pool and shouted over to Gary. Hey Gary, you want to finish the battle? You're going down Ashy boy, Gary retorted, go Blastoise. He shouted sending his starter onto the battlefield. Ash smirked, he had a feeling that Blastoise would be in the battle, he turned to Gardevoir. Gardevoir will you battle with me? The psychic type answered by teleporting onto a floating platform. Ash, shouted Misty, can you show us one of your legend attacks? Gary looked slightly worried hearing legend attacks. Yeah Ash, please. Added May giving him her puppy dog eyes for good measure. Okay, if you want. He answered with a smile causing May to blush. Ash, what do they mean by legend attacks? Gary asked nervously. You'll find out. Ash replied laughing. This third battle is between Blastoise and Gardevoir. Begin. Misty said eagerly awaiting the legend attack that Ash had promised. Blastoise used Bubble Beam. Gary said, Blastoise positioned his cannons towards Gardevoir and fired a concentrated beam of bubbles at her. Gardevoir blocked them with Magical Leaf. Ash called out and with a graceful twirl, a multitude of multicolored leaves surrounded Gardevoir before they flew towards the water type piercing their way through the bubble beam and continuing on to Blastoise. Blastoise quick, withdraw and use Iron Defense. Blastoise stopped firing the bubble beam and brought his arms, legs, cannons and head into his shell before taking on a metallic sheen. Magical Leaf impacted Blastoise's shell and did a bit of damage. Now use Flash Cannon, Blastoise came out of his shell and fired a beam of silver energy at Gardevoir. Teleport and double team to dodge. Ash said quickly as the beam of energy drew closer and closer to Gardevoir. The psychic type disappeared in a flash of light and reappeared on a different platform before using double team and teleport to make her copies appear and disappear at random around the battlefield. Gary looked at the numerous Gardevoir trying to figure out which was the real one but he was unable to so he decided to try and take them all down at the same time. Blastoise withdraw and use Hydro Pump while in your shell. Blastoise once again disappeared inside his shell and seconds later water burst out and the shell started to spin. The water blew through the copies and found the real Gardevoir, she took the full brunt of the attack and was knocked into the pool. Now use Bite. Blastoise came out of his shell, dove into the water, quickly getting close to the struggling psychic type and bit into Gardevoir's arm. Gardevoir! Ash cried, staring at the part of the pool where Gardevoir had fallen in. The water was strangely calm for a minute before it started to glow light blue and churn wildly. The water blasted upwards, falling over everyone and revealing Gardevoir floating in the air with Blastoise still biting down on her arm. Her eyes glowing blue with the same light surrounding her body. This wasn't the Gardevoir that May and Misty had met, the one who wore a shy and kind expression. This Gardevoir had an expression of rage and gave off a feeling that made everyone afraid. "You've done it now, Gary," Gardevoir's angry. Ash said, sounding slightly worried. Gardevoir's had a bad past, and when she get angry, well, it gets bad. She'll stay calm most of the time, but every now and again this happens. Ash shifted his attention from his rival to Gardevoir. "Gardevoir, calm down, please," he pleaded, his aura glowing slightly as he tried to get through to her. Gardevoir used Psychic to open Blastoise's mouth, quickly following with her uniquely colored Focus Blast, sending the water-type hurtling across the gym and crashing into the wall behind Gary. Everyone looked on in horror at the sight of Blastoise being slightly embedded in the wall. "Gardevoir, please listen to me, you're safe, I'm right here, there's no need to be angry or afraid," Ash begged. "I made you a promise that I wouldn't let anyone hurt you, and I meant that, but you need to calm down and listen to me." Ash's aura was clearly visible now, shining around him as he spoke, but only May and his Pokémon noticed. Gary, Misty, and her sisters were staring at Gardevoir in amazement and fear. Gardevoir turned to look at Ash and saw his beseeching eyes. She slowly floated towards him, getting closer to the ground at the same time until she was stood directly in front of him. "Gardevoir, please calm down," Ash said softly, putting a hand on her shoulder. The glow surrounding her body slowly faded as she moved closer to Ash and fell forward slightly. Ash instinctively reached out and grabbed her, pulling her into a comforting hug. After a few seconds, Ash released Gardevoir and looked at her to see an ashamed look on her face. "It's okay, Gardevoir, I know you didn't mean to do it." Ash looked at Gary. "Gary, let's stop the match. I don't want Gardevoir to battle now, she's a little shaken up." Gary nodded and was about to recall Blastoise when Gardevoir teleported back onto one of the platforms and used Heal Pulse on herself, then used it again on Blastoise. "I think Gardevoir wants to finish the battle," Gary said. Ash looked at his Pokémon. "Do you want to carry on?" Gardevoir nodded. "You sure?" Ash asked. Gardevoir nodded again and gave Ash a reassuring look. "Alright then, let's finish this." Ash was about to call out to Gardevoir when he felt something tap his leg. He looked down and saw Pikachu with Ash's hat in his mouth. Ash smiled and knew what Pikachu was doing. "It's been a while since I did that, but why not?" Ash crouched down and took his hat, giving Pikachu a quick scratch behind the ear. "Let's end this," Ash said confidently as he put his hat on, grabbed the peak and turned it round so the peak was now over his back. Misty grinned and Gary started to look even more worried than he had before. It had been years since Ash had turned his hat around during a battle, but it always proved to be when he battled his hardest. Ash was smiling manically and had an eager fire burning in his eyes. "Gary, get ready to lose. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump." Gary called out quickly, wanting to win the battle. Both of Blastoise's cannons fired a stream of water at Gardevoir, the streams combining into one giant stream. Gardevoir held her ground, waiting for Ash's command. "Split it with Psychic," Ash shouted. Gardevoir's eyes glowed light blue and she waved her hand in front of the water that was quickly approaching her. Psychic easily divided the Hydro Pump and lifted the two streams into the air. "Now send it back," Ash said excitedly. Gardevoir sent the powerful water attack back to Blastoise with a flick of her wrist. The water collided with Blastoise's stomach, knocking him backwards. Gary gritted his teeth, knowing that there was one move that Blastoise had that could turn the battle around, but it was risky. Blastoise, use Hydro Cannon. Blastoise repositioned his cannons and fired another blast of water at Gardevoir, but this time it was even more powerful and Blastoise had just started to become surrounded with a dark blue aura. Torrent had activated. "Teleport!" Ash cried as Hydro Cannon nearly hit Gardevoir, with her teleporting out of the way in the nick of time. She reappeared on a platform close to the breathing Blastios who couldn't move after such a powerful attack. "This battle is finished," Ash said, Gardevoir Thunder Legend. Gardevoir nodded and launched a powerful thunderbolt into the air before taking hold of it with Psychic and shaping it into the form of the legendary Bird of Thunder. Everyone looked on in awe of what Gardevoir had created and wondered how Ash had come up with the idea. Gardevoir made her creation circle Blastoise a couple of times before having the Zapdos-shaped attack slam into the turtle Pokémon. Blastoise was hit by both the Psychic and Thunderbolt attacks. The combined damage was more than he could take as he toppled over and swirls appeared in his eyes. Blastoise is unable to battle, Gardevoir wins, which means that the winner of the match is Ash. Ash's new Pokémon looked at him in awe. They had been told by Pikachu how great a trainer Ash was, but seeing him battle in real life made them proud to be a part of his team. They were also taken back by the connection he had with his Pokémon, letting them rest if they needed to and willing to lose a battle just to keep them from getting hurt further. They all ran over to Ash as he celebrated his victory, meeting him by the podium Misty had been standing on. Sandshrew and the two Eevee jumped onto him and Beldum rubbed up against his leg while Grim and Sock stood close by, respect visible in their eyes. May smiled seeing Ash with his Pokémon, at how close they were even though they had only just met, and at how Ash was treating them all with the same level of love and respect that he had for his other Pokémon. "I hope you're ready, Misty," she said, looking at the gym leader. "What do you mean, May?" Misty asked. "Ash is here for a gym battle, remember?" May replied, her smile getting bigger and a chuckle in her voice. Misty paled slightly as she turned to look at Ash's Pokémon again. Gardevoir and Lucario are Pokémon he's gotten in the last 3 years and their strength is amazing, so just how strong will his older Pokémon be? She thought, but remembered that she wouldn't have to battle Pikachu. He'd never fought her in an official battle, only training matches. Gary walked over to Ash after returning Blastoise and thanking him for his hard work. Ash saw his rival coming and dug himself out of the pile of Pokémon. Standing up, he felt Pikachu jump onto his shoulder. "Hey Ash, great battle, but I'm still ahead 15-12. Gary teased. "Yeah, you are, but I'm catching up," Ash retorted, smiling. "So what's going on with you and May?" What do you mean?" Ash stuttered, glancing over to see that May was talking to Misty and her sisters. "Come on, you obviously like her and you even said that she's your girlfriend, but I've known you all my life, Ash. I know something's going on and you two aren't really a couple even though you want to be." "So what's going on?" "May's just a friend," Ash said before quickly explaining the situation between May and Drew, leaving out what nearly happened in Rhoda after the banquet. "You do know there's an obvious reason she said your name instead of someone else's, right?" Gary said, only to receive a blank stare in reply. "Never mind, you'll figure it out eventually." "Why does everyone keep saying that and can't you tell me?" Ash asked. "Because you need to work it out yourself, otherwise you won't understand." Ash was about to ask Gary what he meant by that when he was tackled to the group and rolled into the pool. Ash broke the surface of the water, gasping for air while looking for his attacker. He then saw May surface next to him and tackle him again. "Ash, that was amazing. Can you teach me how to do those legend attacks for my contests? Please, 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 please," she said while looking into his eyes. Ash wasn't able to respond as he was transfixed by how May looked. Her hair was wet, a few strands were sticking to her face, the rest fell straight down her back, her eyes were shimmering and her cheeks held a slight blush. To Ash she looked absolutely appealing. Why am I thinking like this? May is my friend, I can't see her like this, but I can't help it, I need to sort my head out, I have to, or I'll do something to hurt her. Ash shook his head to try and clear his thoughts. "Sure May, I'll help you with the legend attacks, but you can't tell anyone else how they're done, okay?" May squealed in excitement and jumped onto Ash again, sending them underwater for the second time. When they surfaced again, May saw that Misty's sisters were glaring daggers at her, which made May decided to annoy them further. She swam a little closer to Ash and kissed him on the cheek before moving to the side of the pool and climbing out. After the kiss, Ash just floated there and watched as May climbed out of the pool, taking in each and every curve of her body. "Hey Ash!" Misty shouted. "Why yeah Misty? Ash asked as he snapped out of his daze. You getting out of the pool or what? We're getting hungry. She laughed. I'm getting out now, I didn't mean to get back in but sometimes things happen. Ash replied looking over to May smirking as he climbed out of the pool seeing that when May had tackled him his hat had fallen off his head and onto Pikachu's. Sorry Ash, I got a little excited when Misty said that if I asked you about teaching me the legend attacks that you might do it. May apologized. That's okay May, I know you didn't meant to do it but there's one thing I need to do before I start cooking. Ash said as he stood in front of May. What's that? She asked blushing slightly at how close Ash was to her, trying desperately not to stare at his bare chest. Ash smiled. This. Ash said loudly as he picked May up bridal style and threw her in the pool, okay now I'll cook dinner. He said as he ran off to the kitchen, with an angry May in pursuit. Misty sighed following them with Gary and her sisters behind her. After eating the meal that Ash made and changing back into their normal clothes, Gary went back to the Pokémon Center to get some sleep and Misty's sisters went out clubbing. May, Misty and Ash spent a few hours talking before calling it a night. Because of the way Misty's sisters were acting towards him Ash decided to lock the door. Night May, night Misty. See you in the morning. Ash said. Night Ash. They replied. Misty, Ash said before he went to his room, hope you're ready for our battle tomorrow. I hope you're ready as well. She retorted. They stood there glaring at each other before starting to laugh. Good luck tomorrow Misty. Same to you Ash. Misty walked into her room and closed the door leaving Ash and May standing into corridor. Ash turned to enter his room when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned round and May gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Ash was about to ask why when May started talking. I'm sorry for knocking you into the water after your battle and thank you again for agreeing to teach me how to use those legend moves. They'll really help in my contests. She said looking at the ground hiding her blush before walking into her room and closing the door leaving Ash alone. May had no idea what possessed her to kiss Ash's cheek, she knew that she couldn't tell him but she couldn't control herself. May leaned against the door of her room after closing it and sighed, I need to try and stop doing that when we're alone. I only need to do it if I see anyone who might talk to Drew. May shook her head and decided to get changed for bed. Ash shook his head to clear it and walked into his room knowing that he'd have trouble sleeping tonight and he still needed to pick his team for his battle with Misty. He had taken Pikachu, Lucario, and Gardevoir to the Pokémon Center after the meal and Nurse Joy healed them. He had also sent Sock, Grim and Beldum to Professor Oak so they could meet his other Pokémon and retrieved his empty Pokeballs. Pikachu was curled up on a pillow, Lucario was leaning against the wall and Gardevoir lay on the floor with a pillow and blanket that Misty had provided. Ash lay on the bed thinking about his team for the gym battle. If only Pikachu would battle for me he thought when an idea started to form. A wicked smile slowly appeared on Ash's lips. He had a plan. Chapter 11. Battling the Tide. Ash yawned as he opened his eyes to see the ceiling of the bedroom. He had slept quite well except for a few interruptions from Misty's sisters trying to get him to open his door for them. Ash wasn't sure but he thought that Lily sounded drunk when she had come knocking at his door asking him to help her with the zip on her dress. They had stopped when Pikachu fired a thunderbolt at the door knob because they had woken him up from a dream he was having about a mountain of ketchup after that they hadn't come back. Ash got out of bed and started to stretch. Pikachu was still asleep on the pillow. Lucario was still leaning against the wall sleeping and Gardevoir was curled up on the floor breathing lightly in her sleep. Ash carefully and quietly got dressed into his swimming trunks and grabbed a towel. He made his way out of the room, leaving Sandshrews' Pokeball with his other things. Passing a clock he saw it was 5:30 a.m. and made his way to the pool making sure not to wake anyone. Ash hoped exercising would help him deal with the aftermath of reading the letter. He was still bothered by what his mom and Professor Oak had done, though he did understand why they did it and he was still trying to figure out how he felt about his dad now knowing that he'd sent him a new Pokemon for his birthday since he started his journey. Ash shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on what type of exercises he would do today. Ash dropped his towel onto a bench and stretched again before doing some press-ups and slipping into the warm water of the pool. He took a deep breath and dove under the surface. He swam from one end of the pool to the other and part way back while underwater before he had to surface to take another breath. Ash kept swimming for another hour or so until he decided to get out and go through his usual exercises. After half an hour Ash decided to do a little training with Sandshrew, so he went back to his room to get the Pokeball. He retrieved the ball and found that Lucario had just woken up as well. Lucario followed Ash back to the pool and started going through his own morning exercises and meditation. Ash let Sandshrew out of his Pokeball and knelt down the ground types level. "Hey Sandshrew, want to do some training?" he asked. Sandshrew nodded in agreement. "Right, I have a few different types of training methods, but right now I just want to work on your general training, speed, strength, stuff like that. So can you run from one end of the pool to the other and back as quickly as you can until you start to feel tired for me?" Sandshrew nodded again. The ground type then turned around, dropped onto all fours and started running to the other end of the pool. Ash was silently timing the small mouse just to see how fast he was to start with. As Sandshrew came back, Ash had the time at just over 1.5 minutes. Ash was about to tell Sandshrew did a good job and ask him to do it again, but he didn't get the chance. Sandshrew didn't stop running, he just turned quickly in front of Ash and made his way back down the pool. Ash chuckled lightly. He really wants to train, he thought. "Sandshrew, be careful you don't slip, otherwise you might fall into the pool," Ash said. He saw the ground type nod slightly as he ran. Ash smiled, knowing that Sandshrew would fit in well with his other Pokemon from the way he was training. Ash moved out of Sandshrew's way and started going through his fighting skills, moving smoothly from one move to the other, while fighting imaginary opponents. Half an hour later Ash saw that Sandshrew was tired but still running as fast as he could. Ash stopped his exercise and walked back to the ground type. "Sandshrew, take a break, if you keep going you'll only hurt yourself," he said. Sandshrew made one last run which Ash timed with Sandshrew finishing in just over 1 minute. "You've done great Sandshrew, you're a bit faster than you were when you started, I'm proud of you," Ash said, smiling at the tired Pokemon. Sandshrew jumped into Ash's arms smiling at the praise he was getting. "Sandshrew, Sandshrew, sand," he said happily. "You take a nice rest Sandshrew and get your strength back, we'll work on your power later, okay?" Ash asked. Sandshrew nodded and dropped to the floor before making his way over to the bench Ash had put his towel on and sat next to it. Ash walked over to Lucario and sat next to his to meditate for a bit. After about 20 minutes Ash and Lucario stood up and started working with their aura. The next few hours consisted of Ash and Lucario helping Sandshrew with his exercises, having him improve his agility and evasiveness by dodging weak aura spheres, increasing his strength by having him lift various weights around the pool, and slowly increasing his resistance to water by gently splashing water on him. Ash was floating in the pool watching Lucario and Sandshrew go through a round of light sparring when he saw Misty walking towards the pool, wearing a white one-piece swimsuit. And like she does in the games. "Hey Misty," he called out. "Ash? What are you doing up so early?" she replied. "I always get up early now to train a little and do some exercises." "What time is it?" "A little after. How long have you been up?" "I got out here about 5, is anyone else up yet?" "May's getting changed and my sisters don't usually get up for at least another hour." "Hey Misty, want to see who's faster?" Ash asked, grinning. Misty smiled back. "Get ready to lose, Ash," she retorted as she dove into the pool. "I'll be the judge," came a feminine voice. Ash and Misty turned to see May walking towards the pool wearing her normal clothes minus her bandana which let her hair cascade down her back. They saw that Pikachu, Gardevoir and Glacian were walking behind her. The Pokemon went and sat by the bench as Sandshrew and Lucario stopped sparring and joined them. May walked up to the pool, but just to be sure, she stayed out of arm's reach. "This will be a race from one end of the pool to the other and back. Loser makes breakfast, agreed?" Ash and Misty nodded. "In that case, swimmers to your places." Ash and Misty swam to the end of the pool, putting a hand on the edge. "Ready," Ash flexed his arm ready to push off the side of the pool. "Set," Misty shifted one of her feet to the wall to do the same. "Go." May shouted as she moved away from the pool. Ash and Misty pushed off the wall and swam as fast as they could to the other end. Misty was surprised to see that Ash was keeping pace with her. He was never this good, she thought as she pushed herself harder. Ash didn't look at Misty, he just kept focusing on the other end of the pool and kicked his legs faster, determined to beat Misty. May watched as they approached the other end of the pool, seeing Misty dive under the water, kicked off the wall and powered her way back towards the finishing line in one fluid movement. Ash on the other hand was so focused on going faster he headbutted the wall and stopped for a few seconds to get his bearings before turning around and chasing after Misty. Halfway back and Ash had nearly caught up to Misty. Ash could hear May and all the Pokémon cheering both of them on. Well, nearly all of them. He could hear Pikachu only cheering for Misty. Traitor, Ash thought as he pushed himself even harder as he drew level with Misty with only a quarter of the pool left. Ash started to slowly pull ahead of Misty as they approached the finish line, but at the last second Misty just managed to pass him and touch the wall. Misty is the winner and Ash is making breakfast, May said as the Pokémon cheered for Misty. You nearly had me there, Ash. When did you get so good at swimming? Misty asked. When I trained my water Pokémon I swam with them, and whenever I'm camped by a lake or the sea I'll go swimming in the morning and later on in the day if I feel like it. Ash answered. If the race was longer then I would have beaten you, Misty. Yeah, of course you would. Now let's get something to eat, Misty said as she climbed out of the pool. All right. Ash lifted himself out of the pool and picked up his towel, drying himself off. He looked at Pikachu. Did you really just have to cheer for Misty? He asked. Pikachu Pika-Kachu Pikachupi. I know you haven't seen Misty for a long time, but I still would have liked you support. Pika Piku Kapika. I'm not a sore loser. I'm just saying that a little support from my brother would have been nice. Pi Pika Piku Pikachu. No, I'm not trying to guilt trip you. Ah, Ash, leave Pikachu alone. I'm happy that he was supporting me. He's going to get a bottle of ketchup for that, Misty said, picking the excited electric type up and giving him a hug. What did you mean when you said your brother? A while ago I asked Pikachu what he thought if I said that we were more like brothers, and he agreed with me. Don't give him a bottle of ketchup though, he got us kicked out of a Pokémon Center in Sinnoh because of his addiction to it. Misty started laughing thinking that Ash was joking around, but when she looked at Pikachu she saw a look of embarrassment on his face and realized that Ash was telling the truth. I give him some as a treat every now and then, but never a bottle of it. Besides, I need him to be focused for the gym battle. Misty paled slightly. What do you mean for the gym battle? Pikachu's not going to fight me, is he? Yeah, he is. Pikachu said that he'd battle you, but he wouldn't use any electric attacks. We made a deal, if he battled against you then I'd let him go up against Surge's Raichu again. He agreed to it only if I didn't ask him to use electric type moves. Misty was glad that Pikachu wasn't going to be using type advantage against her, but she was still nervous about battling him. She knew that he wouldn't be badly injured by the battle. It was just that Pikachu was Ash's strongest Pokémon, and after seeing him battle yesterday she knew how strong he was. May could see that Misty felt nervous and tried to make her feel better. It'll be alright, Misty, Pikachu won't go all out in the battle. May said. Right, Pikachu? She asked, looking at the electric type, who nodded in agreement. Misty calmed a little and smiled, giving Pikachu another hug. Pikachu cooed happily and nuzzled into Misty. Thanks, May, and you too, Pikachu. I feel a little better now. Ash, I have one extra rule for the gym battle today because it's you, Misty said. What the rule, Misty? No bug types allowed. You know that I'm scared of them, and even though I know the ones you have I'm still a little scared of them. That's part of the reason I taught Gyarados flamethrower, in case a challenger come in with bug types. Alright, Misty, no bugs, I promise. Ash said. Now let's go and get some breakfast. They all walked to the kitchen with the Pokémon following close behind them. While Ash was making pancakes, Misty was giving May some tips on training Wartortle. As they ate the pancakes, May was questioning Ash on when he would start teaching her how to use the legend moves and which Pokémon he would use for the gym battle. May. I'm not going to tell you which Pokémon I'm using, it'll have to be a surprise, and before I start teaching you how to use the legend move, Spoink needs to make her psychic attack stronger. Gardevoir wants to go to Professor Oak's lab, so why not send Spoink with her and they can do some training together? Ash said, answering May's questions. Why does Gardevoir want to go to the lab? Misty asked. Ash looked at the psychic type and she nodded. Gardevoir is a little shaken by the battle yesterday. It's been a while since she last got angry like that, so she wants to get away from battles for a little bit. Misty and May nodded in understanding. Once they all finished their breakfast, Misty and Ash went to have a shower and get changed before going to the Pokémon Center. May waited with the Pokémon, watching Pikachu, Glaceon and Sandshrew playing while Lucario and Gardevoir stood by her. When Misty and Ash reappeared, Misty was wearing a red t-shirt under a short-sleeved yellow jacket and a pair of denim shorts with her usual red trainers. Ash was wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, a blue jacket, his hat, and had his bag on his shoulder. Ash, why are you taking your bag? May asked. I need Professor Oak to send me a couple of things to help with my training, so instead of having to carry them in my arms, I thought I'd just take my bag to make it easier. He answered before returning Sandshrew to his Pokeball after telling the ground type that he'd call him back after the battle. They all made their way to the Pokémon Center after Misty locked the doors of the gym. After a few minutes they arrived at the Pokémon Center. While Misty was collecting her Pokémon, Ash went to the vid phones to call Professor Oak. It rang a couple of times until Professor Oak answered it. Ash, I take it you've decided which Pokémon you'll be needing for your battle against Misty, said the professor. Yeah, I have. I'm going to send Gardevoir and Sandshrew to you. I want Sandshrew to meet my other Pokémon, and Gardevoir is a little shaken after our battle with Gary yesterday, so I want to give her a rest. Oh, May wants to send you one of her Pokémon as well. She's with Misty at the minute because I want my Pokémon to be a surprise. So which Pokémon do you want me to send? Can you send Meowth? I won't be battling with him, but I want to start his training. How's he been at the lab? Ash asked. Your Pokémon are a little apprehensive around him, but that's to be expected given the history they have with him. He's actually helped me a lot. It's useful having a Pokémon that can speak English around the lab. He was able to let me know why one of the new Pokémon on the ranch wasn't eating their food. He's even repaired a couple of machines that haven't worked in years. So who else do you need? The professor asked. A smile crossed Ash's face as he remembered his plan. I need. Ash started. Misty and May were waiting in the reception of the Pokémon Center for Ash to come back from the Pokeball transfer machine. He didn't want them to have even the slightest idea which Pokémon he would be using, though they were trying to work it out. What about Bulbasaur? May asked, but Misty shook her head. Bulbasaur's strong, but Ash seems to be battling smarter now. Bulbasaur wouldn't be able to dodge properly on the platforms. He might try using Squirtle to try and throw me off, using a water type against me. Misty replied. He might use some of his flying types to use the air above the pool to his advantage. If he uses a flying type, he'd call for one that could take on your Gyarados. The only one I can think of that could do that is. May trailed off as she realized what she was about to say. Misty gulped and a flicker of fear went across her face. They looked at each other and whispered a single word. Charizard. Ash collected his Pokeballs and opened them, revealing the Pokémon he had called from the lab. Nice to see you again, Twerp. Nice to see you too, Meowth. You feeling better? A little stiff, but other than that I'm fine. Ash nodded and turned his attention to his other Pokémon. Okay guys, it's great to see all of you. I've got a battle against Misty today for the Cascade Badge. Will you help me? The Pokémon voiced their support and Ash nodded his thanks. He returned most of them, leaving Meowth and one other out. Ash knelt in front of the other Pokémon. I have a plan and I need you help to do it. What I need you to do is. A few minutes Ash walked out to the reception and saw May sat in a chair stroking Glaceon. As Ash walked up to her, he wondered where Misty had gone. May saw him coming with Pikachu on his shoulder and Meowth walking alongside him. As they got closer, she got out of the chair. Hi Meowth, how are you feeling? She asked the cat Pokémon. I've been worse, but I'm ready to go. One question though, does the Misty know that I'm on your side now? Meowth asked, drawing some attention from people in the reception, as a talking Pokémon was very unusual. Yeah, she knows we told her yesterday what's happened since we meet up in Viridian City. May replied. May, where is Misty? Ash asked. Gary came over and they started talking about his research. I told Misty to go back to the gym so her Pokémon can get ready for your gym battle. Gary went with her to ask her more questions. She answered. Ash nodded. Do you want to send Spoink to the lab now or later? Ash asked. I'll send her now. I think I'll swap my team around to give them a rest and try out some new appeals I've been thinking about. May then walked to the vid phones to swap her Pokémon Glacian following at her heels. A few minutes later she came back and linked arms with Ash. Let's go back to the gym now. I want to know which Pokémon you're going to use. Okay, let's go. Ash said. They left the Pokémon Center and made their way back to the gym, walking arm in arm smiling. At Professor Oak's lab. Professor Oak released the Pokémon that Ash and May had transferred to him and told them where the rest of Ash and May's Pokémon could be found. Pokémon Language Translator activated. Can you teach me to be a strong psychic like you? Asked Spoink as she looked up to Gardevoir who lead the Pokémon to the lake where their friends would be. Of course I will, Gardevoir replied. Mstrs May asked me to, in penance of what I did to her. The other Pokémon looked at her in confusion. They hadn't heard what had happened, so Gardevoir explained. After she had finished, the Pokémon looked at Gardevoir in silence. They could see that she still felt guilty about what had happened. Sandshrew walked up to her and put a paw on her arm. You don't need to feel guilty. You said that May forgave you and only asked for your friendship and for your help training Spoink. You have no penance to pay, only help and friendship to give. Don't dwell on the mistakes of the past, look to the bright hopes of the future instead. What's done is done, forget it and move forward. Only by doing that can you progress with your life and move past what has happened. Enjoy your life and be happy that you have new friends. He said. The other Pokémon nodded. Gardevoir smiled a little. You are wise beyond your years, Sandshrew. She said. Sandshrew chuckled. I'm older than I look. I lived through many winters before I was forced from my group once a new leader was elected. The next few weeks I spent foraging for food in the woods surrounding Empty Moon, with little to no success. I was chased and beaten by many trainers. During that time I quickly developed a dislike for humans. I didn't have much contact with humans. The little I did have was only fleeting glances of passing trainers on their way to other places, while I was living in Empty Moon. When I came to your camp I hadn't eaten for the best part of a week and had been beaten by a few trainers the previous day. I was starving for food and I had no choice but to enter your camp when I smelt food. Your trainer, Ash, was the first human that showed me kindness, and for that I am grateful. He also gave me a new home to live in and family to live with. This is something I will never forget, and I will stay by his side for as long as he wishes. Gardevoir nodded. She felt the same way towards Ash, and she knew that some of his other Pokémon felt the same way, as they had been in similar situations before meeting Ash. Flaffy and Spoink stared at Sandshrew. They had only known Ash for a little over a week and were amazed to hear the conviction in Sandshrew's voice, even though he had only been caught a couple of days before. The group walked in silence until Sandshrew spoke again. Gardevoir, what can you tell me about our trainer's mate? Gardevoir looked at Sandshrew in confusion. Ash doesn't have a mate. Oh, I thought that he and May were together. Sandshrew said, sounding confused. Gardevoir laughed quietly. They have a complicated relationship. May has feelings for Ash but is afraid to confess them, and Ash has feelings for May but is too dense to realize. They are currently pretending to be a couple to stop someone from bothering May. From what I can understand, he only wants May for her body and as a trophy. I see, said Sandshrew, thinking deeply before looking back to Gardevoir and smiling. We'll have to do something about that, won't we? Gardevoir smiled back and nodded, with Flaffy and Spoink agreeing. The group carried on walking in silence until they got to the lake and saw the rest of their trainers' Pokémon, including the Pokémon that Ash's dad had sent. Come on, said Gardevoir, let's introduce you to everyone else, shall we? Sandshrew, Spoink and Flaffy nodded and followed her to the group. They saw the assembled Pokémon doing various activities. Most were resting, others were swimming. The rest were sparring and training. Infernape and Sock were testing each other's fighting abilities, while Swellow and Staraptor were engaged in an aerial duel. The others had paired off and battling each other. Noctowl was sleeping on a tree branch and heard someone approaching. Opening his eyes, he saw Gardevoir and the other Pokémon walking towards the lake. "Ah, Gardevoir, how nice to see you again," he said. "Who have you brought with you?" "It's nice to see you again too, Noctowl. This is Sandshrew, he decided to join Ash yesterday," she said. "These are Flaffy and Spoink, they are May's Pokémon." Noctowl nodded in understanding and looked at the Pokémon who had arrived with Gardevoir. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. Please make yourselves at home. All are welcome and none are turned away," he said. Sandshrew made his way towards the other ground types that were training. Flaffy made his way to where some of May's Pokémon were sleeping, and Spoink stayed by Gardevoir, wanting to start her training as soon as possible. "Gardevoir, can you start teaching me now please? I want to help May next time she calls on me," Spoink asked, looking up at Gardevoir. Gardevoir looked back at Spoink and smiled. "We can start training soon, but first we should introduce you to the others. They'll be able to teach you all sorts of things if you ask them," she said. "Alright, let's go," Spoink said happily and bounced towards the group. Gardevoir shook her head and smiled before following the young psychic type. "Goodbye Noctowl, I will come back and talk to you later my friend," she called to the shiny flying type. "I look forward to it Gardevoir, until then," Noctowl said as he returned to his sleep. Pokémon language translator deactivated. Back in Cerulean City. They walked into the gym and found Misty and Gary sitting by the pool talking about how a water-type Pokémon needs some time to adjust to their body if there has been a big change in their form, such as Feebas to Milotic, changing from a normal fish body to a serpentine one. "Misty, you ready for our battle?" Ash asked, putting his bag down by the bench, but before Misty could answer, Ash was mobbed by her Pokémon. Corsola and Polito jumped onto him, knocking him to the floor. Pikachu saw them coming and abandoned shoulder landing on the bench before they sent Ash to the ground. May only just managed to unlink her arm from Ash's when the Pokémon jumped on him, otherwise she would have fallen to the floor as well. Misty laughed a little seeing Ash get buried under her Pokémon, but soon stopped and stiffened when she saw Meowth. "Take it easy. I'm not part of Team Rocket no more, I'm one of the good guys now," Meowth said. "He's right Misty, he even saved Ash's life while we were in Rhoda," May said. Misty nodded her head and relaxed slightly. Her Pokémon had noticed Meowth and remembered everything that he had done to them and their trainer. They decided to keep a close eye on him just in case. "How did Meowth save Ash? And why did you go to Rhoda?" asked Gary. May then realized that Ash didn't want too many people to know about the event in Rhoda and was struggling to find something to say. "Well, you see, there was." May stuttered and stumbled over her words when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and saw Ash was standing behind her now and Pikachu was back on his shoulder. "We went to Rhoda because we heard there was a contest there and May wanted to get her first ribbon. How Meowth saved me is another story. I was taking a walk with Meowth to where May was training and a wild Ursaring charged at me. I'd accidentally gotten between her and her cub. I froze up and Meowth jumped forward and tried to hold the Ursaring off, but he got really hurt. I sent out the rest of my Pokémon and moved out of her way. She ran past, picked up her cub and went further into the woods. After that I took Meowth to the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy kept him there for a couple of days and then let him out. I sent him the lab so that he could heal quicker, and now I've brought him back to the team. I promised Meowth that I help him get stronger, and that's what I'm going to do," Ash explained. "I understand now, but why didn't Pikachu help?" Gary asked. Ash realized that he'd forgotten to think of why Pikachu wasn't there, but May came to his rescue. "Pikachu woke up before Ash and came with me to help me with my appeal," she said. Gary nodded and moved on to a different topic. "If you two are having a gym battle, do you want me to be the referee?" he asked. "Sure, why not?" Misty said, recalling her Pokémon. "Ash, you ready?" Gary moved to the podium at the side of the pool and May went and sat down on the bench with Glacian sat by her legs sniffing at Ash's bag. Lucario leaned against the wall next to May with his eyes closed. Yeah, oh wait a minute, I almost forgot. Ash said. He quickly ran over to his bag and opened it just enough to get his hand inside. Where is it? He muttered under his breath. He pulled his hand out of his bag and a second later the edges of his half of the terracotta ribbon poked out of the bag. There it is, he said quietly before muttering something else which May couldn't hear properly. Ash put the ribbon in his pocket and turned to her. Can't battle without this, can I? He said with a wink, causing May to blush. She looked at the floor as Ash ran back to his side of the pool to start the battle. May saw that Glacian was pawing at Ash's bag. Glacian, stop that, don't you want to watch Ash's battle? Glacian stopped and turned to sit facing the pool. May was about to turn her attention to the pool as well when she swore that she saw the bag wriggle slightly. She also thought about how after Ash brought his hand out of the bag the ribbon had appeared. He must have had it between the tips of his fingers and the bag can't have wriggled, something must have fallen over or something. May shook her head and saw that Meowth was walking over to her. He jumped onto the bench and sat down. If you want to see something funny, watch Misty's face during the battle, he said quietly. What do you mean? May asked. Ash has a plan and it'll really surprise Misty, so just watch her. Meowth replied with a grin. May tried to get more information out of Meowth, but his lips were sealed and the battle was about to start. This is an official gym between the Cerulean City gym leader Misty Waterflower and the challenger Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. Trainers, are you ready? Gary said. He had thought about passing a comment on Misty for calling him an idiot yesterday, but Misty seemed to be one step ahead of him as he saw her twirling her mallet around with one hand. Gary did notice that it was being held together with some tape and assumed that Misty broke it by hitting someone too hard. Ash and Misty nodded their heads to show that they were ready but didn't take their eyes off each other as they tried to stare each other down. Trainer, release your first Pokemon. Go Starmie. Misty called, throwing one of her Pokeballs out over the pool. A purple 10-pointed star-like Pokemon with a yellow HRNSS holding a red crystal at her center, and I know that Starmie are genderless. When you hear one in the anime they sound like girls, appeared on a platform near Misty. Ash turned his head to look at Pikachu. Let's go, he said. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder and onto the nearest floating platform. Begin, Gary shouted. Starmie water gun. Starmie fired a powerful stream of water at Pikachu from one of her points. Pikachu instinctively dodged, jumping to another platform. Use grass knot, Ash called, and Pikachu's eyes briefly glowed green and a few tufts of grass grew out of the platform Starmie was on and wrapped around her lower points, knocking her over when she tried to turn. Now hidden power. Multiple white spheres of energy appeared circling Pikachu before they flew toward Starmie, who had just gotten back onto her points. And points, feet, whatever you want to call them. Deflect them with rapid spin, Misty cried out. Starmie hovered couple of inches off the platform and started spinning at high speed. Some of the spheres hit while other were knocked away. Now use Ice Beam. Starmie stopped spinning and fired an icy blue beam at Pikachu. Dodge it with agility, Ash said. Pikachu blurred slightly as he ran at high speed away from the attack. Now use hidden power again. Once more orbs of white light circled Pikachu. After a few seconds they were launched at Starmie, closing the distance between them quickly. Misty tried to defend with rapid spin again, but she was too late. Hidden power slammed into the water type and sent it falling off the platform and into the water. Starmie, use Psychic, Misty shouted. Starmie rose from the water and her jewel glowed as a blue light surrounded her. Pikachu dodged with agility. The blue light of Psychic started to surround Pikachu until he moved at lightning speed, and pun unintended, breaking the light and moving to another platform to put some distance between himself and Starmie. Now use Grass Knot again. Pikachu's eyes glowed green again and more grass grew out of the platform, tripping the water type up once more. Now get in close and use hidden power. Pikachu used agility to get close to the fallen Starmie and prepared himself for the attack. Starmie, use water gun, Misty shouted. The top 3 points of Starmie each fired a blast of water which canonied into Pikachu, sending him across the battlefield and into the water. 10 seconds went by as they waited to see if Pikachu surfaced ready to battle or not. Finally some bubble broke the surface and Pikachu pulled himself back onto the nearest platform. He was breathing heavily but he was still able to battle. Starmie finished this quickly with rapid spin. Starmie flew towards Pikachu, spinning at high speed, closing the distance between them in seconds. Misty was confident of victory when she was something that really worried her. Ash was smiling. May was watching the battle with intense fascination, but Glacian was distracted by Ash's back for some reason. May saw this and decided to find out why. "What is it, Glacian?" she asked. Glacian just kept pawing at Ash's bag. It was then that May noticed that the bag seemed to be wriggling. She lifted the bag onto her lap and noticed that it was heavier than she thought it would be. She stole a glance at Ash, not wanting him to know that she was snooping in his bag, but Ash was completely focused on the battle. Meowth was also focused on the battle and didn't notice what May was doing. Lucario however did, but didn't interfere as he knew what was going to happen next in the battle and all would be explained. May slowly unzipped the top of the bag and looked inside, and what she saw confused her greatly. "What's going on?" she muttered under her breath. "Time to end this battle," Ash said with a grin as Starmie was a foot away from Pikachu. "Night days," he said calmly. Pikachu nodded and was outlined in a red light before it expanded outwards, forming a dome and red and black energy. Starmie slammed into the dome and was thrown backwards, landing hard on a platform the other side of the gym. Pikachu jumped in the air and was enveloped with a purple swirling light. When he landed he looked very different. His yellow fur was replaced by black fur, his lightning bolt-shaped tail was now short and fluffy, covered with black and red fur, a tuft of fur was present on his forehead tipped with red fur, his long thin ears were now short and black. Pikachu was never in the battle. It was Zorua that Misty had been battling. He, Zorua chuckled. "But how did I mean that he was? Where?" Misty stuttered, her face a mask of confusion as she tried to work out what had just happened. Meowth was sat on the bench next to May howling with laughter, while Ash was trying not to laugh as well. "Sorry Misty, but I tricked you again. This is Zorua, he has the ability to make illusions," Ash explained. Zorua decided to prove Ash's point. He jumped into the air and was once more enveloped with purple light. When he landed on the platform again he looked exactly like Ash except for having a short black and red tail. He. "Zorua, I keep telling you don't do that. It really freaks people out," Ash scolded as Zorua changed back. "Where's Pikachu?" Misty asked. Ash opened his mouth to explain when May cut him off. "He's over here," May said. Misty and Ash looked over and saw that May was holding Pikachu in her arms. Ash hid him in his bag. Ash could see that they were about to ask why, so he started to explain. "Misty, you know how I battle and what I'm probably going to do, so I needed to think of a way to battle you differently and this was the only thing that came to mind. Now can we finish this gym battle? I want to get that Cascade badge." "Ash, you tricked me again, there is no way you're getting that badge," Misty said angrily. Starmie used Psychic. Starmie's core shone and a blue light surrounded Zorua but quickly dissipated. Misty looked on in confusion. "Did I mention that Zorua is a dark type?" Ash asked, "and I will get that badge." Zorua, Grass Knot to hold Starmie in place, then use Dark Shadow. Zorua used Grass Knot again and the blades of grass wrapped around Starmie's lower points, keeping her from moving. He then formed a shadow ball in front of his mouth and fired it quickly, following it with a dark pulse. The shadow ball and dark pulse fused together to create a larger ball of dark energy with rings spiraling around it, and looks like an atom. Starmie used Rapid Spin to get out of there. Misty shouted, but it was too late. The grass held Starmie too tightly and the combined attack slammed into her, throwing her out of the grass and out of the pool, landing on the floor behind Misty. Starmie's core blinked weakly. "Starmie is unable to battle, the winner is Pika." "I mean Zorua," Gary said, correcting himself. Misty recalled Starmie while Ash congratulated Zorua on his first gym battle. Ash looked across the pool to Misty. Misty, I'm sorry for tricking you, but I wanted to see how you would battle Pikachu. I know I shouldn't be surprised to see that you went all out. Can you forgive me for tricking you? Ash asked. Misty looked back at him and nodded. I did have a feeling about the battle. Pikachu looked like he was moving differently than the last time I saw him, but I put that down to the fact I haven't seen him battle in years. I do forgive you, but I will have my revenge. Go Politoed. Misty said as she sent her second Pokémon onto the battlefield. Politoed landed on the nearest platform smiling and started to clap his hands. Politoed, Politoed. He croaked. Politoed, use Hydro Pump. Misty called. Politoed opened his mouth and launched a torrent of water at Zorua. The small dark type didn't have time to dodge and was sent flying backwards, landing on the platform nearest to Ash. Zorua, are you okay? Ash asked, getting a nod in return. Alright, use Shadow Ball. Zorua fired a ball of crackling black energy at the water type, but Politoed dove underwater, barely avoiding it. The attack had grazed his side. Zorua looked all around trying to find Politoed but didn't succeed. Zorua, keep calm and be ready. Ash said as his eyes swept across the water looking for the slightest sign of where Politoed could be. Politoed, use Focus Blast. Misty shouted. A second later Politoed leapt from the water directly in front of Zorua and threw a light blue ball of energy at the dark type. Focus Blast hit Zorua full on and sent him flying into Ash's arms with swirls in his eyes. Zorua is unable to battle, Politoed is the winner. Gary said. Ash returned Zorua to his ball, thanking him for all his hard work. Ash then took another Pokeball from his belt and enlarged it. He turned to look at Pikachu. You ready to see how she does? He asked. Pikachu nodded in reply. Ash smiled. Alright then, I choose you. He said, throwing the ball into the air. A flash of light was emitted by the ball as the Pokemon inside was released. Once the light had faded, everyone could see the Pokemon that Ash would be using. She had spiky yellow fur over most of her body with a collar of white fur around her neck. She stood on 4 legs and held her head high. Her eyes were solid black with white pupils. Jolt, Jolt. She said, looking around. Seeing Ash, she ran up to him and rubbed against his leg. It's great to see you too, Jolteon, but we're in the middle of a gym battle. I'll play with you later, okay, but now I need you to battle now. Ash said with a small laugh as Annie knelt down to slide the electric type. Jolteon nodded her head and ran back onto the platform. Ash, did you evolve one of your EV? May asked. No, I'll tell you how I got Jolteon later. He replied. Politoed, use Ice Beam. Misty shouted, trying to win this battle quickly. She hadn't expected Ash to have another electric type with him. She knew that he'd gotten some from his dad but didn't think Ash would have already had one other than Pikachu. Politoed fired an icy blue beam of energy at Jolteon. When the beam was seconds away from hitting Jolteon, she disappeared and then reappeared on a different platform. Jolteon is my fastest Pokemon, even Sceptile has trouble keeping up with her. Ash said when he saw the shocked looks on everyone's faces. Jolteon, use Pin Missile. Jolteon leant forward, raising the spiked fur on her back, and fired a flurry of white needle-like points of energy. Politoed tried to dodge them but was hit by most of the attack. Now use Thunderbolt. Jolteon's body was covered with a crackling shroud of yellow electricity as she quickly charged the attack. Politoed was still reeling from the previous attack and was unable to dodge the electric attack that surged through his system. Politoed fell to the ground, twitching from the attack. A couple of seconds passed and Politoed started to slowly get to his feet. Politoed, are you okay? Misty asked. Politoed looked over his shoulder and gave Misty a confident smile as he nodded his head. Right, use Hypnosis, then use Focus Blast. Politoed's eyes glowed red and red rings moved towards Jolteon, following it quickly with a Focus Blast. Jolteon, use Counter Shield. Ash shouted as soon as he heard Misty call for Hypnosis. Jolteon quickly rolled over and started to spin on her back while using Thunderbolt, creating a spinning shield made from electricity. The Hypnosis attack hit the shield and was destroyed. the focus blast hit the shield as ricocheted into the pool, sending water everywhere. Now Jolteon used quick attack. Jolteon righted herself and ran at Politoed, leaving a trail of white light in her wake. She slammed into Politoed's stomach, sending him back a few paces. Politoed used hyper voice. Misty said. Politoed opened his mouth and an ear-splitting cry knocked Jolteon back. Jolteon tried to block out the noise by putting her front paws over her ears. Now Politoed, ice punch. Politoed's fist became coated in icy energy as he hit Jolteon directly in the face, sending her back towards Ash. Jolteon, finish this, use thunder missile. Jolteon fired another pin missile attack, following it with a thunder attack, hitting the pin missile and charging it with the electricity. The combined attack rained down on Politoed and resulted in a cloud of smoke covering the platform the water type was standing on. When the smoke cleared, Politoed was laying on his back with swirls in his eyes. Politoed is unable to battle, Jolteon wins. Misty, please send out your last Pokemon. Misty returned Politoed, thanking him for his effort, and took out her final Pokeball. Go Gyarados! Misty shouted, sending out her strongest Pokemon. Ash took an involuntary step back as Gyarados appeared roaring. Jolteon whimpered slightly but held her ground. Jolteon used Thunderbolt. Ash said, wanting to get an early lead in this battle, knowing that Gyarados would be hard to beat. Jolteon fired the attack at the opposing water type and hoped that she would do Ash and Pikachu proud. Gyarados, block it with your own Thunderbolt. Misty said, smirking. Gyarados' body started to crackle with electricity as she built up the power for the attack before firing the attack from her crest. Like, what's with all the noise? May looked in the direction the voice had come from to see Misty's sisters walking towards her. Ash and Misty are having a gym battle. May replied. Misty's sister looked over at the battle and saw that Gyarados was out. Oh, poor Ashi's not going to win if Misty's using Gyarados. That one has like never lost a match. Lily said. Ash will win, I know he will. May said angrily. Care to like make a bet? Daisy said. What do you mean? May asked. If Misty wins, Ashy takes us out on a date tonight, and if he wins he takes you out and will pay for it. No way I'm agreeing to that. May said, crossing her arms and looking at the battle. I thought you like said Ashy was going to win. If you're like so confident about it, what's to lose? Violet said, or don't you believe that Ashy will win? May rounded on the three Cerulean sisters. Ash will win this battle, May said through gritted teeth, and stop calling him Ashy. Venom filled her final words. So do we like have a deal or what? Daisy said with a small smirk on her lips, as she held out her hand. Deal. May said, shaking Daisy's hand. The Pokemon with May looked at her in shock before turning their attention back to the battle and praying that Ash would win. Jolteon, stop your attack and take that Thunderbolt. Ash called out, shocking everyone other than his Pokemon. Jolteon stopped her Thunderbolt and let Gyarados hit her, but she didn't take any damage. Jolteon's ability is Volt Absorb, Ash explained, now her attacks are more powerful. Jolteon used Thunder. Jolteon launched the powerful electric attack at Gyarados and hitting the large sea serpent. Gyarados roared in pain, glaring at Jolteon with a burning anger. Gyarados used Flamethrower. Misty shouted. Gyarados opened her mouth and let a pillar of fire erupt out of it. Jolteon dove out of the way but was still hit by the flames and burnt. Ash was about to recall her when she charged another Thunderbolt and attacked Gyarados again. Gyarados used Earthquake to stop Jolteon from moving, then finish with Hyper Beam. Gyarados slammed her tail onto the water, causing the entire pool to start moving. The constant movement of the water kept Jolteon from escaping to another platform as Gyarados charged a ball of orange energy in her mouth and fired it. Jolteon was engulfed by the blast, and when the energy faded and the smoke had gone, Jolteon was lying on the platform knocked out. Ash recalled Jolteon thanking her for all of her hard work. He reached for another Pokeball. Pikachu glared at Gyarados, his cheeks sparked. May noticed Pikachu's reaction and made a note to ask Ash about it later while she tried to calm Pikachu down. I choose you Septi, he started, but he stopped when another of his Pokeballs snapped open and the Pokemon inside the ball appeared on the field. The Pokemon was a dark blue in color with beige shell-like armor covering some of his body and white hair sprouting from his face forming a mustache and beard. Samurott? What are you doing out? Samurott drew one of his Scalchops from his foreleg sheaths and pointed at Gyarados. You want to battle Gyarados? Samurott nodded. Well, alright then, Ash said as he put the Pokeball he was holding back on his belt. You sure have changed from when we first met, haven't you? Samurott nodded and looked at Gyarados. Samurott Razor Shell back to back. Ash said. Samurott drew his other Scalchop and blue water-like energy grew around them, giving them the shape of swords as he charged towards Gyarados, who was still recharging from using Hyper Beam. Samurott struck again and again as fast as he could while constantly moving around Gyarados just in case she started to attack again. SWCH to Night Slash. Ash called out. Samurott nodded and his Scalchops changed from a watery blue to a dark purple as he continued his attack. Gyarados used Thunderbolt. Misty shouted. Electricity crackled around Gyarados again as she prepared her attack. Samurott, get out of there! Ash shouted. Samurott kept attacking until the last second when he jumped out of the way and barely evaded the super effective attack. Now use Water Pulse and follow it up with Ice Beam. Samurott opened his mouth and shot out a ball of water which grew in size as it approached Gyarados. Samurott then fired an Ice Beam at the Water Pulse, freezing it into a solid ball of ice. Gyarados dove under the water to dodge the attack. Ash smiled, now Ice Beam on the water. Samurott fired another Ice Beam at the pool, freezing the surface. Gyarados surfaced, breaking through the ice. Gyarados used Hydro Pump. Gyarados opened her mouth and sent a torrent of water towards Samurott. Samurott, dodge it! Ash said, and Samurott used the ice to skate out of the way and get in close to Gyarados. Ash and Samurott had used this strategy a few times during their training. Now use Attract. Samurott looked into Gyarados' eyes and winked at her with a flirty smile on his face. Pink hearts flew towards Gyarados and hit her before she could try and dodge them. Her eyes were replaced by hearts. Misty looked on in horror. Gyarados snapped out of it. She cried, but it was no use. Gyarados was completely head over fins for Samurott. And like head over heels but for fish. Now Samurott Mega Horn. The horn on Samurott's helmet glowed white as he struck Gyarados with it, sending her backwards across the ice. When Gyarados rose up, Ash saw something that worried him. Her eyes were back to normal. Samurott quickly used Slash. Samurott drew his Scalchops again as the glowed white and he charged Gyarados by skating his way across the ice. Gyarados Thunderbolt. The atrocious Pokemon launched another Thunderbolt. Samurott, dodge it! Samurott skillfully dodged by skating out of the way. Dragon Rage. Gyarados charged a ball of blue and black energy in her mouth and fired it. As it approached Samurott, it morphed into the shape of a dragon's head. Samurott, get out of the way! Ash shouted, but Samurott didn't move. He skated straight into the path of the attack and was hit. Smoke blocked everyone's view of Samurott. Ash was about to use his aura to see what had happened when Samurott burst out of the smoke cloud and slashed Gyarados over and over again. Switching between attacks on his own, going from Slash to Night Slash to Razor Shell and back over and over again. Gyarados roared in pain, batting Samurott away with her tail. Both Pokemon were breathing heavily, covered in the evidence of their battle. Ash and Misty looked at each other and knew that it was time to finish this battle. Gyarados used Hyper Beam. Gyarados once again fired the beam of orange energy towards her opponent. Misty was sure of her win until heard Ash's command to Samurott. Samurott, dodge with Aqua Jet. Samurott bellowed and became shrouded in water as he flew towards Gyarados, diving under the Hyper Beam and closing the distance quickly. Now spin and finish with Slash. Samurott did as Ash said, drawing his Scalchops and spinning while using Aqua Jet. His Scalchops slashed Gyarados repeatedly until he moved out of the way to avoid her tail and landed back in front of Ash. Samurott and Gyarados faced each other, stared dead into the other, eyes not moving. Seconds felt like hours until Gyarados gave one final mighty roar and fell forward. Her eyes were replaced by spirals. Gyarados is unable to battle, the winner is Samurott, therefore the winner of the match is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Gary said. May and the Pokémon cheered as Misty's sisters looked on in shock and disappointment. Misty and Ash walked round the pool to each other after returning their Pokémon with words of thanks. Congratulations Ash, you've earned this, Misty said, holding out the Cascade badge. Misty Waterflower of the Cerulean City Gym, present you with the Cascade badge in recognition of your victory here. Wear it with pride as not many have earned it. Ash took the badge, he turned to May and the Pokémon holding the badge between his finger and thumb. Alright, I won the Cascade badge. He said excitedly, then a confused look came over his face. Hey Misty, what did you mean not many have earned it? Well, since I took over as gym leader, the Cerulean City Gym has become one of the hardest to beat. The only ones higher are Saffron and Viridian. From what I've heard about the Viridian City Gym leader, she's never lost a match since she took over 4 years ago. You're the first high-ranked trainer to beat me. Misty explained. What do you mean high-ranked trainer? Most of the trainers that come here are new trainer with little to no experience, like the first time you came here. For those battles I use my lower-leveled Pokémon like Casarin and Maril. The high-experienced trainers like you that have come for a badge, none of them apart from you have beaten Gyarados. Really, Gyarados is that strong? You have no idea. A couple of years ago a trainer came in with Pokémon I've never seen before saying that beating the Indigo League would be easy because this was the Bonnies or something like that. I had a new trainer before his battle and afterwards the new trainer had lost and this guy started to belittle him saying that he should quit and not bother continuing his journey. I told the kid to stay and watch this guy's battle. Gyarados demolished his whole team quite quickly, she did it barely breaking a sweat. I can't remember that guy's name but he never came back and I didn't see him in the league either. Misty laughed a little. I still remember the look on his face when he saw Gyarados. I think he might have wet himself. Boonies. Ash said quietly. What? Asked Misty. He called Kanto the Boonies. Yeah, that was it. Misty said, you know him? Ash nodded. His name's Trip, I met him in Unova. I thought he would have changed but I guess not. He said sadly. Cheer up Ash, Misty said, putting a hand on his shoulder, you're a better trainer and better person than he'll ever be. She smiled and gave him a friendly hug before whispering in his ear, if you tell anyone I said that then not even your aura abilities will save you. When they separated Ash smiled nervously and was about to walk over to May and the Pokémon when he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head knocking his hat off. He turned back and saw that Misty had her hand in the air. That was for tricking me again. She said before walking towards May. Ash shook his head as he bent down to retrieve his hat when a pale blue blur grabbed it and ran away. Straightening up, Ash saw that Glacian now had his hat and had given it to May. Ash walked over to May and was about to speak when she wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him. Congratulations Ash. She said happily, kissing his cheek. May stopped the hug and put Ash's hat on her head. She made sure to keep in contact with Ash so Misty's sisters wouldn't try anything. So like, where are you going to go on your date? Daisy asked. What date? Ash asked. May was about to explain but Lily spoke first. We made a bet with May that if you won the match then we'd pay for you and May to go on a date. Ash and Misty looked at May and the sisters in shock. Gary had heard the bet being made but kept quiet so the battle wouldn't be affected. What would have happened if I'd lost? Then you would have gone on a date with the three of us. Violet said, smiling. Ash paled at the thought of it and started to feel a little faint. I'll leave the date up to May. I need to take my Pokémon to be healed and swap my team around so that I can train my new Pokémon. Ash said. Ash, would you take my Pokémon with you? They need to be healed too. Misty asked. Ash nodded in agreement and took the Pokeballs from her. Mind if I tag along? I need to get a couple of things from my bag. I've still got a few things I need to ask you, Misty. Gary asked. Ash didn't have anything against him coming and nodded. May decided to stay at the gym with Misty and Misty's sisters went out to get beauty treatments. Pikachu stayed at the gym with May and Misty. May, can I have my hat back? Ash asked. May looked thoughtful for a minute. No, I think it looks better on me for now. She said with a wink and sticking her tongue out. Alright, just look after it, that hat's my favorite. Ash said laughing. She's right, it does look better on her. He thought. Why's it your favorite? I'll tell you some other time. Ash said. May pouted and tried to get Ash to tell her by using her puppy dog eyes, but Ash quickly turned away and closed his eyes so he wouldn't fall prey to her glistening sapphires. After a few minutes, just before Ash was going to give in, May gave up and sighed in defeat. Before Ash left, Gary asked him what he was going to do before Samurott came out of his ball. I was going to call out Sceptile. Ash said. That would mean you had 7 Pokémon with you. Gary said. I knew that Pikachu would never battle Misty even without using electric-type attacks, so I sent his Pokeball to the lab. I had Samurott with me in case I needed him. I was going to use Sceptile's speed and a few attacks he learnt while training to battle Gyarados, but you know what happened. Ash explained. Gary nodded in understanding, and after that everyone went about their business. Once Ash had left the gym, May turned to Misty. Do you think Ash is mad at me for making that bet? She asked. No, he's not mad at you. Misty said, if anything he's probably not thinking about it too much. So what are you going to do? I don't know, what is there to do in Cerulean for a date? Well, there's a few nice restaurants, you could go see a movie, you could have a picnic in the park, and if you really want it to be romantic, there's Cerulean Cape. Cerulean Cape? Yeah, it's the #1 date spot here. There's a legend that says when true love walks the Cape, a school of Lovedisk will jump out of the water on that night to honor the love they felt. I think you and Ash should go. Misty said with a grin. May's face heated up as she turned her gaze to the floor. Misty, don't. May said quietly. Look, May, you asked for my advice and that's it. Misty sighed. Look, go to a movie, have a meal and then take a walk. Don't think of it as a date, think of it as having a good time with your best friend. With everything that you're feeling, you need to take a step back and just have some fun with a friend. This date is your chance to do that. Just go out and have some fun, it'll do you good to enjoy yourself with a friend. May thought about what Misty said and realized that she was right. Misty, can you help me plan this date so that it's just 2 friends having fun and not a couple? May asked. Misty smiled. Sure, May, but we'll need it to look like a real date in case anyone see you, don't we? Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. May said, rubbing the back of her head. Misty giggled slightly and linked her arm with May's. Come on, we've got some planning to do. Misty said, pulling May to the gym leader's side of the battlefield in case any more challengers came in. Gary could tell that something was bothering Ash as they walked to the Pokémon Center. Usually he would be talking about the battle, but Ash was strangely quiet. Ash, you alright? Looks like something's bothering you. Gary said, looking at his old rival. Ash opened his mouth to reply, but nothing was said. It's about this date, isn't it? Yeah. Ash said quietly. Well, what's wrong? I don't know what to do, I've never been on a date before. After the contest in Rhoda I took May to the party afterwards, but this is different, isn't it? I don't want to let her down. Wow, Gary thought, Ash has been hit hard and he doesn't even know it. Listen Ash, I know what you're feeling. My first date I felt the same. I was really scared about disappointing the girl, but Grandpa gave me some advice. He said, you just need to try to stay calm and be yourself. Don't think of it as a date, treat it like any other day and you'll be fine. He was right, I just acted the way I usually did and the date went fine. Gary, you're leaving something out. Ash said. No, I'm not. Gary replied, walking a little quicker. Gary, we've known each other since we were kids. I can tell when you're not telling me something now. I never used to, but I can now, so what are you not saying? Gary sighed in defeat. She slapped me after I kissed her. Why'd she do that? I may have asked if her sister was as good as kissing as she was. Ash stared at his friend before he smirked. The smirk changed into a grin and then he started to laugh. I couldn't stop myself, it just came out. Gary said. Ash spent the next couple of minutes trying to stop laughing while Gary glared at him. Ash was still dense when it came to girls and romance because of the movies his mom had made him watch while he was at home. Even he knew that you don't say something like that. Who was she? Ash asked once he had stopped laughing. Gary mumbled something under his breath. I didn't hear that. Speak up, Gary. Leaf. Gary said quietly. Leaf. Now I know why she hates you so much. She's hated you for years. When did all this happen? Just before we left on our journeys. Ash and Gary walked a little further in silence when Ash spoke again. Wasn't her sister like 20 or something? She was 19. Gary answered, what can I say, back then I liked older girls. Now they need to be closer to our age. Ash, take my advice, be yourself on this date, you won't disappoint me. There was a minute of silence before Gary spoke again, grinning, and don't mention her sister. She hasn't got a sister. Ash said, returning the grin. Alright then, don't mention her mom. Why would I do that? Wait, did you? Gary nodded. Helena Gray. Every now and then my chin still hurts. He said, rubbing his chin. Helena from down the street? Yeah, that's her. She's got a powerful right hook, nearly knocked one of my teeth out. At this point neither one could hold their laughter anymore and they laughed all the way to the Pokémon Center. After his Pokémon had been healed, Ash sent Sceptile, Samurott, Jolteon and Zorua back to the lab and asked for Sandshrew, Grim, Pikachu's Pokeball and Crocodile. Ash wanted to start training his new Pokémon and Meowth. His plan was to have Crocodile help train Sandshrew and teach him some new moves, Pikachu could help Meowth and Lucario would train with Grim. Collecting his Pokeballs and Misties, he thanked Nurse Joy and waited for Gary to finish collecting his things. When Gary appeared he had his bag on his back. I thought you were only going to get a couple of things. Ash said. I thought about it and after I've talked to Misty I'm going to start making my way back to Pallet Town. I should get to Mount Moon before nightfall. Gary replied. Ash nodded and together they started making their way back to the gym. Ash didn't notice the looks he was getting from the girls that they passed, but Gary did and felt a pang of envy when he realized that all the looks were being given to Ash. Ash has absolutely no idea this is happening. He is the luckiest guy alive. Or the unluckiest given he's not noticing. Gary shook his head and smiled when a pretty girl walked up to them. He saw a group of girls watching them and realized that this girl must have been part of that group. Hi, she said, looking at Ash and completely ignoring Gary. I'm Jenny. What's your name, handsome? I'm Ash. And I'm Gary. That's nice. She said, waving Gary off. So Ash, what are you doing in Cerulean City? I came to get the Cascade badge. You're a trainer, can I come and watch your match, please? Jenny said, putting her hand on Ash's arm and giving him puppy dog eyes. Sorry, but I've already had my battle and won the badge. Jenny stepped back a little in shock. You beat Misty. Did you battle her Gyarados? Yeah, Misty's an old friend of mine and I did battle her Gyarados. It was a close call but I beat her. Wow, you must be really strong. Want to go out sometime? Ash was about to reply when Gary grabbed his arm and pulled him to one side. Excuse us, he said, leaving Jenny by herself. What did you do that for, Gary? Arceus, you're dense. Gary sighed. That girl was flirting with you. Flirting? Why? Gary was nearly pulling his hair out at this point. Because she thinks you cute. What do I do? Ash asked. If it was me I'd go out with her, but you're playing the part of May's boyfriend, so you tell her you already have a girlfriend. Gary said, then tell her I'm single. Okay. Ash said and was about to walk back to Jenny when Gary stopped him again. Don't tell May about this. Why not? Has any girl talked to you like that when May was around? Gary asked. Ash remembered what had happened in the coordinator's room back in Rhoda between May and Ursula and nodded. May got angry, right? Ash nodded again. That's why if you tell her then she'll get angry, and because the girl isn't around she'll take it out on you. Ash paled as he remembered the power of the emotions he had felt coming from May that day. Thanks for the warning and the help, Ash said as he walked back to Jenny with Gary walking slightly behind him. So are we going out or what? Jenny asked with a giggle. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend, Ash said, but my friend Gary is single. Gary smiled at her. Jenny looked at him and then back at Ash. Where's your girlfriend? She's back at the gym with Misty. I'm on my way back there now if you want to meet her. Gary facepalmed. Her name's May, she's a Pokémon coordinator. Jenny smiled seductively at Ash as she stood very close to him. She leaned forward and lifted herself up onto her toes, moving her mouth close to his ear. Why not leave her and come with me, she whispered in his ear. Ash took a couple of steps back and fixed Jenny with a steely gaze. May is my girlfriend and I care for her more than you could ever know. I'm never going to leave her. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and see her now. Ash turned and started walking to the gym with Gary and Jenny staring at him. Ash says that and still doesn't know what he's feeling, Gary thought. How dense is he? Gary shook head and walked after Ash, leaving a bewildered Jenny on her own. Ash, where did that come from? Gary asked when he had caught up to Ash. I don't know, it just came out when she said leave May. Ash replied. Gary could hear a slight note of fear in Ash's voice. He realized that something like this must have happened before, and because Ash didn't know where this was coming from or why it was scaring him. Do worry about it, Ash, it's just the fact that you want to protect May is making you say things like that. You probably heard it in a film or something. Gary said to try and help Ash calm down. Yeah, you're probably right. Whenever I was home my mom made me watch romance films with her. They walked in an uncomfortable silence for a bit until Gary decided to try and make it less awkward. How are you going to train your new Pokémon? He asked, and after that they spent the rest of the walk comparing thoughts on training methods. Right, so we've got everything planned for the date. Misty said, the only thing left is to let Ash know. Let me know what? Misty and May turned to see Ash and Gary walking towards them. May smiled seeing Ash and walked over to meet him. Hi Ash. We were just saying that we needed to tell you what we've planned for tonight. May said nervously. What are we doing? Ash asked. I was thinking we could go to a movie and then get something to eat. Just treat it as a night out with a friend. We'll have to make it look like a real date though. May started to blush slightly. How do we do that? Ash asked quietly. Well, that will need to look like a couple, so hold hands or you could put your arm around me. May was slowly turning bright red and Ash was as well, and maybe go for a walk after we eat. Oh, okay. Ash said. Misty, is it okay if I use one of the gym's other pools to do some training? He asked quickly. Yeah, sure, you can. Misty said, looking confused and a little angry when she saw the hurt look on May's face. Thanks Misty, come on guys, we've got some training to do. Ash called to Pikachu, Meowth and Lucario before running to start his training. The Pokémon looked at each other before following him. May watched Ash go and felt tears starting to fill her eyes. Just before she started to cry she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning round she saw Gary standing by her and noticed that he had a hand on Misty's shoulder as well. Don't be mad at Ash, he said, and don't be upset either. Why not? He's hurt May's feelings and run off like it was nothing. Misty said angrily. Because he's scared. Why is he scared? May asked. He doesn't know what to do on a date, he's scared of disappointing you. Ash is the densest person I know, but he's starting to understand that there's more to life than Pokémon. And I'm not at that stage yet. I know that he didn't mean to hurt you, just give him a little space and he'll be fine. When you're on the date just try and keep him calm. If you do that then everything will be alright. Thanks Gary. Ash told you about our situation, didn't he? May said, drying her eyes. Yeah, he did. After the battle yesterday. When we went to the Pokémon Center he told me about not wanting to disappoint you and that after your contest in Rota you went to a party together. May blushed again, and from your reaction I can tell that he left something out. What happened after the party? He told me that you danced together and left it there. May blushed even more and then told Gary about what nearly happened in the gardens. Wow, never thought that would have happened. What stopped you? Gary asked. One of the other coordinators came over and interrupted. Why not try again? Ash isn't the only one who's scared. What do you mean by that? Before we went to Rota, Team Rocket attacked us. They kidnapped me and told Ash that if he wanted to see me again he had to give them Pikachu. That's how Meowth joined Ash. He didn't like the fact that they were willing to hurt me to get Pikachu. Meowth led Ash to where they had me and Ash fought them. He got hurt. Arbok and Seviper bit him and injected him with their venom but Ash still saved me and sent them blasting off. After that he collapsed and was unconscious for a few days. Seeing Ash like that because of me it that I can't put him in that position again. If I tell him then he'll either leave me or put himself in even more danger. I can't do that to him. I care about him too much to let him be hurt because of me so I'm not going to say anything. I'm trying to hold my feelings back but it's hard. May couldn't continue as tears began to fall. Misty hugged her and Gary put his hand back on her shoulder. Misty was about to talk to May, to try and help her when the door of the gym flew open. Where's the gym leader? I'm here for my badge. Misty, Gary, and May turned around to see a 10-year-old boy standing in the doorway with a cocky grin on his face. I'm the gym leader. Misty said feeling slightly angry about this kid interrupting their conversation. You. This will be easy you're just a girl. The boy said. A vein throbbed on Misty's forehead. Gary, do you have my Pokemon or has Ash got them? Gary held out the Pokeballs knowing that this kid was in a world of trouble. Gary's eyes widened when he saw which Pokeball Misty took from him. Alright then kid, let's see what you can do. 3-on-3 battle, only you're allowed. To SWCH Pokemon alright. Misty said as she walked to her side of the pool. Gary stood on the referee's podium. Trainers, send out your first Pokemon. He said. I'm taking you down, the kid said, go Paras. Misty flinched when she saw the bug type but kept her composure. This won't take long. Go Gyarados. May was going to watch the battle when she felt Glacian rub against her leg. Looking down at her Pokemon she saw that Glacian wanted her to follow. May walked after Glacian until she noticed where they were going. They stopped just outside the room where Ash was training. May saw that most of the Pokemon were training except for Pikachu and Meowth. They were stood in front of Ash who was sitting on a bench. I messed up there, didn't I? She heard Ash say. Pikachu nodded. Yeah, you did, Ash. Meowth said, before we followed you it looked like May was going to cry. Ash dropped his head into his hands. I need to do something to make up for it, don't I? Meowth nodded. You need to take your mind off it, let's do some training and think about it later. The cat Pokemon said. Ash nodded and took out his Pokédex. Let's see what moves you've got. Ash said. Spearow is unable to battle, the challenger is out of usable Pokemon. The winner of the match is Misty and Gyarados. Gary said as the boy returned his Pokemon. He turned and walked out of the gym without saying a word. Misty was going to go after him but Gary stopped her. Leave him, he need to work this out on his own. Misty nodded and then they started to talk about Gary's research. May backed away from the door and smiled a little. She walked to the room she was staying in and started to look through her clothes to see what she could wear for their date. May scratched her head and realized that she was still wearing Ash's hat. She lifted it from her head and looked at it. It was the hat Ash wore in Hoenn and Kanto when he competed in the Battle Frontier. May smiled as the memories of their time traveling together flooded into her mind. She gently put the hat on her pillow and started to sing to herself as she continued to look through her clothes. Meowth, the scratch cat Pokemon, adoring round and shiny objects. Meowth wander the streets at night looking for loose change. Withdrawing their claws allows Meowth to slink around silently without leaving footprints. Move known: Scratch, Fury Swipes, Slash and Thunderbolt. You know Thunderbolt? Ash asked, looking at Meowth. I do. You didn't know. Pikachu can help you work out how to use it, but how did you learn it in the first place? I must have learned it by being blasted off so much. What do you mean? The amount of thunderbolts I've been hit with, I must have started to absorb the energy until I learnt how to use it, without knowing. Alright, Meowth, you and Pikachu find a spot to work on Thunderbolt while I go and see how the other are getting on. The Pokémon nodded and went to train. Ash stood up and went over to Crocodile and Sandshrew. He saw that Crocodile had Sandshrew working on his agility by firing weak attacks at him. Ash watched them for a while and gave them some tips on where they might need some improvement, and encouraging them, he then walked over to see Lucario and Grim. They were working on increasing Absol's speed and strength by running laps around the pool while pulling some of the weights Ash found in the room. They weren't overly heavy weights, but there were enough to give Grim a challenge. Ash ran with them for a while, once again giving tips on where to improve and encouragement. When Ash looked at the clock, he realized that he had been training for a couple of hours and told the Pokémon to stop. Ash was about to go tell everyone he would start making some food when Meowth and Pikachu walked up to him smiling, just before he walked out of the door. I've got it. Meowth said happily, I can use Thunderbolt. It needs a little work though. That's great, Meowth, let's see it. Try and hit this weight. Ash said, pointing to a weight next to him. Meowth nodded and took a few steps back. He closed his eyes. Electricity started to crackle around his body. After a few seconds he managed to fire a thunderbolt, but his aim was off and it flew towards the door, just as May was about to enter the room. Hey Ash, can we tie a hitch? May screamed as she saw the attack coming towards her. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut and waited to feel the attack hit, but it never did. Through her closed eyes she could still see the light from the attack. After it had died, she slowly opened her eyes and saw that Ash was standing in front of her, smoke slowly rising from his shoulders. He had jumped in front of the attack. He had taken the hit for her. Ash coughed and dropped down onto one knee. May knelt down next to him. Ash, are you alright? She asked frantically as she could see some of the electricity still sparking around him. Meowth and Pikachu ran up to Ash. Pikachu immediately tried to absorb some of the electricity and Meowth wore a look of shame. May, what's wrong? Why did you scream? Misty said as she and Gary came into the room. What happened? I don't know, I came in to talk to Ash and I saw a thunderbolt coming towards me. I closed my eyes and when I opened them Ash was in front of me. He jumped in front of the attack. He was hurt again because of me. Where did the attack come from? Pikachu wouldn't do something like that. It was me, Meowth said. Ash scanned me with his Pokédex and it said I knew Thunderbolt, so Pikachu was helping me learn how to use it. I finally learned how and Ash wanted me to show him, but I need to work on by aim. Meowth turned to look at Ash. I'm sorry Ash, I didn't meant to hurt you or anyone else. Ash coughed again and looked at Meowth. It's alright Meowth, we can work on your aim and you should be proud that was nearly as strong as Pikachu's. He said, making Meowth smile a little. Like what was all the noise for? Misty turned around and saw that her sister were walking into the room. When they saw Ash on the floor they ran over to him, surrounding him and pushing everyone else out of the way. What happened to you Ashy? Asked Daisy as she pulled Ash's face into her chest. Don't worry, we'll look after you, said Violet, taking Ash from Daisy and pulling him into her own chest. We'll take you to your room so you can rest, Lily said as she followed her sister's action and pulled Ash into her chest. May fumed and pushed them all out of the way. You aren't taking him anywhere. Lucario, can you help me get Ash out of here? May said. Lucario nodded and looked to Crocodile, gesturing for him to help. Lucario got one side of Ash and Crocodile got the other. They both put one of Ash's arms over their shoulders and lifted him to his feet, then slowly started to walk him to his room. May and the rest of Ash's Pokémon followed them out. Misty's sisters were about to follow when Pikachu turned and glared at them. His cheeks sparked a little. They were about to walk past when Misty stopped them. I wouldn't do that if I were you. she said. Like why not? Asked Violet. Because even though Pikachu is small and cute, he's still strong enough to take down Gyarados in a few minutes. Without using his electric attacks. Misty's sisters took a step back and looked at Pikachu with a mixture of awe and fear. Pikachu sparked his cheeks a bit more, then turned and left the room. May opened the door and walked into the room, closely followed by Lucario and Crocodile, who were still carrying Ash. May, I'm fine. After being shocked by Pikachu so much, I think I might have turned into a ground type. Ash started to laugh, but it soon turned into a cough. It's been a while since Pikachu last shocked me, so I guess it's hit me a little harder. May turned to the Pokémon. Can you put Ash on the bed, please? They did as May asked and lower Ash onto the bed. May then turned to look at Ash. Why? Why what? Ash asked. Why did you jump in front of the attack? Lucario gestured to Crocodile and they both left the room. You would have been hurt. Ash said as if it was obvious, I promised your parents that I wouldn't let you get hurt and I meant it. But you keep getting hurt because of me. First Team Rocket, then in Rhoda you sent Lucario to protect me during the contest, you told all the Pokémon to keep me safe when Mew attacked, and now you jumped in front of a Thunderbolt. I can't take seeing you get hurt because of me. If you keep doing it, then I don't think we should travel together anymore. Ash stared at May and could see tears in the corners of her eyes. He slowly raised himself onto his elbows. May, sit down. May sat on the bed by Ash. I don't want to stop traveling with you. I don't want to see you get hurt. You're my best friend and I will do whatever I have to keep you safe. The same goes for Misty, Gary, Brock, everyone I've met, everyone I care about. I'll do anything I need to if it means keeping them safe. Ash put his hand on May's cheek and brushed away a tear with his thumb. Don't cry, I'll be alright. See, I'm fine. Ash said, waving his arm around and pulling a couple of faces, making May giggle. She gave Ash a quick hug and got off the bed. You get some rest, I'll bring you some food in a little while, then if you feel up to it we'll go out tonight. If you still want to. Okay May, I will, and if you still want to go out then I'm okay with that. Ash said with a smile. May returned the smile. It'll be fun. We can talk later about which movie we want to see. Now rest, I'll see you later. May turned and walked out of the room, leaving Ash alone with his thoughts. Why did I touch May's face? He'd done it on impulse, wanting to get rid of May's tears. Ash lay back on the bed, resting his head of the pillow, and shook the thought from his head and turning them to how his Pokémon had done during their training. May came back to the room after half an hour to give Ash some food and saw that he had drifted off to sleep, so she left the food on the bedside table and left the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 12. First Date. May was walking through the Cerulean City gym on her way to check on Ash. It had been a couple of hours since she found him asleep and left the food in his room. May was carrying Ash's hat in her hands. She wanted to give it back to him and ask why it was his favorite. As she approached his door she smiled at Gary. She had asked him to keep an eye on Ash as she didn't trust Misty's sisters. Gary was sat on the floor next to the door working on his laptop. He looked up when he heard her footsteps. Hi Gary, is he still asleep? She said. Hi May, I think so, I've not heard anything from inside. Gary replied. Thanks for looking out for him. No problem. He's a little freaked out about how Misty's sisters are acting around him and other girls. Gary said, muttering the last 3 words under his breath. Do you want me to give you some privacy while you're in there? May's face turned bright red, her mouth dropped open in shock and she started to get angry when Gary asked that. Gary realized what he had said and quickly rephrased what he meant. I mean to you to talk with him privately, or do you want me to keep watch? May calmed down a little at that but was still bright red. It's okay, you can go if you want. May said. Gary got off the floor and started to walk away. He turned back just before May walked through the door. Does Ash know his girlfriend's got a dirty mind? He asked with a teasing grin. May glared at him and was about to chase him when she smiled. Gary was confused by her smile and slowly turned around. The last thing he saw was Misty's mallet flying towards his face. Gary bounced off the wall and fell to the ground. Misty dragged him away smiling at May. May giggled a little then walked into the room slowly closing the door behind her. She walked up to the bed quietly and saw that Ash was still asleep, but knew he'd woken up at some point because the food she had left had been eaten. May smiled when she saw how peaceful Ash looked while he was asleep. She put a hand on his shoulder and gently shook him. 5 more minutes. Ash groaned, as he turned over facing her. May giggled and shook him again, this time a little harder. Ash's eyes flew open as he grabbed her wrist and turned pulling May over him and turning so he was kneeling over her holding her wrists in his hands above her head. Taken by surprise May squealed in fright, as she found herself trapped under Ash's body weight. Even though the sudden shift in position had scared May, the thing that scared her more was how she felt being held like this by Ash. She felt safe and a near overwhelming sense of passion. Ash could see in May's eyes that she was scared by what had happened and he was as well he could have hurt her. Ash was about to get off of her and apologize when he became lost in the glistening sapphires that were her eyes. Not knowing why, he found that he was starting to lean forward towards her lips. May noticed Ash's actions and felt that she should stop him but she didn't want to and became lost in the moment moving her lips to meet his. "May, what's going on?" Misty said as she ran into the room wielding her mallet in defense. When she saw how Ash and May were positioned her face flushed, Misty tightened her grip on her mallet and swung at Ash. "Ash Ketchum, what do you think you're doing?" she yelled. Ash reacting off instinct rolled off the bed taking May with him so she didn't get hit. As he landed on the floor he jumped up standing over May in a defensive stance ready to fight. "Misty, what are you doing? You could have hit May!" Ash yelled. Misty lowered her mallet but kept it pointed at Ash. "What were you doing on top of May?" Misty said angrily. "I reacted. When I was doing my aura training Riley would test my reaction at random times. When May shook me my reactions took over and I trained to get on top of whoever was shaking me. Then you came in and attacked me. What did you think I was doing?" "Well I thought you were hurting May," Misty said as she turned a brighter shade of red. "Why would I hurt May? She's my friend." Ash relaxed his stance offered May his hand, she took it and Ash helped her off of the floor. "I don't know but that's what it looked like. Just calm down both of you, it was my fault I shouldn't have woken Ash like that. Ash just reacted that's all," May said trying to resolve the situation. Misty put her mallet away, and wherever it is she gets it from, and walked a little further into the room. "Sorry Ash, are you feeling any better now?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm used to being shocked," Ash said with a laugh. Misty and May joined in with the laughter. "So, you alright?" May asked. "I'm fine look," Ash said waking his arms around, "see everything still works." Ash got out of the bed and turned to May. "Sorry for, Ash started, his cheeks tinted slightly red. May blushed and looked at the ground bumping her fingertips together. "That's alright Ash, it's my fault I shouldn't have woken you up like that," she replied. Quietly. Misty smirked at the way they were reacting around each other. She decided to try and ease the situation. "Hey Ash, do you want to see how your Pokémon are getting on with their training?" she said. "What'd mean Misty?" "While you've been resting all you Pokémon have been training non-stop they haven't even eaten their lunch yet. I think they want to show you what they can really do, especially Meowth he's training the hardest." May's had her Pokémon helping out as well, right May? Misty said looking at May. May kept staring at the ground to hide her blush but nodded her head. "Thanks May. Let's go see how they're doing," Ash said rushing out of the room. Misty and May were left looking at the place where Ash was standing seconds before. They both sighed knowing that the only thing that Ash loved more than food was his Pokémon. "You okay May?" Misty asked softly. May lifted her gaze from the floor and looked at the gym leader. Misty was able to see the blush that covered May's face. "I'm fine, it's just..." May started shyly. "It's okay May, you don't have to say it I know what you mean. You got lost in the moment didn't you?" Misty said. May looked at the floor again and nodded. Misty put a hand on May's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. Just give it time, he'll come around. I know he likes you, he just need time to realize it. Come on, let's go see the Pokémon. May nodded again before crouching down to pick up Ash's hat, and then both May and Misty followed Ash to the room the Pokémon were training in. Ash stood in the doorway of the room his Pokémon were training in, and he was amazed at what he saw. Meowth was still practicing his aim with Crocodile as the target. Lucario and Blaziken were helping Mawile increase her strength and stamina. Pikachu was busy teaching Iron Tail to Sandshrew, and Grim and the other Pokémon were working helping out where they could. Ash saw the bowls of food still full sitting at the edge of the room. Ash smiled when he saw a familiar yellow Pokémon holding their head in the middle of the room. Psyduck was trying to help out where possible by moving swimming floats around the room for the other to use as targets to practice what they were learning. Ash took a step into the room and was tackled by a yellow blur. Pikapi. Ash was knocked a couple of steps backwards before he regained his balance and walked into the room. It's good to see you to Pikachu. He said. All the Pokémon in the room stopped what they were doing and looked at Ash. I'm okay guys, Misty and May told me you've been training hard and haven't eaten your lunch yet, so take a break. The Pokémon nodded and did as Ash said. Stopping their training, they walked over to the bowls and started to eat. Pikachu stayed in Ash's arms, settling himself against his brother's chest. Hey Ash. Ash turned around to see Meowth stood behind him. I'm sorry about what happened. You've done a lot for me and all I've done is let you down, and now I've hurt you. If you want to turn me over to Officer Jenny, I'll understand. Meowth said while wearing a look of shame. Keeping hold of Pikachu, Ash knelt down to Meowth's level. Meowth, you've got no reason to be sorry. When we were in Rhoda you saved me from a fire blast. I'm not going to turn you into Officer Jenny. I meant what I said before. All you need to do is work on your aim and you're close to Pikachu's level power-wise. Yeah, about that, the last few times I've used Thunderbolt it's not as strong as it was before. I think it's because of the amount of Thunderbolts I've taken over the years. The electricity had built up, now I've used that power, I'm down to my normal power level. Meowth said. That's alright, we can work on it, you'll have it down in no time and then we can work on the power. If you want to. Yeah, I want to, but I really am sorry about what happened. Ash put a hand on Meowth's shoulder and smiled. Come on, let's work on that Thunderbolt. Ash said. He then stood up and walked over to Psyduck. Hey Psyduck, long time no see. The duck Pokémon looked at Ash blankly. Don't you remember me, Psyduck? Ash asked. He won't remember you, Ash. Ash turned around and saw Misty and May entering the room. That's not the Psyduck you know, Misty said, this is. Misty took a Pokeball from her belt pocket and threw it into the air. The ball opened and released a bright white light. When the light coalesced, Ash was shocked. Golduck. Standing in front of Ash was a blue duck-like Pokémon with webbed hands and feet, a small round red jewel set in his forehead. Psyduck evolved. Ash said in surprise. Misty nodded. That's right. Not long after you left on your solo journey, I was in the middle of a gym battle with a really powerful trainer. I was about to send Gyarados out onto the field and Psyduck jumped out of his ball. I thought that the battle was over then. I tried to call Psyduck back so he wouldn't get hurt, but he kept running around so the beam kept missing. The trainer hit him with a hyper beam, knocking him into the water. After a few seconds he didn't surface and I was about to dive in to get him out when the water started glowing, then he reappeared as Golduck. I asked him if he wanted to continue, he said yes and we won the battle. Since then he's been one of my strongest battlers. Then where did you get this Psyduck? Ash asked. Misty laughed nervously before answering. Haha, I sort of caught her the same way I caught Golduck. I was doing some training just outside of the city about a year ago and a ball must have fell out of my bag. When we stopped for a break I saw Psyduck walking towards it and peck it. She was SCKED inside it and that's that. She's not much more of a battler than Golduck was, but at least she knows how to swim. Golduck's sweat dropped. Misty saw him and smiled. Sorry, but you know it's true. Golduck smiled back and gave her a thumbs up. Ash laughed and then introduced himself to Psyduck and was about to start training when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning round he saw May stood behind him shaking her head. "Oh no you don't," she said, "you've been asleep for most of the afternoon and you need to, get ready." "Get ready? For what?" Ash asked in a confused tone. May paused slightly before speaking, gathering her nerves. "For our, date," she replied quietly. "Oh yeah," Ash said sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, "I forgot about that." "What do I need to do?" "All you need to do is dress up a little, put a shirt on, stuff like that. Oh, and you need to be ready in a couple of hours, so no training. I know that you lose track of time when you train. See you in a couple of hours, I'm going to get ready." "Now?" "You said we've got a couple of hours. Ash, you should know by now that it takes a girl time to get ready. Especially for their first date." May thought to herself as she turned and walked to leave the room, a light blush caressing her cheeks. "One last thing Ash," she said without turning round, "you can't wear your hat." May left the room with Ash watching her retreating form. Misty followed behind her after noticing the way Ash watched May leave. Glacian followed May out of the room after taking one last look at Pikachu. Ash stayed where he was for a minute until a small shock from Pikachu brought him back to reality. He turned to all the Pokémon. "Everyone, that's enough training for today, get some rest." Ash returned his Crocodile, Sandshrew, and Grim before he left the room with Pikachu on his shoulder and Meowth walking with Lucario behind him. "So Ash, where are we going?" Meowth asked. Ash didn't answer, he kept walking but closed his eyes and concentrated his aura. After a minute he opened his eyes and started to walk a little faster until he came to a door. Ash opened the door and found Gary propped up against a water filtering tank. Kneeling down, Ash could see the imprint of Misty's mallet on Gary's face. Shaking Gary awake, Ash helped him up. "Hey, Ash," Gary said groggily, "what happened?" "Last thing I remember is getting my first Pokémon from Grandpa." "Why do you look old?" Ash held his hand behind Gary's head and let his aura pool in it. Once his hand was glowing blue, he put in on the back of Gary's head and concentrated. After a couple of minutes Ash took his hand away and leaned against the tank, sweat slowly trickling down his face. Gary shook his head and looked at Ash. "You alright, Ash? You look like you've just ran a marathon, twice," he asked. Ash nodded his head, too tired to speak. While Ash couldn't heal serious injuries like Riley did with his shoulders, Ash was able to heal smaller ones, cuts and bruises mostly, but he could also heal concussions, though it took a lot of his energy to do so. Lucario walked up to Ash and placed a paw on Ash's chest and used Heal Pulse. When the light from Heal Pulse died down, Ash was feeling a lot better. He turned to Gary and was about to talk to him when he started to laugh. "What's so funny, Ash?" Gary asked. Ash couldn't stop laughing and simply pointed at Gary's face. Gary turned, looking into the reflective surface of the filtration tank, and saw why Ash was laughing. His face was covered with a large red circular mark from Misty's mallet. "El Lucario, you use Heal Pulse on Gary." Ash laughed. The aura Pokémon did as he was asked, and soon the red mark on Gary's face was gone. It took Ash a minute to stop laughing and he turned to Gary. "Gary, I need help," he said. "I need to get ready for this thing with May and I don't know what to do." "Alright, I'll help," Gary said, seeing the desperation in Ash's eyes and also seeing an opportunity to help his friends realize his feelings. "What are you doing on the date?" May said something about a movie, dinner, and then maybe a walk. She said I need to dress up a little and wear a shirt. She's not letting me wear my hat either. "Right, I know what you'll need to wear, that won't take long. First we need to get you prepared for what you need to do." "What I need to do? What did you mean by that?" "Ashy boy, you're going to make this the best date May's ever had." Gary put his arm over Ash's shoulders and started to tell him the sort of things he would need to know. Ash paled slightly when Gary mentioned the kiss at the end of a date, but soon recovered when Gary told him that was what happened on normal date but didn't have to happen on his. When they got to Ash's room they went inside so Gary could help Ash pick the clothes he'd need. May was standing in Misty's room with the clothes from her bag all over Misty's bed, and now she was searching Misty's closet for something to wear. As soon as she had left the Ash alone in the room she started to stress about the date. Misty was trying her best to calm May down but having little success. Glacian would have helped but she was currently buried under a pile of Misty's dresses. "What am I going to wear?" May said. "May, calm down," Misty said, "take a deep breath and relax. We've still got time to find something." Misty pulled May away from the closet and sat her on the bed. "You sit there and try on whatever I give you." May nodded and waited. She was really nervous about the date. She knew it wasn't meant to be a real date, even though she wanted it to be. Misty had closed the gym for the rest of the day when she saw how agitated May was getting about the date. May sat on the bed. Hundreds of different scenarios flooded her mind. She saw ones where Ash returned her affections, ones where Drew appeared and took her away from Ash by force, ones where Ash walked off with someone else, and every other possible outcome. She was snapped out of her trance when a blouse landed over her head. "May, try that on with these," Misty said. May took the blouse off her head just in time to see a pair of jeans flying towards her. "Right, now that you know what you're wearing, I'll tell you what you need to do," Gary said as he looked at Ash. "I thought it would have taken longer to choose the clothes," Ash replied. "It took longer than I thought it would. You really need to get some new clothes, Ash. A guy doesn't need more than 5 minutes to pick their clothes for a date unless it's a fancy one." "Fancy one?" "Yeah, like going to a posh restaurant or a wedding, stuff like that. Then you need to take a little longer to pick what you're wearing cause you need to look your best. Anyway, first thing you need to do is give May some flowers, preferably roses." "No, not roses. May doesn't like them," Ash said. Gary's eyebrow rose when he heard the confidence in Ash's voice. "Really, I would have thought she'd love roses. What flowers does she like?" Gary asked. Ash shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, should I ask her?" "No, you need to surprise her with the flowers." "Surprise her? Why? Do you like seeing her smile?" "Yeah," Ash said uneasily as he felt his face heat up. "Then give her the flowers. She'll smile, trust me." "Okay, but what sort?" "Your mom's the gardener, so think about May, how she acts, what she's like, what she likes. Then think about what type of flowers she'd like." Ash was quiet for nearly 5 minutes before he spoke. "What about tulips?" "Your date, your choice." "I'll get her tulips." "No, I'll get her the flowers later when you're getting changed. There's other stuff you need to know first." "Like what?" "Like you need to." An hour later, both May and Ash were getting themselves ready for their date. Misty was waiting to help May with her hair after she got out of the shower, and Gary had gone to get Ash flour for May and something to make it a special evening. Misty saw Gary walking down the corridor with the flowers in hand. "Is he going to go through with your idea?" Misty asked. "Yeah, just went to get what he needs. Arceus helped them, but it's all up to Ash now," Gary replied as he walked past, giving Misty a high five. When they found out about the bet, they decided to use it to help Ash realize his feelings for May and for May to confess how she felt. Half an hour later and Ash was ready. He was waiting by the doors of the gym for May to finish getting ready. His hand was behind him back so May wouldn't see the flowers. He could feel his heart racing as the seconds ticked by. Ash had been trying to use the calming exercises that he used while meditating on his aura, but nothing was working. Gary put a reassuring hand on Ash's shoulder to try and help calm him. Ash had left Pikachu, Meowth, and Lucario in his room and told them to listen to Misty while he was gone. Lucario had only agreed to stay if Ash took his other Pokémon with him and call for help through his aura if he got into trouble, no matter how big or small. "Remember what I said, just be yourself and you'll be fine," Gary said. "Oh, and don't mention her sister or her mom," he added with a grin. Ash laughed a little and managed to calm himself down a bit. A couple of minutes passed when he heard footsteps coming towards him. Ash looked in that direction and saw Misty walking down the corridor. Ash was about to ask where May was when Misty moved to the side and he saw May walking behind her. May was wearing a red blouse, dark blue jeans and her blue trainers. She had a dark red handbag on her shoulder. She was carrying a blue jacket and Ash noticed that she was wearing his hat. "Hey Ash, ready to go?" she asked, as she looked over what Ash had on. Ash was wearing his jeans and a black short-sleeved shirt with the first button undone. His shirt showed off some of his muscles. He was also wearing his trainer and his leather jacket. May noticed that he had tried to comb his hair but had little success as it made his hair look even more wild than usual, although she thought it looked good on him. Gary nudged Ash and pointed to the hand May couldn't see. Ash nodded and brought his hand from behind his back, revealing a small bunch of light blue tulips. It was only at that point that Ash realized that the color of the tulips matched the color of May's eyes. May's eyes lit up when she saw the flowers. She smiled and took them from Ash. I guess Gary was right, she did smile. Ash thought. Oh Ash, you didn't need to. How did you know that tulips are my favorite? She said as she smelt the flowers. Lucky guess. Ash replied. Misty took the flower from May, telling her that she'd put them in some water. On impulse Ash pulled one tulip from the bunch, cut the stalk short and placed it in May's hair, just above her ear. Gary and Misty were shocked seeing Ash do this, and May started to blush. Why'd you do that, Ash? She asked. I don't know, I just thought it would look good on you. If you don't like it, I'll take it out. Ash said, reaching for the tulip. No, I do like it, May said, pulling away from Ash's hand. I just wondered why you did it. May could feel the looks that were coming from Gary and Misty. Come on Ash, let's go, otherwise we'll miss the movie. May linked her arm with Ash's and together they walked out of the door. Once they were out of sight, Gary and Misty turned to face each other and grinned. I think we did it. Gary said, holding his hand out to Misty. Yeah, I think we did. Misty said back, shaking Gary's hand. As they shook hands on a job well done, neither of them noticed the slight blush on the other cheeks. So what movie are we going to see, May? Ash asked once they left the gym. There were two movies I thought we might go and see. One is Spiritomb Away and the other is Sleepless in Saffron. Which one do you want to see most? Well, Sleepless in Saffron, but you probably won't like that one. Why not? It's more for girls than guys. I don't mind. I still owe you for saving me from that flamethrower in Rhoda, so we'll see that movie and I'll pay. Misty's sisters said they'd pay for it. It was part of the bet. I talked to them and told them not to. I said that I wanted to treat you to a night out. May turned her face away from Ash to hide her blush. Ash and May walked in silence till they reached the movie theater. They went inside to book their tickets but were told that the movie would be delayed for about an hour, as during the previous screening a group of people had started a food fight and it would take time to clean up. Ash bought the tickets and picked up a brochure of movies that were coming soon. On the front cover was an advert for Kung Fu Pancham. What are we going to do while we're waiting for the movie? Ash asked. There's a bar down the street, let's go get a drink. May suggested. Ash nodded, and they linked arms again as they went to the bar. Ash bought their drinks. He got a Pepsi and May got an iced tea. They sat at a table and started to chat about what they were going to do next. May had heard of a contest being held in Drummond Town which was on their way to Vermilion City. They continued talking, and after a few minutes May saw that a karaoke machine had been set up on the small stage inside the bar. She pointed it out to Ash. Hey Ash, why don't you get up and sing something, she said. Ash looked at her and was about to say no, but when he looked into her eyes he felt his resolve crumble. He sighed. What do you want me to sing? He asked. May thought for a minute before replying. Something with a good beat. She said. I don't know that one, Ash said, smiling. I'll tell them to pick one at random. Ash was about to stand up when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hi Ash, what are you doing here? Asked a female voice. Turning round in his seat, Ash saw a group of girls behind him, and the one with her hand on his shoulder was the girl he'd met earlier in the day. Hi Jenny, I'm just here getting a drink before going to see a movie. He replied. Oh, I love a good movie, mind if I come along? Ash was about to reply and tell her he was out with someone when May interrupted. Ash, who's this? She asked, trying to hold her anger back. She wanted this might to be between the two of them and was annoyed by this girl intruding on their time together. May could see that Jenny's hand was rubbing Ash's shoulder and she was trying to discreetly flaunt her body to Ash, but with Ash being Ash didn't notice. This is Jenny, me and Gary met her this morning when we were coming back from the Pokémon Center. He answered. Who are you? Jenny asked May, finally noticing that Ash wasn't alone at his table. Hi, I'm May, Ash's girlfriend, she said, emphasizing her connection to Ash. Jenny looked over May and sneered, if you don't mind, we're on a date and we'd like to be alone. I think it's Ash's decision, not yours. Both girls looked at Ash for an answer. Ash could feel sweat rolling down his spine under the fierce glare from Jenny and the almost pleading eyes of May. He looked between them and said. Jenny, would you mind leaving us alone? It's been a while since it's just been me and May, we want to spend some time together, so it's just the two of us. May tried to hide her smile but had little success as Jenny took an involuntary step back, her friends covering their mouths in shock. Jenny had never not gotten what she wanted. Being the daughter of Cerulean City's mayor, she always be able to get anything she wanted. You choosing her over me? She said, shocked. Why? I'm better looking, smarter, and I have lots of money. Why are you staying with her? Jenny pointed a finger at May as her voice was getting louder and louder. May was about to start shouting as well when Ash stood up and glared at Jenny. You're not better looking or smarter than May, and I don't care how much money you have. May is my girlfriend and I won't leave her for anyone else. Now please leave us alone so we can enjoy our date. Ash said in a calm and even tone. Maze could feel tears starting to form in the corners of her eyes as they sparkled when she heard Ash's words. How dare you? I will have your gym badge taken away from you. Now leave her and come with me. I am the mayor's daughter, I own this town and I will not be denied. Jenny nearly shouted, drawing the attention of the people at the surrounding tables. You can take my badge away. Ash said, sounding slightly worried. Jenny was about to start shouting again when May interrupted. No, she can't. The Pokémon League rules state that once a gym badge has been rightfully earned, it can only be taken away by a majority ruling from a Pokémon League committee, once they've heard the reasons why the badge is to be revoked. The mayor of the town or city the gym is situated in has no influence in the giving or revoking of a badge. She said. How'd you know that? Jenny asked angrily. I'm the daughter of the Petalburg gym leader. I've learned a lot about being a gym leader from hearing my brother going on about it for the last few years. May replied, now like Ash said, leave us alone so we can enjoy our date. Jenny frowned and stormed off with her friends following her. May turned to Ash, crossing her arms over her chest. How do you know her? She asked angrily. Ash could feel the anger rolling from her with his aura. After the gym battle, when I took my Pokémon to the Pokémon Center on the way back, she came over and started talking to me. Gary said she was flirting with me, but I told her that you were my girlfriend. Then I left and went back to the gym. If you don't believe me, ask Gary. He told me not to say anything because you'd be angry and I didn't want you to feel like that. Ash explained. May stayed quiet for a minute, just staring at Ash before giving him a small smile. It's okay, Ash, I believe you. I just wish you'd told me before now. You can make it up to me by going and singing. May said. Ash smiled in response. He walked up to the stage and spoke to the man by the karaoke machine. My friend has asked me to sing something with a good beat. Can you pick something for me, please? Ash asked. That your friend? The man replied, pointing at May. Ash nodded. Don't worry, kid, I got you covered. Just go to the mic and I'll set it up. The man jerked his thumb in the direction of the microphone. Ash thanked him and walked up to the mic. As the music started playing and the words appeared on the screen, Ash took the microphone from the stand. He then noticed that May had moved from their table and was standing near the edge of the stage waiting for him to start singing. He took a deep breath and relaxed as it came to when he had to start singing. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh, X4. My heart is racing. She puts her hands on mine. I feel them shaking. I look into her eyes. And I tell her that it's gonna be alright. And I'm never ever gonna make you cry. I'll fix your broken heart. I'll make it beat again. I'll never let you down. On me you can depend. And I tell her that will always be this way. Every day she's the one that makes me wanna say. Ash could feel his nerves getting to him. He took the mic from the stand and started to walk around the stage to calm himself. He tried to focus on the music, to become lost in it so that nothing else existed. May could see Ash was nervous and started to regret asking him to sing, but as the song continued she saw that he was starting to relax into it. Ooh oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. You're taking over me. Ooh oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I'm in ecstasy. Ooh oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I just can't believe the love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. The love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. Ash saw that people were starting to look to the stage and a couple of them had started dancing. He decided to put on a little bit of a show and walked up to the edge of the stage. He started to tap his foot and move with the beat. If I close my eyes, I can see your smile. I can hear the laugh. I love and I can't get enough. I can pull you closer in a moment. Just like this. I can stop the world. With only just your kiss. As Ash said the last line his eyes locked with May's, causing both of them to look away and blush. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. You're taking over me. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I'm in joy. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I just can't believe the love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. The love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. Taking over me, X4. Ash kept singing and moving around the stage. A couple of times he made May giggle as he spun on the spot. He was starting to have fun and smiled as he sang. May could see some of the girls in the bar had come closer to the stage to get closer to Ash. She could feel her anger rising. She knew she was jealous, but she had no one to blame except herself because she asked Ash to sing. Touch my skin with your body. Love is taking over me. Touch my skin with your body. Love is taking over me. May blushed again and had to push aside the mental image of holding Ash while in a loving embrace. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. You're taking over me. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I'm in ecstasy. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, oh oh, oh oh, oh oh. I just can't believe the love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. It's taking over me. I'm in joy. I just can't believe the love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. The love, the love, the love. It's taking over me. Ash stopped moving round the stage and slowly walked up the front. He stopped just out of arm's reach from the edge of the stage. Touch my skin with your body. Love is taking over me. Touch my skin with your body. Love is taking over me. As Ash finished the last note, he noticed that everyone in the bar was now looking at the stage, applauding and cheering for him. He saw May in amongst a group of girls who were staring and reaching for him. A wicked glint appeared in Ash's eyes. He walked over to the man by the karaoke machine and spoke to him. No one could hear what he said over the crowd. The man smiled and nodded. He took the mic from Ash. Ladies and gentlemen, please give this young man a round of applause for such an amazing performance. Please sir, take a bow. The man said. Ash shrugged his shoulder and walked to the front of the stage. As he bowed, saw May clapping and reached out to grab her hand. May was shocked and didn't resist when he pulled her onto the stage. Now it's your turn. Ash whispered in her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Ash took the mic from the man and gave it to May. The man quickly selected a song and played it. Ash moved to the side of the stage and watched her. Before the music started playing, May gave Ash a dirty look before turning to the crowd and waiting for the music. A guitar riff started playing, and when the words appeared she started to sing. Guess this means you're sorry. You're standing at my door. Guess this means you take back all you said before. Like how much you wanted anyone but me. Said you'd never come back. But here you are again. May stole a glimpse of Ash as she relaxed into the song. being a coordinator made it easier for May to perform on a stage than Ash. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me. And honestly, my life, would SCK, without you. May was really starting to get into the rhythm of the song. She began to dance around, moving with the beat. Ash could almost feel himself being hypnotized by May's hips as he watched them swaying from side to side. Maybe I was stupid for telling you goodbye. Maybe I was wrong for trying to pick a fight. I know that I've got issues. But you're pretty messed up too. Either way, I found out. I'm nothing without you. During the last line, May looked directly at Ash, hoping that he understood just how much he had influenced her life. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me. And honestly, my life, would SCK, without you. Being with you is so dysfunctional. I really shouldn't miss you. But I can't let you go. Oh, yeah. May walked over to Ash and tried to drag him onto the stage with her, but he resisted and gently took his wrist out of her grasp, so he didn't hurt her. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me. And honestly, my life, would SCK, without you. 'Cause we belong together now, yeah. Forever united here somehow, yeah. You got a piece of me. And honestly, my life, would SCK, without you. While May's singing, Ash notices crowd getting bigger and realizes that crowd had been bigger when he finished singing than when he started. May more at home on stage than Ash, and she dances while singing. When May finished her song, she took a quick bow and saw Ash smiling and clapping for her. The man at the karaoke machine handed Ash another mic and pushed him onto the stage as he started playing another song. May saw the words on the screen first and started the song. It wasn't usually a duet, but it had been sung as one before. There's a fire startin' in my heart. Reachin' a fever pitch and it's bringin' me out the dark. Ash joined in for the next part of the song. He was nervous again, but May took hold of his hand and he started to calm down. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out and I'll lay your ship bare. See how I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart. Reachin' a fever pitch and it's bringin' me out the dark. As Ash sang, he started to notice that he once again felt that warmth in his chest he could always feel now he was around May. He started to wonder what his was, but pushed it aside and focused on the song. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinkin' that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feelin'. May decided to join in with the chorus and a backing vocals track kicked in. We could have had it all, you're gonna wish you never had met me. Rolling in the deep, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. You had my heart inside of your hand, you're gonna wish you never had met me. And you played it to the beat, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. Ash let May take the next part of the song. They weren't dancing with the song, but they were swaying back and forth while holding hands. Both were smiling and could see that a few couples had started dancing slowly to the song. Baby, I have no story to be told. But I heard one on you and it's gonna make your head burn. Think of me in the depths of your despair. Makin' a home down there as mine sure won't be shared. Ash took the lead again, as he started to settle into the song. The scars of your love remind me of us. They keep me thinkin' that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feelin'. We could have had it all, you're gonna wish you never had met me. Rolling in the deep, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. You had my heart inside of your hands, you're gonna wish you never had met me. And you played it with a beatin'. On an impulse, Ash twirled May around, making her giggle and start to blush. Throw your soul through every open door. Count your blessings to find what you look for. Turn my sorrow into treasured gold. You'll pay me back in kind and reap just what you've sown. You're gonna wish you never had met me. Yeah, we could have had it all, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. We could have had it all, you're gonna wish you never had met me. Yeah, it all, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. We could have had it all, you're gonna wish you never had met me. Rolling in the deep, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. You had my heart inside of your hands, you're gonna wish you never had met me. And you played it to the beat, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. You could have had it all, you're gonna wish you never had met me. Rolling in the deep, tears are gonna fall, rolling in the deep. You had my heart inside of your hands, you're gonna wish you never had met me. And you played and you played and you played. And you played it to the beat. The crowd in front of the stage had grown even bigger once they finished singing and were cheering wildly. Ash and May took a bow and walked off the stage. May glanced at a nearby clock and realized what time it was. Ash, if we're going to get to the movie we need to leave now. She said. Ash looked at the clock and nodded. He went to the bar to pay for their drinks when the man from the stage walked up to them. I'm the manager of this place and after a performance like that I can't let you pay for your drinks, they're on the house. Thank you but there's no need to do that, we had fun. Ash said still reaching for his wallet but the man put his hand on Ash's arm stopping him. You've done me a favor by singing here tonight. People were coming in to see who was singing and that's nearly doubled my profit. I heard your girlfriend say you're going to be late for a movie so don't stand here trying to pay for those drinks and go see your movie. Are you sure? Asked May. The man nodded. Ash and May thanked the man and promised him that next time they came to Cerulean City they'd come and sing again. They left the bar and made their way to the movie theater. They made it with time to spare so Ash bought May some popcorn. They then went to find some seats and wait for the movie to start. As the movie started May linked her arm with Ash's and leant against him slightly. Ash was fighting to stay awake during the movie and nearly fell asleep a couple of times. The only thing that stopped him was the fact he didn't want to upset May. He remembered something Gary had told him to do during the movie, to keep May from getting too cold. Ash lifted his arm out of May gently and put it across her shoulders. When May felt Ash moving his arm away from hers she was going to ask if anything was wrong but stopped when he put his arm around her. She just smiled and snuggled closer to him resting her head on his shoulder and blushing slightly. Ash could feel a now familiar warmth in his chest when May moved closer to him and wonder once more what it was. Once the movie ended Ash and May walked to a nearby restaurant to have something to eat. Once they were seated and ordered their food they started talking again. Ash, where did you get Jolteon and Zorua? May asked. I found them both together. Ash replied. I was in Unova for a little while and spending some time in Castelia City. Berg, the gym leader asked me to help him clear out some Venipede that had stayed around since the last time I was there. I was walking round the sewers and found a staircase. I went up and found a small park hidden behind some of the buildings. I was about to go back into the sewers when I saw an Eevee lying on the ground and she looked hurt. I ran over but a dark pole stopped me getting too close. That's when Zorua appeared. He jumped in front of Eevee and asked why I was running at her. Wait, Zorua can talk. May asked. Ash nodded. I'll tell you how I met Zorua the first time later. Now where was I? Oh yeah, I told Zorua who I was and that I only wanted to help Eevee. As I got closer I saw that Zorua was hurt as well. I asked what happened and he said that a group of Grimer and Mook had come out of the sewers and attacked them for the food they had. While I took care of their injuries Zorua told me how he met Eevee after he decided it was time to leave home. It took about an hour to finish tending to their wounds and Eevee woke up not long after that. Zorua told her I only wanted to help and that I healed them. Eevee was still nervous around me but she calmed down a little when I gave her some food. I was about to leave when Zorua tackled me. I was going to ask why he did it but then I saw a sludge attack go flying past. I turned around and saw the group of Grimer and Mook that Zorua had been talking about. Pikachu jumped in front of Eevee and used Iron Tail to stop another attack from hitting her. I released all of the Pokemon I had with me and tried to fend off the attacks. I had Bulbasaur, Gible, Haunter, Kalava, Corphish and Pikachu obviously, they went straight into defending Zorua and Eevee. After a while we'd knocked all of the Grimer out and there was only Mook left. My Pokémon went on the attack and I stayed back making sure that Eevee and Zorua didn't get hurt. Just before Mook was knocked out he sent a sludge bomb at Eevee, dove in between them, grabbed Eevee and took the hit. It knocked me out for a few minutes and when I woke up all the Pokémon were round me and Eevee was curled up on my chest. I healed my Pokémon and spent a bit more time with Eevee and Zorua before it started getting late and I needed to go. As I started to walk away I felt something pull on my leg. I looked down and saw that Eevee was pulling on my jeans. Zorua told me that Eevee wanted to come with me and so did he. I caught both of them and that's it. I found out a few months later that Eevee was the smallest of her litter and had been abandoned. Pikachu looked after her and sort of became her dad, that's why she wanted to evolve into a Jolteon. About a year later we found a Thunderstone and she evolved. Zorua could evolve now if he wanted to, he's strong enough, but he said he's not ready yet. That's a nice story, I'm glad you were able to give them both a home. I have a question though. Why is it that most of your Pokémon choose to come with you instead of you just catching them? May asked. Ash thought for a minute before answering. I don't know, I didn't really notice before now. May's sweat dropped but let it go. The waiter came over with their food and while they ate Ash explained how Samurott had evolved. I was training in the Orange Island and saw that Lorelei was giving a lecture. I waited till it finished and asked her for some advice on how to get the most out of my water and ice types. She offered to give me some training and we spent the next couple of days working with my Pokémon. During that time Oshawott evolved into Duet. That was about 6 months after I left home. He evolved again during a battle in Unova defending an old friend, but that's a story for another time. Since he evolved into a Duet he became more willing to battle and now he'll take on anyone. Ash said. May tried to get Ash to talk more about the battle when Samurott evolved but he wouldn't say anything about it other than they were helping an old friend. May then asked a question that she'd be thinking about since the contest in Pewter City. Ash, why have you been training with the people like Wallace and Lorelei? When I started traveling again, I knew I wanted to train my Pokémon to be the best that they could be, not for me but for themselves. I realized that the best way to do that was to train with the best. I've met most of the Elite Four for the regions I've competed in and I've met the champions as well, so I thought that if I ran into them again I'd ask for their help. They all said yes. Some helped train my Pokémon, others just gave me some advice, but all of the ones I asked helped me in some way. A few of them wanted to see how committed I was to my Pokémon and gave me some tests to complete. Lorelei made me memorize the members of each Elite Four and the champions along with their Pokémon, then recite it back to her 3 times without stopping or making a mistake before she agreed to help me, and Wallace wanted me to show him I could battle in a contest style before he helped. Lance and Cynthia didn't ask me to do anything though, they just got straight to the point and battled me to see where I needed to improve. I didn't manage to beat them when we battled, but I was able to knock out a couple of their Pokémon before the battle ended. Now I take all the advice and experience they've given me and I'm going to win each league I've competed in already, starting here in Kanto. Wow, you really thought about it, didn't you? May said. Ash smiled sadly and looked down at his plate. Yeah, I did. I realized that I'd been making mistakes since I started only taking Pikachu to the different regions and neglecting my other Pokémon, Ash said, sounding ashamed of himself. I'm just glad that my Pokémon forgave me. I made them a promise that I'd never do anything like that again, that I'd keep rotating my team around so that they all get a chance to travel with me. I'm a bad trainer for doing that, I should have known better. Ash stopped when he felt something touch his hand. He looked up and saw it was May's hand. His gaze continued upwards and until he met her eyes, he saw tears in the corners of her eyes and an angry expression on her face. Ash Ketchum, don't you ever say anything like that again, she said angrily. You're not a bad trainer. If you were, I wouldn't be a coordinator, Brock would still be the Pewter City gym leader, Dawn wouldn't be as strong as she is. Everyone who's traveled with you wouldn't be who they are if you were a bad trainer, so don't you dare say that again or you'll have to answer to all of us. Ash could feel the angry rolling off May in waves. He nodded nervously and saw the angry fire in her eyes die down. Now that's sorted, let's finish our meal. Ash could tell he'd messed up. Even though she had calmed down, he felt the anger inside of May through his aura. I'm sorry, May, he said softly. What do you mean, Ash? I know you're still angry. I'm not angry. Yes you are. I can feel it. Feel it? May asked. Ash's eyes glowed blue. That's when May realized that Ash felt her anger through his aura. Oh, I don't mean to be angry, but I don't like hearing you talk down about yourself. You're the greatest trainer I've ever met and I don't want you thinking otherwise. Don't worry May, I'll make it up to you somehow. After that they finished their meal and once Ash paid they went outside. It was dark out and the sky was clear so they could see the full moon and the stars. So what now? Asked May. Ash smiled and took a pokeball from his belt and threw it into the air. In a flash of white light a majestic bird appeared. Pidgeot, he cried into the night sky. Pidgeot circled a couple of times before landing in front of Ash and May. Ash climbed onto the flying type's back and held his hand out towards May. Now we fly. Ash said. May slowly took Ash's hand and climbed onto Pidgeot's back, sitting in front of Ash. Pidgeot, let's go. Pidgeot flapped his wings and quickly took to the skies, flying out from Cerulean City. The sudden takeoff threw May back into Ash's chest, but once Pidgeot had leveled off and was flying smoothly she didn't move, simply enjoying the view and the warmth she could feel from Ash. Ash had his arms resting on Pidgeot's back until May took them and wrapped them around her waist. Why'd you do that? Ash asked. I don't want you to fall off. She said, not looking back at him, hiding her blush. They flew on in silence and watched the night sky twinkling with celestial light. After a while Pidgeot started to slowly drop down for a controlled landing. They had landed in a clearing near Cerulean Cape. Ash thanked Pidgeot and returned him to his Pokeball, telling him to take a rest. May linked her arm around Ash's and rested her head on his shoulder as they walked to the cape. They looked out over the water and watched as the moon's reflection rippled in the small waves. Ash, May said quietly while looking over the water. Yeah May. Ash replied. What do you think of the view? May asked, mentally kicking herself. She had wanted to ask what he thought of her but couldn't bring herself to say it. It's appealing. Ash said, just like you he thought. They walked around in silence enjoying each other's company until Ash spoke again. May, can I ask you something? Sure Ash, you can ask me anything, you know that. Well, I was wondering. Wondering what? Can I have my hat back? He asked with a grin. May hit his arm playfully as she laughed. Don't you think it looks good on me? May asked. May, you look good in anything. Ash said, causing May to blush and look away. You can have it back when we get to the gym. Okay. Ash and May spent a little while longer walking around the cape before deciding that it was time to go back. Ash released Pidgeot from his Pokeball and climbed onto his back before helping May get on. Just before Pidgeot took off, Ash put his arms round May's waist. I don't want to fall off, he said. May just nodded, kept looking forward and leaned back against Ash as they flew into the sky. As Pidgeot turned towards Cerulean City he noticed a school of pink heart-shaped Pokémon leap from the water. The two people on his back however didn't see them as they were staring at the night sky wondering what tomorrow would bring. May watched as the moonlight shone across the landscape and thought that despite the rocky moments this evening had gone well, and even though he didn't know it, the flight was very romantic. She saw a star that twinkled brighter than the rest and made a silent wish that Ash would return her feelings and that they would always be together. Pidgeot landed right in front of the gym and Ash thanked him for all his hard work, as they had stayed up in the air for a while to look at the moon and stars. May took Ash's hat off and placed it on his head. She took a couple of seconds to adjust it before taking a step back to admire her work. Feel better now? She asked. Ash grinned and nodded. Yeah. He replied. May, did you have fun tonight? He asked. Yeah I did you? Yeah, sorry for making you angry. Ash stopped talking when May placed a finger on his lips. Ash, we had a great time together, don't ruin it, she said. May then gave Ash a quick peck on the cheek and walked to the doors of the gym. Ash was about to follow when he saw a small flicker of light from the corner of his eye. He turned to see what it was but couldn't see anything. May noticed that he'd stopped and was peering into the night. What is it Ash? She asked. Ash took on last look into the darkness before turning to May. Nothing, just my imagination, he said and followed May into the gym. Ash went straight to bed while May was interrogated by Misty had waited for them to get back so she could lock the gym's doors. Misty wanted to know every little detail of what happened that evening. She was surprised to hear that Ash had a good singing voice and decided to have a little talk with the mayor about his daughter's attitude. Eventually Misty and May went to sleep, knowing that Ash and May were leaving in the morning and had a long day ahead of them. Gary had left not long after Ash and May went out, wanting to get to Mount Moon before it got too dark. Ash had woken up early again and was doing his usual exercises when he heard the phone ringing. Knowing that May and Misty were still asleep, he ran to answer it. "Hello, Cerulean City Gym," he said, answering the phone and activating the screen. "Ash Ketchum, what haven't you been telling me?" came the familiar and angry voice of Ash's mother through the speaker of the phone. "What are you taking about, Mom? And why are you shouting?" Ash asked. "Explain this," she replied, showing him a copy of Pokémon Trainer magazine. When Ash saw the front cover, his eyes widened. There was a large picture of him and May outside the gym with May kissing his cheek. Underneath was a headline saying, "Princess of Hoenn has found her prince." "Why didn't you tell me that you and May were in a relationship?" she shouted. "I know you're still upset about the letter and everything, but that's no reason to keep this from me." Ash tried to find the volume control on the phone so that no one would wake up. "Ash, what's all the noise?" Ash turned round and saw May stood behind him wearing a large t-shirt and a pair of shorts. The t-shirt was long enough to cover nearly all of the shorts, so it actually looked like May was just wearing the t-shirt. The collar of the t-shirt had slipped to the side, showing one of May's shoulders. She hadn't brushed her hair, which was a perfect example of bedhead. When Ash's mom saw May, she got the completely wrong idea seeing her dressed like that, and Ash sweating slightly from his exercises. "Ash Ketchum, what do you think you're doing? You know I wanted grandchildren, but you need to respect May," Delia said. While Ash looked confused, May realized what she meant and became really embarrassed. "It's not like that, Mrs. Ketchum. I thought Ash told you what's going on," May said before quickly explaining about the favor and how Ash was helping her. "Well, how do you explain the picture?" "What picture?" Delia showed May the magazine. May blushed a bright red and quickly explained that to keep up the appearance of her and Ash being a couple, they went on a date, and to say thank you she gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Okay, I understand now, but I wish you'd told me sooner. Just in case I was asked about it," Delia said, calming down. "May, can I talk to you privately?" "Okay," May said nervously. Ash walked back to the pool to let them talk in peace. "What did you want to talk about? Tell me everything that's happened between the two of you and don't leave anything out." May nodded and quickly summarized everything that had happened since they met up in Viridian City. Once she finished, Delia nodded. "I see, so you really care for Ash, don't you?" It wasn't a question, but May answered anyway. "Yeah, I do," she said softly with a small smile as she looked down and the ground. "May, look at me," Delia said kindly. May raised her head and looked at the screen. "I want you to stay strong and never doubt your feelings for Ash. It might take him a while to realize it, but he cares for you as much as you care for him." "How do you know?" "I saw it in his eyes when I showed him the magazine. It's all there, but he just doesn't know what it is. If you ever want to talk about it, just call me." May nodded. "Can you get Ash for me, please, and don't worry, I won't tell him about how you feel." May nodded again and ran to get Ash, before going to get washed and dressed. Ash came to the phone and smiled at his mother. "Hi Mom, what did you talk to May about?" "That's something just between us girls. Now about that picture. With everything that you're doing for May, you need to keep up the image more so now." "Why?" "Because now everyone will think you're in a relationship with May, not just the people that have seen you together. I'm surprised that you haven't heard from Dawn about it yet. You need to make sure that it looks like a real relationship, otherwise the whole thing will fall apart." Delia paused so Ash could focus on what she was about to say. "If it comes out that it's all fake, then a lot of hurtful thing will be said and done to May. I know that you don't want that to happen, so look after her." "I will Mom, you don't have to worry about that." "That's good, I have a couple more things to ask. How was your date? Apart from the thing with Jenny and May shouting at me for doubting myself, it went okay, we had a good time. That's good to hear. The other thing I want to ask is, have you forgiven me yet? Ash's face darkened slightly. I'm still a little mad, but I do forgive you. I know why you did it, I understand that. It's just that it took so long for the truth to come out, it hurt me, but I'm getting over it. I've got to go now, but I'll call you when we get to the next town. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Ash. They then ended the call and Ash went to finish his exercises and get changed before making breakfast. When he was getting changed, he realized that the flicker of light he saw last night must have been a camera. While Ash was making breakfast, he was talking to May about how long it would take to get to her next contest and a few combinations he could help her with. Misty came into kitchen and asked why she heard shouting. May explained what had happened and Ash told them both about the light. Misty nodded and said that if anyone called the gym about them, she wouldn't say anything about them other than they were her friends. The conversation turned to other subjects, one being an explosion that Misty had heard over a week earlier coming from Mount Moon. Ash sweat dropped and told her that the explosion was probably him explaining what had happened with Team Rocket and using nature's fury. Misty nodded in understanding and was grateful that Ash didn't use any attacks like that during their battle. After they finished their breakfast, all three of them along with Pikachu, Lucario, and Meowth went to the Pokémon Center to get their Pokémon healed, and Ash wanted to rotate his team again. He sent Pidgeot and Grim to the lab and called for Donphan and Sock, keeping Sandshrew with him. Ash had a basic training plan set out for Meowth, Sandshrew, and Grim to increase their strength, stamina and speed while also helping them learn some new attacks. He was going to pair the Pokémon up, having Meowth work with Pikachu, Sandshrew with Donphan and Sock with Lucario. This would allow them to get stronger at a steady pace. It would take them a few days to get to the next Pokémon Center, and by that time Ash had a feeling that he would be able to SWCH his Pokémon around, giving the ones he currently had a rest and allowing him to call for some more of his new Pokémon so he could start their training. May called her parents telling them about the magazine so that they were ready if anyone contacted them, and asking them to tell Max next time they heard from him. She then called Brock and told him. Brock understood the situation and said he'd do the same as Misty and not tell anyone anything. Finally she called Professor Oak so she could swap her Pokémon around. She sent Munchlax and Wartortle back and asked for Venusaur and her Teddiursa that she caught in Johto. Once Ash and May were ready and bought some supplies, they said goodbye to Misty and promised to keep her up to date on how their journey was going. Misty promised that if she couldn't make it to the Grand Festival or Pokémon League, she would be at the gym cheering loud enough for them to hear her. As they left the Pokémon Center, May took Ash's hand, smiling as they walked through the city, but underneath the smile she was worried the situation had gotten out of hand with the magazine. May knew that she had a small fan base thanks to her success as a coordinator, just like Dawn does, but she didn't want something like this to happen unless it was real. Miss Maple, Miss Maple. She heard someone shouting. Both she and Ash turned around to see a man with a camera in his hands. The man started to take pictures. Do you have anything to say about your relationship with this man? Who is he? How long have you been together? Are you getting married? He asked while taking pictures. Ash was about to ask the man to leave them alone when Lucario stepped forward and took the man's camera away. Pikachu jumped onto Lucario's shoulder. Meowth moved in front of May just in case. Please leave us alone. Ash said to the man, we don't want to answer any questions and we don't want our picture taken either. Pikachu put the tip of his tail on the camera and sent a couple of sparks into it, erasing everything on the memory card. Ash knew he shouldn't, but he needed to make a point. Using his aura he added power to his words. Let anyone else who might bother us know that my Pokémon are very protective and will do whatever's necessary to keep us safe. Ash started to turn away when he stopped, and if I see that in a magazine then I'll know who did it. Understand? The man was now sweating bullet and nodded quickly. Yes sir, I understand. He said. Ash dropped the effect of his aura. Good, Lucario, please give him his camera back. Lucario did as Ash asked. Come on, let's go, I want get started again. Ash walked away still holding May's hand, with Lucario and Pikachu following behind them and Meowth walking alongside May. The man let out a sigh of relief and passed out. Ash, did you mean what you said back there? About your Pokémon doing whatever's necessary? May asked. Ash shook his head. No, I just wanted to make a point that we wanted to be left alone. He replied. Where did you learn to speak like that? It didn't seem like you. It scared me a little. Ash could see the slight look of fear in May's eyes and stopped walking to give her a hug. I didn't mean to scare you, May, I'm sorry. Ash said as he enveloped May with his arms. When Riley was teaching me, he said the greatest weapon I had was my mind, and the words can win more battle than attacks. He taught the sort of things I could say to stop things happening. I won't work all the time, but it never hurt to try. Lucario will keep a lookout for anyone else who might bother us and warn me. May nodded her head as she rested it on Ash's chest, feeling safe in his arms. They ended the hug and linked arms. Pikachu jumped back onto Ash's shoulder and they made their way out of Cerulean City and onwards to the next stage of their journey. Chapter 13. On the Road. It had been a week since Ash and May had left Cerulean City and they had settled into a routine. May had asked Ash if she could exercise with him. He told her that it might be a little hard for her, but she insisted, so he agreed. They would wake up early and start with a run to get warmed up. They would then spend some time stretching before going on to normal exercises, press-ups, sit-ups, etc. May had spent a couple of days begging Ash to teach her how to defend herself. He was against it but eventually relented when she unleashed her ultimate weapon, her infamously powerful puppy dog eyes. After that he started to tutor May in basic self-defense. That became part of their routine. After that they would get washed and have breakfast, then they'd travel for a few hours before stopping for lunch. After lunch they would train their Pokémon for a couple of hours and start traveling again. When they started to feel hungry they'd stop for dinner and travel again until it started to get dark, setting up camp for the night and training their Pokémon some more until they wanted to go to sleep. Ash and May were out on their morning run. Ash wore a black t-shirt and May had on a red vest top and both wore sweatpants. Ash was running slower than usual so that May could keep up. She was getting slightly out of breath but didn't want to show any weakness and pushed herself to keep pace with Ash. You doing okay, May? Ash asked, looking over his shoulder. Yeah, I'm fine. She breathed in reply as she drew level with Ash. He could see she was getting tired. Deciding to cut the run short he started to change direction back to their campsite. A few minutes later they arrived. Back at camp and Ash waited for May to get her breath back before starting to stretch out. May followed along with Ash as best she could, struggling for balance as she brought one knee to her chest while she stood on the other leg. Once they finished stretching, Ash walked to a nearby branch and started to do some chin-ups as May went up to another branch and tried to do the same but couldn't manage to lift herself off the ground enough to complete one chin-up. Ash chuckled, letting go of his branch, and walked up to May. He lifted her from the branch and put her on the ground, stopping her struggles to raise herself off the ground. May, why not start with something easier? You haven't been doing this for long, it'll take time to build your strength up. He said. May pouted slightly as she looked at Ash. But I want to be able to do that like you can. She grumbled. You will, but not right now. Come on, let's work on your strength. Ash started showing May some simple techniques to build up her strength. After a while Ash started to go through the self-defense moves he thought May might need, teaching her how to escape from grabs, how to block attacks and counter enough to give her a chance to get away from her attacker. Once they had finished, Ash started to make breakfast while May went to wash and get dressed at a nearby lake. As Ash finished making breakfast, May came back looking refreshed and ready for the day ahead. Once they'd eaten their breakfast, Ash went to get washed and changed while May fed the Pokémon. When Ash came back they packed up the campsite and started on their way to Drummond Town again. As they walked they were bouncing ideas back and forth for May's contest appeals and how some of Ash's combos could be turned into contest moves, like they had done with Ice Bolt. Pikachu walked in front of Ash and May with Glaceon walking alongside him. Lucario walked behind Ash and Meowth was alongside Ash and was giving some input on things that might work in a contest. When they decided to stop for lunch, Ash remembered that he'd been in this area before and soon found a familiar unofficial gym with a scoreboard outside with 99 wins written on it. Ash smiled and took a deep breath. I challenge this gym. He shouted. Mei looked at him in confusion and was about to ask why he was shouting when a voice answered him. Who challenges my gym, who's my 100th victim? Mei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man around Ash's age, maybe a little older. He had dark green, almost black, spiked hair and wore a black t-shirt with a red zigzag across the middle. He had a pair of black shorts on with a WHP curled up attached to his hip. The man looked over Ash before his eyes settled on Mei. He ran a hand through his hair and walked up to her. Hey, appealing. What can I do for you? He said. Mei took a step back and stood closer to Ash. Glacian bared her fangs and growled lowly at the man. Hi, AJ, care to lose? Ash said, bristling a little at the attention AJ was giving to Mei. AJ turned his attention to Ash and looked closely, trying to work out who was talking to him. Do I know you? AJ asked. It's been a while, but I'm not surprised you don't remember me. I'm Ash Ketchum. AJ looked thoughtful for a minute, then he remembered who Ash was. Ash, it's been a long time. You're the one who's going to lose, again. How've you been? AJ asked. Good, traveled a lot and competed in a lot of leagues. I've spent the last few years training and now I'm challenging the Indigo League again. How did you do? I remember you saying that once you had 100 victories you were going to battle the gym leaders. Ash said. I made it to the Indigo League but only managed to get to the top. I went back to training for a few years, then tried the Silver Conference and got to the top. Since then I've been training and started to rack up my 100 victories last year. Once I've got them I'm entering the Indigo League again. AJ explained. Who's the babe? I'm Mei, Ash's girlfriend, Mei said, wrapping her arms around Ash as she suppressed a blush. Ash subconsciously put his arm around Mei's waist, making her fight harder against the blush. So AJ, what about that battle? I'm not losing this time. Ash said. AJ snorted and jerked his head towards the battlefield. That's what you think, come on. AJ turned round and walked over to the battlefield, uncurling the WHP from his waist and cracking it. 6 Pokémon ran to the field lining up ready for AJ's orders. Mei frowned seeing AJ using the WHP but didn't say anything, only holding on to Ash more as they followed AJ. Let's make this a 4-on-4 match, substitutions are allowed. You ready, Ash? AJ asked. Ash nodded and walked to the other end of the battlefield. Mei stood behind Ash with Pikachu sitting on her shoulder, as he thought about which Pokémon he would use. There was something that Mei noticed before she stood behind Ash. There was a familiar glint in his eyes. It was his passion for battle, that spark that would always light the fire in his mind that fueled his spur-of-the-moment strategies. Mei smiled and prepared herself to watch the coming battle. Before Glacian followed Mei to the side of the field, she quickly nuzzled her cheek against Pikachu's. I'll choose first, go Beedrill. AJ shouted, cracking his WHP as Beedrill flew onto the field. Ash took a second to think about the Pokémon he had with him before taking a ball from his belt. He enlarged it before throwing the ball high into the air. I choose you, Donphan. Ash said as his elephant-like ground type landed on the field, making it shake slightly. Donphan bellowed his arrival, raising his trunk high and stamping his foot. His body was a slightly darker shade and his tire-like hide was thicker. The tusks on either side of his mouth were noticeably larger and a lighter in color. Beedrill used Bug Buzz. Beedrill made his wings move faster and faster, causing rings of red energy flood the battlefield, moving towards Donphan. Defense Curl, then Ice Shard. Ash called. Donphan rolled into a ball and endured Beedrill's attack before unrolling and forming a ball of ice in front of his mouth. He shattered the ice with his tusks and a volley of ice fragments flew at Beedrill. AJ cracked his WHP again and Beedrill started to weave about, dodging most of the attack, though some fragments did hit. Beedrill, Poison Jab. Beedrill's stingers glowed purple as he flew forward, jabbing them at Donphan. Donphan dodged with Rollout. Donphan curled into a ball again, his tire-like hide finding grip easily as he sped away from Beedrill's attack. The bug type followed Donphan, jabbing at him with his stingers but never able to connect properly. the odd occasion that they did make contact the attack failed as they glanced off Donphan's spinning body. "Now stop dodging and attack," Ash said. Donphan increased his speed, pulling away from Beedrill before performing a U-turn and charging towards the bug type. "Get out of the way," AJ shouted, cracking the WHP once more. Beedrill rose into the air dodging the rollout. "Now attack with Poison Sting." Beedrill's stingers glowed purple again and multiple tiny purple missiles flew towards Donphan, connecting with him and stopping his rollout attack. "Donphan, rock tomb to protect yourself." Donphan bellowed as rocks erupted from the ground and surrounded the ground type, stopping the poison type attack from hitting Donphan. "Destroy those rocks and finish this battle with Hyper Beam." Beedrill dropped lower to the ground and charged a ball of orange energy between his stingers. A beam of destructive energy flew from the ball. The beam struck the rocks, blasting them to pieces, leaving a cloud of dust in their place. Once the dust settled, they saw that Donphan was nowhere to be seen. There was only a hole on the ground where the rocks had been. AJ, May and Beedrill looked around the field trying to locate the missing ground type. "How? Donphan can't learn dig, where did he go?" AJ asked. Ash just smiled as seconds later the ground underneath Beedrill cracked. Donphan came flying from the ground using a combination of rollout and fire fang. He slammed into the breathing bug type, who was still recovering his energy from using Hyper Beam. The fire type attack caused a great deal of damage to Beedrill. The bug type crashed into the ground but slowly got back to his feet and with a bit of effort managed to get back into the air. "I know Donphan can't learn dig, but we developed that tactic as an emergency dodge by using a combination of rollout and rapid spin in one spot. It allows Donphan to get underground and then he can go wherever he needs to. Rock Tomb give him time to get underground and help with the element of surprise." Coming out of the ground with Fire Fang was Donphan's idea. "That's an improvised flame wall we developed just in case." AJ just stared at Ash in amazement. This wasn't the kid he battled 11 years ago. This was someone completely different. He cracked a wicked smile. "You've changed a lot, Ash. This just might be fun." "Beedrill use Giga Drain," he said. Beedrill's stingers turned green as energy of the same color flowed towards Donphan. The energy made contact and started to drain his energy. "Donphan, get out of there, use rollout." Donphan once more rolled into a ball and sped across the field, breaking the hold the energy had on him. "Now use Stone Edge." White rings of energy surrounded the ground type. The energy soon turned into spinning rings of sharp stones. With a bellow the stones flew at Beedrill. The bug type dodged most of the stones but was hit by some of them. "Flame Wheel," Ash shouted, and Donphan used the combination of rollout and fire fang again, using some of the remnants of Rock Tomb as a platform to get into the air, and slammed into Beedrill, sending him to the ground. "Finish with Body Slam." Donphan unrolled and crashed down on Beedrill with his full weight, kicking a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring the impact site from the trainers. After a minute the cloud dispersed and the results of the impact could be seen. Donphan was still on his feet in front of a knocked-out Beedrill, breathing. Without a word, AJ returned Beedrill and cracked his WHP. May cheered for Ash's victory, and Ash gave words of thanks and encouragement to Donphan. His next Pokémon ran onto the field. Ash looked on as he saw an Ursaring roar into the air. Donphan shifted slightly, hearing the roar. Ash was about to return his Pokémon, but Donphan shook his head indicating he wanted to continue the battle. Ash nodded and waited for AJ to make his move. Ursaring, Hammer Arm. Ursaring's forearm glowed white as he ran towards Donphan. She swung her arm downwards in a vicious arc. Donphan, meet it with Bulldoze. He was surrounded by a golden light and surged forward, crashing into Ursaring's arm. They fought against each other, pushing back and forth, wrestling for any advantage. A minute passed, two, and still they struggled until Donphan was slowly forced backwards. He dug his feet into the ground but was still being pushed back. Ursaring, grab him and use Seismic Toss. AJ shouted as he cracked his WHP. Ursaring shifted her arms and grabbed Donphan's tusks, lifting him into the air with ease. Ursaring jumped and prepared to throw Donphan back to the field. May thought that this was the end of the match when Ash spoke. "Reverse it with rollout," he said. Donphan used rollout while in Ursaring's grasp. He struggled to get up to speed to start with but soon moved fast enough to cause the normal type to spin round Donphan and lose her grip. Ursaring plummeted to the ground, followed by Donphan still using rollout as he fell towards her. Ursaring, Hyper Beam. An orange ball of energy formed in Ursaring's mouth and a beam shot from it hitting Donphan's spinning form, halting his descent and slowly forcing him back into the air. With one final blast of power, Ursaring's Hyper Beam moved Donphan high into the air. A few seconds later the ground type landed with a dull thud and swirls in his eyes. "Donphan, thank you, take a nice long rest," Ash said, returning his Pokémon while AJ grinned wickedly in victory. Ash turned and looked at the Pokémon behind him. "You ready to do this?" One of them nodded and stepped forward to the field. As they passed Ash he smiled. "I am ready Mstr," he said. Ash sighed, and May giggled as they were the only ones who could hear Lucario speak. Lucario squared up to Ursaring, completely unaffected by the growls and glares of the normal-type Pokémon. "Ursaring use," AJ started to say, but he was interrupted by Ash calling out to Lucario. "Force Palm." Because of the close proximity of the Pokémon, Lucario didn't need to waste any energy moving and simply poured his power into a ball on his palm as he moved it onto the center of Ursaring's stomach. The strength of the attack was enough to throw the normal type back across the field, kicking up a dust cloud as she tried to stay on her feet with little success. She went a couple of feet before she hit the remains of Donphan's rock tomb, tripping over them and skidding across the rest of the field on her back until she came to a stop. AJ was shocked into silence seeing the power of Lucario. Ursaring got to her feet and roared in anger. "Ursaring, Fire Punch." Flames erupted around Ursaring's claws as she charged forwards. Lucario didn't move, simply waiting for Ash's command. "Dodge with extreme speed," Ash said calmly. Lucario waited until the last second and disappeared in a blur, evading the fire punch. Aura Sphere. Lucario reappeared behind Ursaring and fired an Aura Sphere into her back, sending her across the field again. Once more Ursaring got to her feet, noticeably slower than the last time. Lucario finished this with Dragon Pulse. An orb of turquoise energy formed between Lucario's palms and he threw it into the center of Ursaring's chest, knocking her to the ground and out of the battle. AJ recalled Ursaring and Ash called Lucario back from the field. AJ sent out his next Pokémon, cracking his WHP, and his Raticate ran onto the field. Ash turned around. "Meowth, do you want to see what your training's been doing?" "Sure, why not, a cat's got to fight a rat when he see one anyways." Meowth answered and walked onto the field. AJ was amazed to see a talking Pokémon, and after a minute he remembered that he'd met a talking Meowth before. "You're from Team Rocket." "Ash, what's he doing with you?" AJ asked. "He left Team Rocket and helped me when I really needed it. I offered him a choice: he could either join me or go to jail. He chose to come with me, and since then we've through a lot together. Now's when we find out how much stronger he is now." Ash explained. "Whatever. Raticate Hyper Fawn." Raticate opened his mouth and charged at Meowth. Meowth, dodge and counter with Iron Tail. Meowth dove to the side, evading the attack and then smashing Raticate in the side with his tail, which had taken on a metallic sheen. Raticate was sent a few feet to the side before sliding to a stop and facing Meowth again. Raticate used Shadow Ball. A ball of black energy formed in front of Raticate's mouth before flying towards Meowth. AJ smirked when Ash didn't tell Meowth to dodge, but his smirk soon disappeared when the Shadow Ball simply dissolved on contact with the cat's body. "What happened?" he asked. "Ghost-type moves don't work on normal-type Pokémon." Ash explained. Meowth used Slash. Meowth's claws grew and glowed white as he ran up to Raticate to deliver his attack. Double Edge. Raticate surged forward and was outlined in golden energy and crashed into Meowth's attack, throwing him back towards Ash. Meowth crashed to the ground in front of Ash and slowly got to his feet. "Meowth, are you okay?" Ash asked. "I'm fine, takes more than an overgrown rat to take me down." Meowth said with a smile, "Let's end this battle." Ash smiled and nodded. Meowth, Thunderbolt. Electricity crackled around Meowth's body before focusing on coin attached to his forehead. A thunderbolt blasted from it, connecting with Raticate, throwing the normal type back. During their training they had found that if Meowth focused his attack on his coin, it was easier for him to aim it. Now to use the move Lucario taught you, Dark Pulse. Meowth's coin glowed dark purple as a beam of swirling black and purple rings flew from it, slamming into Raticate. Raticate was pushed further across the field and stopped in front of AJ. He cracked his WHP. "Don't let that Meowth beat you, quick attack." Raticate ran towards Meowth at high speed, leaving a trail of white light behind him. He slammed into Meowth, winding the cat Pokémon, sending him to the ground. Both Pokémon were breathing heavily and glaring at each other. Meowth, Iron Tail. Raticate, Iron Tail as well. Both Pokémon focused their remaining energies and their tails took on a metallic sheen as they charged at each other. At the last second they spun around, slamming their tails into each other. They stayed in that position for a minute before they both fell forward, knocked out. AJ returned Raticate and Ash walked onto the field and carried Meowth off, placing him on the ground next to Lucario, who used Heal Pulse to start reviving Meowth. Ash turned to May and smiled when he saw the grin on her face. "You're doing great, Ash, just one more Pokémon and you've won," she said. "Thanks, May, but he's going to bring out his strongest Pokémon now and I'll need to be careful. Could you tell Meowth that I'm really proud of him when he wakes up?" "Sure, no problem, Ash. Now go win this thing." Ash nodded and walked back to the field. "So Ash, this is the last battle, you can still give up, you know," AJ said tauntingly. Ash just smiled at him. "I was just about to say the same to you, AJ. I'm still ahead, Lucario can still battle and I have one more Pokémon to use. I also know which Pokémon you're going to use," Ash replied. AJ cracked his WHP again and his last Pokémon walked onto the field. AJ was using his strongest Pokémon and his ace, Sandslash, had entered the battle. "Pikachu, I choose you." Pikachu jumped off May's shoulder and ran onto the field, sparks coming from his cheeks. Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail glowed with a metallic light as he ran. Sandslash, dig. As Pikachu got close, Sandslash dove into the ground. Pikachu, Thunder on the field. AJ was confused by Ash's command and had to cover his eyes from the immense light as Pikachu's attack demolished the field, throwing Sandslash into the air. Now Iron Tail again. Defense Curl. Sandslash rolled into a ball, seconds before Pikachu's tail made contact, protecting him from the brunt of the attack. Sandslash hit the ground, rolling away to a safe distance. AJ couldn't use Dig again or Fissure because of the state of the field. Sandstorm. He shouted. Sandslash unrolled himself and crossed his arms over his chest before starting to spin, creating a funnel of sand that soon covered the battlefield, shielding everything from view. Sandslash, you know what to do. AJ smirked and crossed his arms. Pikachu, keep moving round and keep your ears open when you hear him move and counter. Ash said. May was worried about Pikachu and grew confused when she saw Ash close his eyes. There is no need for concern, MSTRS May, MSTR Ash and Pikachu have trained for these situations. The reason that MSTR Ash has his eyes closed is so that he can see what is happening inside the sandstorm with his aura. He can focus his aura sight better when his eyes are closed. Lucario explained, so only May could hear him. May nodded and waited to see what would happen in the battle. Having recovered enough, Meowth also watched as the battle unfolded. Glacian stood close to May's legs, worried for Pikachu's safety, and the last thing she saw before he disappeared into the sandstorm was a knowing smirk, and she swore he winked at her as well. The battle inside the sandstorm could be heard but was mostly unseen apart from the occasional flash of Pikachu's electricity. AJ was still smirking and Ash's face didn't show anything other than belief in Pikachu's abilities. There were the sounds of Metal Claw and Iron Tail clashing, attacks exploding against each other and the ground. Minutes passed, The entire battle between Pikachu and Sandslash was only between the Pokémon. Their trainer had no say in it anymore. The Pokémon acted from instinct and experience. May saw Ash's eyes snap open and seconds later the sandstorm faded. Ash smiled as he saw the field. It was more damaged than before. It would take AJ weeks to repair the damage even with his Pokémon helping. Both Pikachu and Sandslash were still standing, but Pikachu was in better condition, even though he had taken damage from the sandstorm. While the sandstorm had covered the field, Pikachu had been using the only move he had that was super effective against ground types, Grass Knot. Sandslash was trapped within a net of grass and unable to move. Sandslash used Rollout to get out of those weeds. AJ shouted. Sandslash curled into a ball and started to spin at high speed. At first he stayed in the one spot, but after a few seconds the grass knots holding Sandslash in place were shredded and the ground type shot across the field towards Pikachu. Pikachu finished with Iron Tail. Pikachu nodded and his tail turned metallic. Pika Pikachu Pai Chukachu. This is for Pidgeot and Butterfree, Pikachu said as he started to turn. AJ could do nothing but watch as Pikachu swung his tail round, hitting Sandslash's rotating form, knocking him across the field and out of the battle. May and Glacian cheered for Pikachu as he delivered his final blow. But how? I had the type advantage, I should have won. AJ said quietly. Type advantage isn't everything in a battle, you need to look past that to win. Before you said you've been round Kanto and you went to Johto, right? Ash said, walking onto the field to get Pikachu. Good job, buddy. He said as he lifted Pikachu onto his shoulder. Yeah, that's right. AJ answered, recalling Sandslash. Why not try the other regions? There's great Pokémon and trainers there, so you can get stronger and create your own unique battle style. You don't need to get 100 wins before going to the Pokémon League. The time you spend here waiting for those wins, you could be out traveling and battling even more trainers. I might just do that, Ash. Thank for the advice, but what do you mean by create my own battle style? I've already got one. AJ asked. Yeah, you've got a battle style, but it's not unique. A lot of other trainers have the same one. Power and speed is the style you're using. You hit hard and fast. To get a quick win. It'll work on new trainers and ones with a year or two of experience, but older, more experienced trainers will get through it like I did. You need to add your own twist to it, make it different. The best way I can describe it would be to use May's battle style. Hers is unique. She's a Pokémon coordinator, but she's different to all other coordinators. She has something that they don't. All other coordinators, the focus of their training is their Pokémon's control of their attacks, along with the way they move. Most coordinators' Pokémon lack the strength that a normal trainer's Pokémon has. May, though, she's found a way to use both that as far as I know no other coordinator can. She blends the beauty and of a coordinator's with the power and tactics of a trainer. The only other person that has a style close to hers is a friend of ours called Dawn. May is one of a kind, there's no one that can match her style. Ash explained. My style's only unique because of your help, Ash. You taught me everything I know about Pokémon and battling, so in a way you created my battling style. May said, blushing slightly at the way Ash had described the way she battled. Ash told AJ that it would be a good idea to stop using the WHP as it sends the wrong message to trainers. AJ understood what Ash was talking about as he'd already had a couple of inspections from the Pokémon Trainer Committee because of trainers reporting him. Ash also explained that the only reason Meowth was able to draw with Raticate was because of his technician and the hard training he had been doing. While their Pokémon recovered and they had lunch, Ash and May told AJ about some of the adventures and the Pokémon they'd seen on the journeys. A couple of hours later, Ash and May said goodbye to AJ and carried on their way to Drummond Town. AJ left his gym as well and started to walk in the opposite direction towards Cerulean City to start his own journey. Ash and May traveled for about an hour before they stopped again to train their Pokémon, but not for their usual length of time after they had battled hard against AJ. After the short training session, Ash and May started walking again, reaching a small town just before they were going to stop for dinner. They went straight to the Pokémon Center, booked a room for the night. Ash exchanged his Pokémon, sending Meowth, Donphan and Sandshrew to the lab and adding Houndour, Infernape and Shinx to his team. Ash wanted Meowth to train with his other Pokémon as they would be able to help him more than Ash could. Ash planned to have Sawk and Lucario continue working together a little more. Houndour and Infernape could work on fire-type attacks. Infernape could help Sawk as well while Lucario helped Houndour learn Dark Pulse. Pikachu was going to work with Shinx on increasing his speed and stamina so he could dodge and move his attacks faster. Once Ash finished collecting his Pokémon and phoned home to let his mom know where they were and how they were getting on, he went to find May. He found her quickly as she was waiting in the main reception for him. "Ash, while you were on the phone I called home and my mom said there was a letter waiting for me. I told her to open it and read it for me. It was from the magazine that your mom showed us." Ash paled slightly but nodded for May to continue. "The letter said that they thought I'd given permission for the photograph to be taken and they only found out the truth when they contacted people I know asking who you were. They apologized and said they would put a written apology in the next issue saying that they would respect our privacy. They also said that although they wouldn't print anything about us it wouldn't stop people bothering us. I think we should be okay though if we keep a low profile and don't stay too long in the towns with contests." "Why just towns with contests?" Ash asked. "Because they only recognized me, they don't know who you are so they won't be looking for you. They'll only be looking for me at contests. We'll just have to hope that they don't talk to Drew, Harley, or Ursula. If they do then they'll find out who you are. That would cause problems for your mom and everyone else you know." "May, it's okay. You don't have to worry so much. If my mom can handle anything they could do and so can everyone else. It'll be fine," Ash said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Stop thinking about that and start focusing on your contest. It starts in a few days, right?" "Yeah, 6 days and then I get my next ribbon," May said with a nod. "The way we're going it should take 2 maybe 3 days to get to Drummond Town. Tomorrow I'll get some more supplies and we'll start moving again. Unless you want to stay here for a bit. Let's leave tomorrow. I want to get there early so I have time to prepare for the contest." Ash nodded in understanding. "I'm going to do a little exercise and talk to Houndour and Shinx before we eat." Ash said, "Do you want to meet them as well?" May nodded and flashed a bright in agreement. Together they went outside to the battlefields. Ash threw 4 of his Pokeballs into the air and the Pokémon inside appeared in a flash of light. Sawk, Infernape, Houndour and Shinx stood in front of him. He knelt down so he could look at Houndour and Shinx on their own level. "Hey guys, I'm Ash, I'm going to be your trainer. I'd like to be your friend as well. This is Pikachu, Lucario, Sawk and Infernape," Ash said, gesturing to his other Pokémon. "Pikachu has been with me since I started on my journey. I met Infernape 4 years ago in Sinnoh and Lucario joined my team 3 years ago. Truthfully I see all of my Pokémon as my family and now that you and the other Pokémon my dad sent over the years, you're part of that family as well. I only met Sawk a week ago but we're friends already, right?" Ash looked over his shoulder at the blue fighting type. "Sawk," the karate Pokémon said with a swift nod and a small smile. "So what do you two say, will you be my friends and part of my family?" Ash finished, turning back to the Pokémon in front of him. Houndour barked his agreement and liked Ash's cheek. Shinx stepped forward and rubbed against Ash's leg, purring. May watched them and smiled at how easily Ash was able to get along with Pokémon. She giggled a little when Houndour put his front paws on Ash's shoulder, causing him to fall backwards. "That's May, she a friend I'm traveling with, she's part of the family too." Shinx walked over to May, sniffed at her leg before rubbing up against her. May knelt down and petted Shinx's head, feeling the tickle of the static on the little Pokémon's fur. Suddenly May found herself falling to the side as a dark shape leant on her shoulder. May turned her head to see Houndour leaning over her and starting to lick her face. She could hear Ash laughing and after a minute she heard him talking to Houndour. "Okay Houndour, I think she knows you like her, let her get up." He chuckled. Houndour moved away from May and sat at Ash's feet. May got to her feet and started to wipe Houndour's drool from her face. "Here, take this," Ash said, holding out a towel for May. She took it and wiped her face. "Thanks Ash, but that wasn't very funny, I hurt my elbow when I fell over," May said, looking down and gently rubbing her arm. Seconds later she felt another hand on her arm. Looking up she saw Ash examining her arm to see how hurt she was. "I'm sorry May, I didn't think you'd get hurt," he said sincerely. May felt her face heating up. Gently, and reluctantly, she pulled her arm away from Ash's hand. "It's okay Ash, I know you didn't mean it. It's only a graze, I'll be alright." May took her pokeballs out of her bag. "Come on, let's do some training." She threw the ball into the air and released her Pokémon. They spent the next couple of hours training their Pokémon, and Ash spent a little time teaching May some self-defense, ending up on his back after showing May a throw to use against bigger opponents. Ash groaned as he stood up and brushed off the dirt on his clothes. He looked at May and smiled. "That's great May, just remember that, and anytime someone grabs you, throw them," he said. May nodded, and they returned their Pokémon, leaving Pikachu, Lucario and Glacian out to walk with them. They went into the Pokémon Center and gave their Pokémon to Nurse Joy to get the healed. While they waited they talked about how they would travel to Drummond Town and some plans on how to train for the contest and Ash's upcoming gym battle in Vermilion City. Half an hour later Nurse Joy called them over and gave them their Pokémon back, telling them that they were back to full strength and in perfect health. Ash and May thanked her and went to their room. They put their things in the room and went out to find somewhere to eat. They found a small cafe which wasn't too busy and had dinner there, ordering some food for their Pokémon as well. After eating and paying for their food, they went back to the Pokémon Center and spent some time just playing with Houndour and Shinx so they would feel comfortable around them. The room they had booked had 2 single beds, a small bathroom, a desk and chair. It was small but enough for the 2 of them to be comfortable with their Pokémon, who now stayed out of their Pokeballs. Eventually Ash and May realized what time it was and got ready for bed. Wishing each other good night they went to sleep, little knowing that they were dreaming of each other. Lucario leant against the wall to sleep, crossing his arms over his chest, while Pikachu and Glacian curled up at the bottom of their trainer's bed. The next morning at 6 o'clock Ash woke up and groaned quietly as he stretched. He looked over at May and decided not to wake her because of how peaceful and perfect she looked. Slowly he got out of his bed and went into the bathroom to change into his exercise clothes. When he came out he saw that Lucario was awake, so they quietly left the room and walked out of the Pokémon Center, surprising Nurse Joy, who not used to seeing people at that time of the morning. Ash said good morning to her and left the building to start his run. Together he and Lucario made a circuit around the small town, using things like benches and bins as obstacles. As they got close to the Pokémon Center they could see someone standing outside with 2 small Pokémon standing at their feet. It was May and she wasn't very happy. "Ash, we're meant to be exercising together, why didn't you wake me?" she asked angrily, turning her face away from him. "You looked really peaceful when I woke up and I couldn't bring myself to disturb you." "I'm sorry," he replied. May turned back to face him and saw the truth in his eyes. He hadn't meant to hurt her feelings, he just wanted to let her sleep. "It's okay Ash, I probably would have done the same thing. Now come on, we've got some exercise to do." May turned on the spot and jogged to the battlefields, followed by Glacian. Ash stood there and found himself just watching May jog away. He wanted to follow her but his body wouldn't move. A couple of seconds later however it did move, because Pikachu sent a couple 100 volts up Ash's leg to snap him out of it. It also sent Ash to the ground and small amounts of smoke floated off of his body. "Thanks buddy." Ash groaned as he slowly got back to his feet and followed May. Lucario walked behind him, leaving Pikachu in front of the Pokémon Center snickering. When he got to the battlefield he saw that May had started stretching out. Ash walked over to her and started to do his own exercises, starting with some press-ups. Once May finished stretching she started to copy Ash's workout, but not at the same speed he was capable of. For every press-up she did Ash did 3. They stopped after a few minutes and let out their Pokémon so they could get a little exercise as well. They finished their exercises 2 hours later and went back into the Pokémon Center to get ready for the day ahead. After getting washed, changed, and having breakfast Ash and May left the Pokémon Center with their things. They walked towards the shops to get some supplies for the next part of their journey. May went to get the food they'd need and Ash went looking for anything else such as rope, extra towels, utensils, etc. After an hour they met up, and once they packed their supplies into their bags they started on their way to Drummond Town again. A couple of days later they came across a large building in the middle of a forest. Ash recognized the building. This was something he planned to do while he was traveling. He planned on visiting most of the places he'd been when he first went through Kanto. Pokémon Tech, he said, looking at the building. May turned to look at him, a confused expression on her face. You know this place? She asked. Yeah, when I first came through Kanto, me, Brock and Misty found this place when we got lost. Ash then quickly explained to May what had happened and how the school worked giving trainers a way into the league without challenging the gyms. When I was training, I decided that when I started traveling again I would try to visit most of the places that I did when I first set out as a trainer. This is the next stop on that journey. I hope you don't mind. I know I should have told you earlier, but I kinda got distracted by everything else happening. I don't mind, Ash, May said, smiling brightly. I like the idea. It's like starting all over again. Thanks for understanding, May. Come on, let's go and take a closer look. Ash said. May nodded in agreement. They were about to walk up to the entrance when they heard some voices coming from within the forest close to them. They walked through the trees until they found a clearing. In the clearing they saw a group of children wearing school uniforms and two adults, a man and a woman, standing in front of them. Just when May was about to walk into the clearing, Ash stopped her and shook his head. She was confused as to why Ash stopped her. Her confusion increased when she saw Ash grin devilishly as he looked at the man. She wondered why he was grinning and assumed that Ash knew the man. She was about to ask why he stopped her from entering the clearing, but when she opened her mouth, Ash placed his finger on her lips to silence her. Her heart skipped a beat before it started hammering against her ribs, at the contact, and she looked away from Ash into the clearing so he wouldn't see her blush. May tried to slow her heartbeat by focusing on the man Ash was grinning at. The man looked to be in his mid-20s, he was a little over 6 foot tall, had a muscular build but not overly so. He was quite average looking and he had a kind smile on his face as he spoke to the class in front of him. His hair was short and black, he was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt under an open black short-sleeved shirt, he had black trainers on his feet and a blue satchel bag hanging across his chest. A Lucario stood at his side and a shiny Piku sat on his shoulder. Ash nodded to his Lucario, who nodded in return. Lucario closed his eyes and the 4 appendages on his head became outlined in blue, raising slightly into the air. The Lucario in the clearing turned her head to look at the place where Ash and May were hiding and gave a barely visible nod before looking back to the group of children. Now who can tell me what matters in a Pokémon battle? The man asked, his voice calm and even. The children started to raise their hands when one of them, a young boy, shouted out. The only thing that matters is type advantage. The boy said arrogantly. The man raised an eyebrow as he looked at the boy skeptically. The boy was about 10 years old, had blonde hair and had the look of a person who thought they knew everything about everything. So you're saying that you could beat my Lucario with any fire type? The man asked. No problem. Alright then, the man said, let's see what you can do. It wouldn't be fair to battle you with one of my Pokémon, so with the permission of your teacher and the other students I'll use one of their Pokémon which has a type advantage to yours and we'll see how the battle goes, shall we? The man looked at the woman and she nodded her agreement with a small smile on her face. Okay, then you choose which of your classmates' Pokémon do you want me to use? The boy looked at his classmates and his eyes stopped on another boy, who was the same age, had light brown hair and wore a pair of round glasses perched on the end of his nose. The boy pointed at the boy he was looking at. I choose Kyle's Oddish. The man nodded and walked over to Kyle. He knelt down looking the boy in the eye. Can I borrow your Oddish for a little bit? He asked. Kyle nodded meekly and handed his Pokeball over. Don't worry, the man said comfortingly, Oddish will be fine. The man stood up and walked to the side of the clearing, facing the boy who challenged him. Miss Giselle, would you act as the referee? He asked the teacher. She nodded and stood between them after ushering the other children to the side of the clearing. The man looked at the other children. I will now demonstrate that in a Pokémon battle, type advantage isn't everything. He released Oddish from her Pokeball and asked that the grass type listen to him for the battle. Oddish nodded and walked onto the field. The Piku that sat on the man's shoulder jumped on the shoulder of the Lucario who stood at the man's side. Lucario then walked over to Giselle and waited for the battle to end. This is a one-on-one battle between Robert of Pokémon Tech and Adam of Celestic Town. Trainer, are you ready? They both nodded. Begin. Growlithe, burn him away. Robert shouted, throwing a Pokeball onto the field, and a Growlithe appeared in a flash of light. Use Fire Fang. Growlithe's mouth erupted in flames as he charged across the field at Oddish. Growlithe was getting closer and closer to Oddish as Adam did nothing except watch and wait. Oddish, sleep powder and dodge. Adam said when Growlithe was a foot away. Oddish's leaves released a cloud of sparkling blue powder before the grass type jumped to the left. Growlithe wasn't able to get out of the way of the attack and was soon put to sleep. Now keep using Absorb. Oddish fired a red beam from her leaves. The beam connected with Growlithe and the fire type became enveloped with red light as his energy was drained. Robert was getting angry that his Pokémon was being beaten by a grass type and started shouting. Growlithe, wake up now. I can't believe I wasted my time training you when you can't even beat the weakest Pokémon in the class. You're weak and useless. You'd better wake up now or I'll. Robert's voice was drowned out when Adam raised his voice. You will do nothing. He roared, there is no such thing as a weak Pokémon, there are only weak trainers. Adam looked at his Lucario and nodded. She nodded in return and placed Piku in Giselle's arms before disappearing by using extreme speed. She reappeared by Adam with a Pokeball in her grasp. Adam took the Pokeball and returned Growlithe. He then returned Oddish after thanking her for her help. You cheated. Robert said as he stalked across the field towards Adam. And give me back my Growlithe. No, I didn't. All I did was show that type advantage isn't everything. All you need to do is work out how to use the situation to your own advantage. You're not getting Growlithe back until you can show that you are capable of taking care of him and not blame him for your own failings. Adam said as he walked past the boy and handed Growlithe's Pokeball to Giselle. Piku jumped from Giselle's arms onto Adam's shoulder. What Adam says if true, when I was still a student here I met a boy who beat my Cubone with his Pikachu. In that battle I was arrogant and that cost me the battle. One day I hope to meet that boy again and thank him for showing me what a trainer is meant to be. In battle the things that matter most is the trust that a trainer has in their Pokémon and the belief that they will always do their best no matter the situation. That's all that any of us can do, and as long as you know that both you and your Pokémon did all you could, then it doesn't matter if you won or lost as long as you did your best. The best way to know that your Pokémon did their best is to be more than their trainer. You need to be their friend, their family. By being close to them they will always do their best for you no matter the situation. Now, it's time to go back to the classroom to go over what we've learned. Giselle said to the class. The children then made their way back to the school, leaving Giselle and Adam in the clearing. Ash signaled for May to stay where she was and whispered something to Pikachu. The electric type grinned and ran off into the trees while Ash disappeared in the other direction, leaving Lucario with May and Glacian. May was about to ask Lucario what was going on when she heard him speak in her mind. MSTRS May, do not speak. The man in the clearing is a friend of MSTR Ash and this is a common greeting between them. Just stay quiet and watch. May nodded and turned back to look into clearing. Adam and Giselle were standing in the middle of the clearing talking. After a minute Pikachu came running out of the trees using quick attack towards Adam. A small grin crossed Adam's face as he moved forwards, wrapping an arm round Giselle's waist as he spun both of them out of the way of Pikachu's attack. They stopped by the other side of the clearing and Adam released Giselle from his hold and quickly apologized for grabbing her like that as he took a couple of steps away from her. Adam stood still, casting his gaze around the clearing. A leaf fell past his face and he dove to the side and rolled as he barely dodged Ash as he dropped from the tree branches above where Adam had previously been standing. Adam rose into a fighting stance and Ash did the same. They stood staring at each other. After a minute they dropped their hands and they started laughing. You almost had me there, Ash. You're getting better, but you still need to try harder if you want to get me. Adam said, holding his hand out to Ash. Ash took it, shaking his hand. May walked out of her hiding place and made her way over to Ash. Lucario and Glacian followed her. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder and Adam rubbed the mouse's head. You'll have to do better than that to get me, you little menace. You need to try harder as well. Adam said to Ash. Pikachu playfully shocked Adam's hand at the nickname. Adam chuckled, then saw May walking towards them. Ash's Lucario walked over to Adam's and held his paw out. Adams followed suit, holding her palm out an inch away, and a flash of aura sparked into existence between them. Both Lucario nodded to each other and stood next to their trainers. "Ash, what's going on?" she asked. "Ash? Ash Ketchum?" Giselle asked. "Yeah, that's me." Ash answered, turning to look at Giselle. His eyes grew wide as he recognized her, and he whispered one word that only May was close enough to hear, and that word broke her heart: appealing. May felt her heart shatter into a million pieces at the word, and she dropped her head as she tried to control herself. If she didn't, she'd start crying and never stop. Adam saw this and quickly worked out what was going on. While Ash was talking with Giselle, he decided to talk to the girl who appeared to be traveling with Ash. "Hi, I'm Adam Henry Williams. What's your name?" he asked to try and distract May from whatever was bothering her. May sniffed and raised her head to look at Adam. She could now see that he has a kind face and hazel eyes. His smile was gentle and warm. Seeing his smile cheered May up slightly, but she was still depressed. "I'm May Maple," she said half-heartedly. They shook hands and Adam bowed slightly before lightly kissing the back of her hand. May felt her face heat up at the action. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Maple. Are you related to the Petalburg gym leader?" "Yeah, he's my dad." "Do you know him?" "Not really. When I was in Hoenn for the Evergrande conference a couple of years ago, he gave me the best battle I had while I was there. I knew he had a daughter, but I didn't know she was so appealing. I've actually seen you compete in the Sinnoh Grand Festival last year. You were amazing." "Thank you," May said shyly as she blushed and looked away. "I remember your name now. My dad said that his battle with you was the hardest and the most fun he's ever had as a gym leader." Adam smiled. "So how do you know Ash?" he asked. "When I first started as a coordinator, I traveled with Ash through Hoenn and again in Kanto when he took on the Battle Frontier. I've been friends with him since, and we started traveling together again a little over a month ago." "What about you? How'd you meet Ash?" "A couple of years ago we battled each other in a tournament, nothing big, just a small one as part of a town festival. We both made it to the finals, and after a really hard battle I won. After that we talked and started training together, then we became friends. If either of us thinks of a new battle idea or move combo, we'll call the other and talk it out. We've met up every now and then, sometimes planned, other time like now it just happens." "What did you win at the tournament?" "A set of evolution stones. There were a couple of each type." Adam said. It was then that May noticed that the Piku on Adam's shoulder was hiding slightly from her. She smiled at him, and Adam noticed and looked to Piku. "It's okay, May won't hurt you," he said, lifting the small electric type from his shoulder and cradling him in his arms. May slowly moved her hand to slide Piku's head, looking at Adam for permission. He nodded and she gently caressed Piku's fur, causing the electric type to nuzzle her hand in return. "How long have you had him?" May asked. "Only a couple of days. I haven't actually caught him, he just likes being round me. I found him looking for food and gave him some. After that he started to follow me, and I asked if he wanted to come with me and be one of my Pokemon. He wasn't sure, so I said that he could stick with me until he decided one way or the other." May nodded in understanding, and they stood in silence as she continued to slide Piku's head. "Hey Adam," Ash asked as he walked over, followed by Giselle, "what are you doing here?" "I got a call asking if I'd come here to talk to a class of new trainers about competing in the various leagues." "Yes," Giselle said, "the school dean thought it would be good to have a league champion tell the children how much work it takes to become a strong trainer." Ash and May's eyes widened as they looked at Adam. He smiled sheepishly. "When did you win a league?" Ash asked. "Last year, I won the Silver Conference," Adam answered. May was surprised to meet a league champion, and Ash was shocked that his friend hadn't told him the last time they talked. "Why didn't you tell me?" Ash asked. "You didn't ask, and it's not that big a deal, is it?" "Adam," May said, resting a hand on his arm, "you won a Pokemon League. Of course it's a big deal. It shows that you're an amazing trainer and that all of your work was worth the effort." It means that you can take on the Johto Elite Four. What did your parents say when they found out? Adam's face fell. He moved his arm away from May, lifted Piku back onto his shoulder and slowly walked away. His Lucario followed him and placed her paw on his shoulder. Lu Rio Cario Lu. She growled softly. Adam looked at her and smiled sadly. Thanks Luna. He said to her. He turned back to look directly into May's eyes. I'm sorry May, I don't like talking about my parents much. He moved his gaze to Giselle. I'm going to go back to the school now and show the kids some of my Pokémon. Giselle nodded and Adam left the trio standing in the clearing watching him walk away. May looked at Ash and remembered what he had said about Giselle, and while she couldn't deny that Giselle was appealing, she still felt betrayed that Ash had said it out loud. May pushed those thoughts to the back of her mind and spoke to Ash. Why doesn't Adam like talking about his parents? She asked. Ash sighed and was silent while he thought about whether to answer the question or not. May, I know why, but I can't tell you. It's Adam's story to tell, and as far as I know there's only me and one other person who knows it outside his other family and the people in the area of Celestic Town he lived in. If you want to know you'll have to ask him. He asked me not to tell anyone about it. I'm sorry, but I won't break that promise. He replied. May wanted to push the issue but knew that once his mind was made up Ash wouldn't change it. She nodded and walked after Adam to apologize for bringing up an obviously painful memory. She could hear Ash and Giselle following her, but she increased her pace trying to get away from the demons in her head. They whispered to her saying that Ash was going to abandon her and travel with Giselle instead. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes as she made herself walk faster to escape the voices, to drown them out with the sound of her footsteps. Glacian walked alongside May, trying her best to comfort her trainer but with little success. May stared at the grass below her and continued walking, oblivious to everything except her own feeling of betrayal and the incessant voices in her head. Adam could hear footsteps behind him and looked over his shoulder, seeing May fast approaching, not looking where she was going. He stopped and moved to the side, and as she got close he spoke to her. May, is everything all right? He asked, concerned. May's head snapped up from staring at the ground to see that she was now face to face with Adam. She noticed that the whispering demons had been silenced when she heard his voice. I just wanted to say sorry for what I said earlier. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm really sorry. May said, bowing her head. Adam smiled sadly and put a hand under May's chin, raising her face so he could see her clearly. There's no need for you to apologize. I should be the one to say sorry for the way I acted. The truth is, my parents died not long after I became a trainer. May's mouth fell open when she heard that. She now realized why Adam reacted like he did, and she was amazed that he was being so open with her even after only knowing her a matter of minutes. Why are you telling me this? She asked. It's my way of apologizing. I want you to understand why I reacted like I did. I know I've only just met you, but I can see that Ash trusts you, and that means that I can too. Adam paused to gather his thought. He offered May his arm and she took it. Together they carried on walking to the school. I didn't start my journey in Sinnoh like other trainers from Celestic Town. I wanted to start in Johto because that's the region my parents came from. When my boat arrived in New Bark Town and after I registered for the Johto League at Professor Elm's lab, I started my way to Cherry Grove City. I had some trouble on the way, but that's a story for another time. When I got to Cherry Grove City, Officer Jenny was waiting for me. Adam stopped to control his emotions as the painful memories returned. May put a comforting hand on Adam's arm. She told me that my parents had died in car crash on their way back home from dropping me off at the ferry terminal. I took the first boat back home and stayed there for a couple of months before setting off for Johto again. When I got back to Johto, I went and bought a couple of months' worth of supplies and walked deep into the forests to train. I only went into cities and towns when I wanted to get more supplies, change my Pokémon or get them healed after a really hard battle, but I was usually a week or two's distance away, so I had a lot of medical supplies with me, and through a lot of trial and error I found ways of making medicine from the plants and berries around me. I even mixed them with the medicine I bought and made them more effective. I would go straight back to the wild after finishing in the town or city I was in and continue to train. After a year and a half I decided to take on the league. Adam looked over his shoulder to see that he and May were still quite far ahead of Ash and Giselle. He could make out the angry expression on Ash's face as he stared at where Adam and May's arms joined. I managed to get to the top 8 after that. I went to Sinnoh and did the same sort of thing. I spent some time in the hard-to-reach parts of the region before taking on the league there where I placed in the top 8 again. I did the same for Hoenn, Kanto, and Unova before stopping for a while to reconnect with the people I knew. I talked to an old friend of mine, Cynthia, and she helped me train, giving me tips on where I could improve and new places to train in. I was on my way to one of those places when I met Ash. Last year I decided to try competing again and you know the rest. Adam turned his head to look at May. I've told you my secret, now you tell me yours. What's going on with you and Ash? He asked. May looked away. What do you mean? She asked quietly, still looking at the ground. The way I've trained, it's put me in the path of some. Adam paused to think of the appropriate word to use. Not wanting to use bad language in front of May, dangerous people, so I've developed the ability to read people quickly. When you first came into the clearing you went straight to Ash, showing that you care about him and that you trust him. I could see in your eyes that you feel more than friendship towards Ash, but he said or did something that hurt you not long after you came into the clearing. What's going on between you? May sighed in defeat and quickly explained to Adam about the favor, everything that had happened since except for the legendary events in Rhoda and what Ash had said about Giselle. Adam took all the information in and thought about it for a minute. May, he said, I'm going to be blunt with you. Ash is an idiot about everything except Pokémon battles. I can tell he likes you a lot, probably the same way you like him, but like I said, he's an idiot. Give him time and he'll realize. I know he didn't mean to hurt you. From what you've told me he might be starting to realize it now, so until you actually become a couple I'm going to do whatever I can to help you. He finished smiling at May. She smiled back and gave Adam a quick peck on the cheek, not knowing the anger that now raged throughout Ash's body. His fists were clenched tight and starting to shake. Thank you, Adam. May said, where are you going after you finished at the school? I'm going to make my way to Vermilion City and spend a couple of days there to relax before heading to Lavender Town. What about you and Ash, where are you going? We're going to Vermilion City too, but we're stopping at Drummond Town for my next contest. Do mind if I travel with you and Ash, seeing as we're all going the same way? I don't mind, May said, shaking her head. I'm sure Ash won't either. May paused and thought about how to phrase her next question. What'd want to ask me, May? Adam asked, seeing the look on May's face. May lowered her voice so Ash wouldn't hear what she was saying by mistake. I told you about my feelings for Ash. Do you have feelings for anyone? There is someone I like, Adam said, keeping his voice low, blushing slightly. I've told no one this, not even Ash. You know the friend I mentioned before, Cynthia? May nodded. I've known her since we were kids. She left on her journey a year before I did, and when she heard about my parents, Adam stopped, taking a deep slow breath to calm himself. She came back to Celestic Town from her journey to help me through it. When I got home, I closed myself off from everyone. I only talked to my Pokémon, Shinx, Eevee and Riolu. When Cynthia came back a couple of weeks later, she spent 2 weeks trying to get me to talk to her. Eventually I did start talking, but it was only to her. A month later she had to get back to her journey, and that was when I decided to start traveling again. Part of the reason I get away from everything to train is because nearly everything reminds me of my parents. I owe Cynthia a lot more than I can ever repay, and she's always been there for me. It started as friendship, but after that it turned into something more. I can't tell her though. Why not? She's a very public figure and she deserves someone a lot better than me. May's eyes widened as her mind put together the pieces of information Adam had mentioned. You mean Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh? She nearly shouted before stopping herself. Adam nodded quickly while looking away from May. Please keep that between us, Adam said in an almost pleading tone. May nodded and they soon arrived at the school. Eventually Ash and Giselle caught up with them. Adam released May's arm and walked over to Ash, motioning for him to follow. Ash walked after Adam, and when they were out of earshot Adam stopped and turned to Ash. Before you start shouting, I know about the situation between you and May. I'm not going to get between you two, so don't worry about that. May's a great girl, but I don't see her that way, so wipe that angry look off your face and get over it. Ash was shocked to learn that May had told Adam about the favor. She told you? Yeah, she told me everything that happened since you two met in Viridian City. I've got the feeling that she left something out from when you were in Rhoda, but that doesn't matter. I'm going to Vermilion City as well, so if it's alright, I want to travel with you two till we get there. Not a problem with me, Ash said. Why would May tell you about the favor? Adam shrugged. I must have a trusting face. Adam started to walk back towards the girls when he looked back over his shoulder. You might want to keep an eye on May, she's a little upset with you. Why? Ash asked, concerned. Not for me to say. Adam stopped and turned to face his friend. Ash, if you're going to be her boyfriend, then you need to figure out why for yourself. With that, Adam turned back around and said to Giselle, why don't we have Ash and May help with the class, show them what a battle between two experienced trainers is like and how a coordinator controls a stage. That's a great idea, Giselle said, smiling. She turned to May, would you do that? Please. Although May held a grudge against Giselle for getting Ash's attention, she agreed to help. Together Adam, Ash and May spent the rest of the day at the school showing the children what experienced trainers could really do. Adam and Ash had a 4-on-4 battle for the children, which Adam won because his Lucario managed to knock Infernape out with a close-range aura sphere as Infernape focused his power into an overheat, and May put on a show that would out most other coordinators to shame. During the day Ash did what Adam had said and kept an eye on May, but he couldn't tell any difference to the usual other than May seemed to be keeping her distance from him, and every now and then he'd see May glaring at Giselle. He used his aura abilities to try and figure out what was happening, but he couldn't understand the mixture of emotions May was feeling. Every time Ash tried to talk to May, something would stop him. One of the kids would ask a question or Giselle would ask him to show the class something else. Eventually he forgot what Adam had said and became distracted by the class and their Pokémon. Adam, however, did notice that May's smile seemed forced and the expression on her face, although she wore a happy one for the class to see, it would slip when she thought no one was looking, showing sadness, anger and disappointment. Adam shook his head. He decided to talk to Ash the next day if this problem wasn't resolved. Even though he hadn't known May for a full day yet, he felt a connection to her because they shared secrets. The only other time he had felt this kind of connection was when he met Ash. It was a feeling that he could trust them with his life if he needed to. Sometimes Adam thought that there was a legendary Pokémon somewhere looking over him and steering him into the path of either people he could help or people who could help him. He chuckled to himself as he watched a couple of the children copy Luna's movement and try to form an aura sphere. Once school had ended for the day, Adam, Ash and May relaxed and shared stories of their journeys. When it started to get late, Adam told Ash and May to take the room that the school had given him, as he preferred to sleep outside with his Pokémon. The room that he'd been given was one that was used by any visiting families or guest tutors such as himself. There were multiple separate bedrooms and bathrooms, a joint kitchen and living room. Once Ash had gone to sleep, May quietly made her way out of the room to make a phone call. When she got to the phone, she quickly dialed and waited while it rang. A minute later the phone was answered and she was greeted by the face of the Battle Frontier's Pike Queen. Hi Lucy, I'm sorry for calling so late, but I was wondering if I could talk to Brock quickly. May said. Lucy could see that May was sad and looked like she might start crying. Sure, I'll get him now, May. Lucy turned her face from the screen and called Brock's name. She looked back at her brunette friend on the phone screen. May, what's wrong? Where are you? I'm at Pokémon Tech in Ash. He. Tears started to slowly roll down May's cheeks as she fought back her sobs. He said that another girl was appealing and he's been smiling at her all day. May started to cry openly after that. Lucy shouted for Brock to hurry up. When he appeared on the screen, Lucy quickly told him what May had said. He was about to start speaking when he heard another voice from May's side of the screen. May, why are you crying? Said the male voice. Adam appeared on the screen next to May and put an arm around her shoulders. May leaned against Adam and cried into his shoulder. He turned to the screen. What's going on? Why's May crying? He asked. Who are you? Lucy asked, not wanting to discuss something so sensitive with a stranger. I'm Adam. I met May earlier today. we started talking. She told me about how Ash is helping her. I've known Ash for a couple of years. Wait, I know both of you, you're Brock the Pewter City gym leader and Lucy from the Kanto Battle Frontier. May said that Ash called another girl appealing and he was smiling at her all day. Brock said. Yeah, it's one of the teachers here. Her name's Giselle. Adam said as he slowly rubbed May's back trying to comfort her. He saw a spark of realization on Brock's face along with a frown. He motioned for Adam to cover May's ears. This wasn't something he wanted May to hear. Adam put one side of May's head against his chest and covered her other ear with his hand. May was so taken with her emotions and crying that she didn't notice what was happening. Giselle is the only girl I've seen that Ash has shown actual interest in without it having anything to do with Pokémon, but after she beat Misty Starmie with her Graveler he didn't show any interest in her at all. After that he didn't show obvious interest in a girl. Brock explained. Obvious interest? Adam said. Brock nodded. I've traveled with him longer than anyone else, so I think I know him better than most. I've seen him show unconscious interest in May. There was slight interest in others but mostly May. Adam, I know we've only just met, Lucy started, but would you look after May for me? Please, she needs someone to talk to and I can see that she trusts you for some reason, so please take care of her. Adam nodded in agreement. Let's just say that May and I shared secrets. Adam replied, don't worry, I'm traveling with her and Ash until we reach Vermilion City. I'll help her through this and hopefully get her and Ash on the right track. I can see in Ash's eyes he cares for May. I told him earlier that May was upset with him and to keep an eye on her, but obviously he didn't look close enough. They talked for a couple more minutes when Adam realized that May had fallen asleep in his arms. He ended the call and gently lifted her up and carried her to the room. He knocked on the door and after a minute Ash answered. He moved to the side letting Adam into the room. What happened? Ash asked, concern evident in his voice. Adam gently lay May on her bed, putting the covers over her. He then turned and grabbed Ash's arm, dragging him out of the room. You happened, Adam said angrily. I told you to keep an eye on May and all you did was look at Giselle. You are meant to be May's boyfriend, so start acting like it. Adam turned and stalked down the corridor, not looking back as he left a stunned and confused Ash behind him. So much for raiding the cafeteria, Adam thought as he left the school building to return to his campsite. Ash knew that he'd done something wrong because Adam rarely got angry at anyone. The only reasons he would were if he saw someone was being cruel to another person or Pokemon and when something had upset his friends. Even though they had only met that day, Adam and May seemed to have become friends quickly. Ash would have been lying to himself if he said he wasn't jealous of how close they seemed. Ash quietly opened the door of his room and walked in, stealing a look at May as she slept. He got as close to her bed as he dared without making a sound. He could see that her cheeks were tear-stained and her eyes looked a little puffy. He could hear her sniffing slightly as she breathed. Ash hung his head in shame as he slowly left the room and lay down on his bed staring at the ceiling. Pikachu had woken up when Adam knocked on the door and was concerned about May. Pikapi Pika Chupi Kachuka, he asked. Ash kept looking at the ceiling and placed his hand on Pikachu's head, rubbing it gently. I've messed up again, buddy. Ash sighed. I've made May cry and Adam's mad at me as well. What am I going to do? The answer to that question was out of Ash's reach. Lucario had seen and heard everything that had happened and knew that there was nothing he could say to help his partner in aura, but he tried anyway. MSTR, try and get some rest. While you sleep the answer you seek may come. But Ash didn't sleep. He spent the whole night awake just staring at the ceiling, and every time he closed his eyes he saw May's crying face. Morning came and Ash quietly left the room to go and do his exercises. He considered waking May, but the way she looked last night still haunted him. He wrote a small note to say he'd gone to talk with Adam and would be back soon. He left the school building and walked into the woods. After a couple of minutes he heard Adam's voice as he talked to his Pokemon. Ash walked up to the campsite and saw Adam doing his own exercises and talking his Pokemon through their own. A Luxray was practicing Thunder Fong on a nearby rock, biting off chunks at a time. An Umbreon was running laps around the campsite, and Luna, Adam's Lucario, was stood in front of Adam holding a block of wood. Piku was sat on Adam's head watching everything around him. Ash watched as Adam took a deep breath and launched a punch at the piece of wood, breaking it in half with a shout. Ash cleared his throat as he entered the campsite. Luxray and Umbreon nodded a greeting at his arrival before carrying on with their training. Adam turned around, and when he saw Ash his face darkened slightly. Adam was wearing a pair of sweat breaths and a vest while he trained. Ash could see a couple of scars on Adam's upper arms and another on his collarbone. "What are you doing here, Ash?" he asked. "Why was May crying?" Ash asked in return. Adam bent over and took a small bottle from his bag. Opening the lid, he squeezed more gel out of it. Replacing the lid and dropping the bottle back into his bag, Adam rubbed the gel on the knuckles of the hand he just used to break the wood. "You need to either work it out for yourself or ask May, but I don't think she'll tell you." "Why can't you tell me?" "I sort of told you last night, but you're still as dense as ever." "What do you mean by that?" Ash said, starting to feel angry, his hands curled into fists. Luxray and Umbreon stopped what they were doing and looked at Ash while Luna took a step forward. Adam raised his hand to stop her. "What I mean is you have to start thinking about what May's actually asked you to do." "What do you know about that?" Ash said, taking a step forward. Luxray and Umbreon started to growl, but once again Adam held up his hand and they stopped. "I told you this yesterday as well. May told me about the favor and how you're helping her with a guy who won't take no for an answer. She told me you've defended and complimented her since you started traveling together and how much fun you've had together in Rhoda and when you had that date in Cerulean. Ash, I've known you for a couple of years. I know that's nothing compared to how long other people have known you, but I can tell that you care a lot for May. You owe it to her to listen to what she says and notice how she acts around you and you need to see how she reacts when you do stuff as well." Adam stopped and sighed. "I won't tell you why, but I can help you work it out for yourself. Sit down." Adam dropped to the ground and waited for Ash to do the same. Luxray and Umbreon lay down next to Adam, resting their heads on his lap. Luna stood behind him and Piku stayed on his head. Ash sat down opposite Adam and waited for him to speak. "Walk me through what happened yesterday since you woke up," Adam said. Ash did as he was asked, telling Adam how he and May had woken up early and exercised together, had breakfast and started to travel. As he spoke, Ash tried to analyze every detail to see where he had gone wrong. When he got to the point where he and May arrived at the school, he saw Adam lean forward a little. Ash assumed that this meant he was getting close to where he'd gone wrong. "Keep going, Ash, what happened next?" "Me and May were about to walk into the school when we heard voices. That's when we found you. We watched you have a battle with that kid, then me and Pikachu tried to ambush you." "I know, the usual greeting." Adam said, a small smile on his face as he scratched Luxray and Umbreon behind their ears. "Go on." "We started talking and Giselle heard my name. I said." Ash's voice trailed off as he finally realized where he had gone wrong. "I called her appealing," he said quietly. "That's right, and May heard you." Adam said, "You are meant to be May's boyfriend. You never call another girl appealing, pretty or anything else unless that girl is a baby. Like you, I've never had a girlfriend, but I know what you do and don't do. Seeing a baby girl is the only acceptable time to call another girl appealing. Ash, you need to pay attention to what you say and do, otherwise you'll just end up hurting her again." Ash looked at the ground. "How could I have been so stupid? Yeah, I thought Giselle was appealing, but she's nothing compared to May. Wait, there it is again. Why do I keep thinking that May's my friend? I can't think about her like that, can I?" he thought to himself. Adam could see that Ash was lost in his thought and reached into his bag, pulling a small object out of it and threw it at Ash's head. The object hit him and bounced off. Ash looked up startled, then turned his gaze to the object that had hit him. It was an energy bar. "Eat up," Adam said, getting off the ground. "We're going to spar." Ash grinned and quickly ate the snack as he got up. "This time you're going down," Ash said with a grin as he settled into a fighting stance. His eyes glowed slightly with aura. "You keep saying that, but it's always you who ends up looking at the sky," Adam replied, smirking as he readied himself, "and you know that your aura doesn't scare me." Luna stood between them and held her arm in the air. She looked at Adam then at Ash and brought her arm down. "Lou," she said. Ash shot forward closing the distance in a matter of seconds. He threw out a punch directed at Adam's jaw. 20 minutes later. "You need a hand?" "No, I'm fine." Ash grumbled as he rolled onto his front and lifted himself off the ground, as Adam stood to the side smiling. "How do you keep beating me?" "Simple, I've got more fighting experience than you and you're telegraphing your attacks." "No, I'm not." "You are, not much but I can tell. It's only a slight shift in your body weight but it's there if you know what to look for." Adam explained, his head snapped to the right. He'd heard something in the trees. "Who's there?" A couple of seconds passed and May walked into the campsite followed by Lucario. "Pikachu and Glacian." Ash looked at Adam and Adam nodded to him. "Come on guys," he said to his Pokémon, "let go for a run." "I'll see you in a few minutes, May." Adam smiled at her as he passed. May smiled back but wondered why Adam was leaving so soon after she'd arrived and the scars she could see on his body. Pikachu, Lucario, and Glacian sensed that Ash and May needed some time together and went with Adam. Adam placed Piku on Luxray's back and started his run, with all the Pokémon following behind him. "May, about what happened yesterday?" Ash said quietly. May looked away from him and crossed her arms. "What about it?" May said crossly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you cry, for making you angry, for not being the kind of boyfriend you've asked me to be." Ash stopped to take a breath and May turned to look at him. "I promise that I'll try harder and I want you to know that, I think you look nicer than Giselle." Ash said the last part quietly dropping his head to look at the ground. May heard what he said, she smiled and walked towards him. Stopping in front of him she placed her hand on his shoulder, smiling as he looked at her. "It's okay Ash, I know you didn't mean it, it hurt hearing what you said. Even though you've apologized I'm still a little mad that you had Adam tell you what was wrong and I'll need to talk to him about that." "Adam didn't tell me, he helped me work it out for myself." "Don't blame him, he was only trying to make you feel better by helping me understand." Ash interrupted. "I don't know what you and Adam talked about yesterday but whatever it was made both of you close." Ash sighed. Adam doesn't have many friends. He might seem outgoing but it's all a mask because of all the time he spent on his own training with his Pokémon. He doesn't have much experience with people. He's gotten into some dangerous situations since he became a trainer and he's adjusted to that by forming masks. "What do you mean by dangerous situations and masks?" May asked. "He hasn't told me much about the dangerous situations he's been in other than they've been with Team Rocket and other organizations like them but not like Jesse and James. The ones he's run into were more serious than those two. If you want to know more then you'll have to ask Adam." "As for the masks Adam explained it to me once, I think I understand what he meant but I'll explain it as best I can." Ash said, "When Adam meets new people he gets an idea of who they are and creates a mask to use around those people. If they're happy then he's happy. If they read a lot then he'll talk about books. That I know of we're the only people that Adam is himself around. Did you notice how he changed when there was someone else with us?" "I only notice because Adam told me about it. Sometimes I think that Adam doesn't even notices that he changes between them." After Ash finished talking he and May were quiet for a few minutes, both of them feeling sad for Adam until May broke the silence. "He told me about his parents," she said. "He said it was his way of apologizing for the way he acted when I mentioned them." I could hear the pain in his voice. I can't imagine how it felt for him, to lose his parents just after he left home. Tears formed in the corners of May's eyes. "You said that Adam doesn't have many friends. Well, he has us and I guess we'll just have to introduce to all of our." May smiled. A couple of minutes later Adam came back from his run along with the Pokémon. Adam could tell from their body language that Ash and May had sorted out their differences. "So, who wants breakfast?" Adam asked. They all ate a quick breakfast before returning to the school for Ash and May to collect their things. On the way there to the room they ran into Giselle. May took an involuntary step back and forced a smile. "Are you leaving already?" Giselle asked, walking towards them. "Yeah, me and May are just going to get our stuff and then we're going to Drummond Town for May's next contest," Adam's going to travel with us for a little while. Ash replied. Giselle stopped in front of Ash with a small smile on her lips. She held out a small piece of paper. Here, give me a call, she said with a little giggle. Ash took a step back and put his arm over May's shoulder. I'm sorry I forgot to introduce you to May properly yesterday, she's my girlfriend, he said. May blushed slightly and quickly pecked Ash on the cheek. Giselle looked shocked and embarrassed. She put the piece of paper away and turned to Adam. Adam put on a goofy grin and put an arm around Luna's shoulders. Girlfriend, he said smiling as he nodded towards Luna. Luna shrugged off Adam's arm and slapped him across the back of his head, walking away shaking her head. Adam rubbed his head and still wore his goofy smile. Oh well, guess I'm single now. Everyone laughed at Adam's behavior. Giselle thanked Adam, Ash and May for their help. Once Ash and May collected their bags from their room, they all left the school, making their way to Drummond Town again. As they left the school behind, May wanted to ask Adam about his scars but couldn't think of a way to bring it up in conversation. Later that day when they stopped for lunch, Adam could see that May was struggling with something. What's wrong, May? He asked. What? Oh, nothing, I was just thinking, she replied. Something's bothering you. I know you want to ask something, so just ask it. I won't be offended or angry. Well, she said quietly, I was wondering how you got your scars. Adam looked into the cooking fire for a minute before answering. I told you that I've met some dangerous people, that's how I got my scars. Since I started as a trainer, I've run into members of every criminal organization that's around today, and I couldn't stand by while innocent Pokemon were being hurt. I had to interfere a couple of times. I had to fight my way out, and I don't mean Pokemon battles. I don't want to say anymore. It's best that I keep the specifics to myself. I'm not being evasive, it's just that I don't want you to be burdened by the knowledge of what I've been through. May nodded slowly, taking in this information. She wanted to ask more questions, but the hollow look in Adam's eyes as he looked into the fire again stopped her. It was obvious to her that once again she'd brought up some painful memories. I'm sorry for making you talk about it, Adam. I didn't mean to upset you, May said apologetically. Ash smiled sadly as he turned to look at May. It's okay, May, I know you were just curious. Adam unconsciously rubbed his arm where his scars were. The rest of their lunch stop was silent, and a couple of hours later when they stopped to train, Adam had started to return to his usual self. They traveled together for a couple of days. Adam would help them in their training and their exercises. He showed an ability to create combination moves and determine which would work best with a certain Pokemon. He demonstrated to May ways of improvising moves such as his Lux Ray using Thunderbolt and Tackle to create Volt Tackle. They walked out of the forest and up a small hill. Stopping at the top, they could see Drummond Town before them. The bushes nearby rustled. Pikachu and Glacian ran in front of them, ready for whatever might come out. The rustling continued, and then a large shadow jumped out, landing a couple of feet away from Pikachu and Glacian. Electros. Chapter 14. It Takes Two. Electros. Ash moved in front of May as soon as the Pokemon came into view. Adam reached for a Pokeball and the two Lucario. With the group moved to the front. Ash wondered what a Pokemon from Unova was doing in Kanto, but pushed that thought aside when the eel-like Pokemon started to wave his arms about as he spoke in his native language. Pokemon language translate activated. What up, dudes? Electros shouted as he jumped out of the bushes, greeting the unknown Pokemon in front of him. You hear the news? What news? Glacian asked, her voice soft and gentle. Pikachu couldn't stop the shiver that went down his spine. It always happened when Glacian spoke. He couldn't understand why, and though he would never admit it, he enjoyed the feeling. Electros turned to look at Glacian and ran a hand, claw, whatever they are, over the top of his head. Forget the news. What's your name, babe? Glacian blushed a little but moved away from Electros and closer to Pikachu. After hearing Electros call Glacian babe, Pikachu was turning as red as his cheeks. Come on, don't be shy with me, just tell me your name and I'll shout it to the sky. Electros continued. Glacian didn't answer but moved even closer to Pikachu, so their sides were only just touching. She could feel his fur gently shocking her. She enjoyed the feeling and moved closer again, rubbing against him slightly. "What's the big idea of jumping out on us?" Pikachu asked angrily. Eelektross looked at Pikachu, only just remembering that there were other Pokémon around. "Chill out, 9-volt. If the babe's with you then it's all good, sorry about jumping out on you like that. I only just heard the news." Eelektross said. Glacian giggled at the nickname for Pikachu. "Which is?" Luna asked. Her voice was calm and had a regal quality to it. "There's going to be a contest here in a few days. We know, that's why my trainer's here," Glacian said. Eelektross looked up and saw that there were 3 people standing behind the 4 Pokémon in front of him. He waved to them. May waved back while Ash and Adam smiled and nodded to him. Piku, who was still on Adam's head, waved back enthusiastically, nearly falling from his position. "But does your trainer that the rules have changed slightly?" "No, what's changed?" "Well, now it's..." Eelektross was cut off when a man came close to the group. Pokémon language translator deactivated. "Eelektross, there you are. I've been looking for you for the last hour," the man said. He was in his early 30s and wore a gray suit. He had short brown hair and brown eyes. He was tall and thin. He stopped short of the group and put his hands on his knees, breathing slightly. "Why did you run off like that?" Eelektross walked over to the man and started to talk and gesture again. "Tross tross Eelektross," he said, pointing to May. Once he'd finished, the man looked at May. "I'm sorry if Eelektross startled you. He's been a bit hyper because of the contest. He's been helping me arrange everything. I'm the mayor of Drummond Town." "Who are you?" the man said, introducing himself. "I'm May Maple. I'm here for the contest," May said, smiling at the man. The Pokémon relaxed now that everything had been explained. Ash and Adam relaxed as well, moving their hands away from their Pokeballs. "I'm Ash Ketchum. I'm traveling with May while I'm challenging the gyms," Ash said. "I'm Adam Williams. I'm taking a break from league tournaments and just traveling around. I met up with Ash and May a couple of days ago and we're traveling for a little while since we're all going the same way," Adam said. The mayor nodded and looked at May. "Since you're here for the contest, I should tell you that the rules have changed slightly," he said. "What do you mean changed?" May asked. "Well, now it's a couples contest. You need to pair up with another coordinator to compete. Because of that, the contest has been pushed back a couple of days to allow the arriving coordinators the chance to find someone to compete with." May was silent, looking at Ash out of the corner of her eye. Adam saw this and hatched a plan. "Hey Ash, didn't you tell me that you've entered a few contests when you were traveling in Sinnoh and Hoenn? Why don't you team up with May? After all, you are her boyfriend," Adam said, nudging Ash in the ribs. "I don't have a contest pass though," Ash said. "You can request one from the sign-in desk," the mayor said. "You two working together would make a great team. A coordinator and a trainer would bring another angle to the contest. You'd each compensate for the other. May can work on the appeal and performance side while you, Ash, can focus on the battling aspect. It works even better if you're already a couple." "Alright, I'll do it, if May wants me to," Ash said. May jumped on Ash, giving him a big hug and a quick peck on the cheek. "Thank you, Ash," she said before turning to the mayor. "Ash doesn't really need help when it comes to appeals and performances. He can be really creative when he wants to be. And May doesn't need any help when it comes to battling. Her Pokémon could win without my help," Ash said. May blushed at the praise. "That's all thanks to my teacher," she said, looking at Ash. "From the way you're looking at him, I'm guessing Ash was your teacher," the mayor said to May. She nodded in reply. "Right then, I need to get back to the contest hall. There's still some things that need to be done. It was a pleasure meeting all of you and I look forward to seeing you in the contest. Come on, Eelektross. Eelektross, where have you gone now?" While they had been talking, the electric type had run off again. Luna closed her eyes and after a couple of seconds opened them again. She pointed off into the trees. Luna says Electros went that way. Adam said. The mayor nodded his thanks and walked into the trees, looking for his Pokémon again. The group then made their way into the town to find the Pokémon Center. Pikachu stayed where he was for a couple of seconds to calm himself down and wondering why he'd gotten so angry at Electros. Glacian noticed that Pikachu wasn't with the group and walked back, stopping in front of him noticing that he wasn't paying attention to what was happening around him. Pokémon language translator activated. Are you alright? Glacian asked. Pikachu jumped slightly as he'd been lost in his thought. He looked at Glacian and realized that the sunlight reflecting off her fur made her look like she was surrounded in a shining pale blue light. She looks really pretty, Pikachu thought. Wait, what did I just think? What's going on with me lately? I'm fine, just thinking. Pikachu answered. Well, think while you're walking with me. I might need you to rescue me from an insane Pokémon again. She giggled, a blush barely visible under her blue fur. Pikachu nodded and walked up to her. As he got next to her she quickly liked his cheek, causing the electric type to freeze, figuratively speaking. Thank you for earlier. She said before starting to walk away, leaving Pikachu in a state of shock, pun unintended. Glacian looked back and saw that Pikachu hadn't moved. You coming 9-volt? She asked with a giggle. Pikachu snapped back to reality. Yeah, I'm coming, Snow Queen. He replied, thinking of a nickname quickly. And don't call me 9-volt. What will you do if I don't stop, 9-volt? Glacian asked playfully, liking the name Pikachu had thought up for her. Pikachu was about to answer but then realized that Glacian had called his bluff. She knew that he'd never do anything to hurt her. Just don't call me that, please, I really hate it. Pikachu said quietly. Glacian was surprised to hear Pikachu talking like this. And don't tell the others, I'm begging you. I'll thunderbolt them all if they call me that, but that would make Ash mad and I don't want that. Glacian was even more surprised to hear Pikachu begging. I like the name 9-volt. I think it suits you. Glacian, to tell the truth I don't mind hearing you call me 9-volt, I'm not sure why but I don't mind it. Pikachu confessed. I don't want the others to know, so please don't call me that. Glacian blushed. I'll do you a deal, Glacian said, trying to keep a grin from her face. I'll only call you 9-volt when we're alone and in exchange you have to do something for me. The blush on her face becoming more visible. What's that? Pikachu asked. Seeing as Ash and May are acting like a couple. I think we should as well. Drew's Absol has been saying the same sort of thing to me as his trainer said to May. All of Drew's Pokémon have been doing it to the rest of May's Pokémon. Glacian looked at the ground and started to move her right paw around. I kind of told Absol that we were together like Ash and May are. Pikachu's mouth fell open as he stared at Glacian. So far we've been seen together, so that's worked out, but I've been scared to talk to you in case you said no or hated me for saying it. A single tear rolled down Glacian's face. She felt something on her shoulder, and when she looked up she saw Pikachu standing next to her with a paw on her shoulder. I could never hate you, we're friends. Come on, let's catch up with Ash and May, you know they'd be lost without us. Pikachu said with a smile. Glacian nodded, giggling slightly. Pikachu, one last thing. Glacian said before they ran to catch up with the group. What's that? Can you call me Snow Queen again? I really like the name. Glacian smiled and Pikachu felt a surge of warmth in his chest. Sure thing, Snow Queen, he said, come on, I'll race you. Glacian nodded and prepared herself to run. Ready, steady, go. The two Pokémon became two blurs of color, one yellow and the other a pale blue, as they raced to their trainers, laughing all the way. Not knowing what the future had in store for them and not caring about what lay ahead. Before they entered Drummond Town, Adam got a hoodie out of his bag, putting it on and raising the hood over his head to hide his face. When he saw the confused look on May's face, he explained that he didn't really like cities or towns because he'd spent so long in the wild, they made him feel claustrophobic. He said that he started wearing the hoodie soon after he'd started encountering people like Team Rocket, hiding his face made it hard for them to find him, and it stopped the regular thugs from trying anything because of the way it made him look. May asked about the looks ordinary people would probably give him, and Adam replied that he didn't really care, since he spent a lot of time in the wild. He usually came into towns and cities looking a mess, so this wasn't much different. The hood had the added bonus of stopping people recognizing him as the winner of the Silver Conference. Adam didn't like the attention that came from winning a league. When the group arrived at the Pokémon Center, they booked 2 rooms and went to put their things inside them. Ash and May were sharing a room again, while Adam had one of his own. After leaving their rooms, they went to the phones for Ash and May to let their parents know that they'd arrived in Drummond Town. Adam called an old friend, Dinah, who looked after his Pokémon for him and reshuffled his team a little. He'd agreed to help Ash and May prepare for the contest and wanted to bring some of his Pokémon to help. Piku still sat on Adam's head watching as he swapped his Pokémon around and decided what he wanted to do, tapping the top of Adam's head to get his attention. Piku waited for Adam to lift him down. "What's wrong, little guy?" Adam asked, as he held Piku in his arms. "Chu pai pai Piku chupi Piku," the small mouse said, pointing to Adam's belt. Adam looked to where Piku was pointing and smiled at the mouse. "You want to join my team?" he asked. Piku nodded with a grin. "All right then, but first I need to send someone else back to Dinah before I catch you." Adam released his Pokémon. "I need a favor, guys and girl," referring to Luna. "Piku wants to join us and I want to keep him with me for a while. Can one of you volunteer to go to Dinah, please?" The Pokémon looked at each other, and after a few seconds Umbreon stepped forward. Adam was a little shocked since he'd started traveling again after his parents died. Luna, Luxray, and Umbreon hadn't left his side. "Umbreon, are you sure?" he asked. "Umber," the dark type answered, with a nod. "Okay then, I'll miss you," Adam said as he knelt down to give Umbreon a hug. Umbreon liked Adam's cheek, and once they separated, Adam returned Umbreon and turned to the screen of the phone. "Dinah, you still there?" he asked. A appealing young woman a few years older than Adam appeared on the screen. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes. "I'm here, what else do you need, little bro?" she said, smiling. Dinah and Adam had been friends as long as he could remember and basically became family after his parents died. "Who's the cutie in your arms?" "This is Piku. He's decided to join the family. I want to keep him with me for a while cause he's still young. I'm going to send you someone to help with the other Pokémon." "Who are you sending?" "I asked for someone to volunteer and Umbreon did." Dinah's eyes grew wide when Adam said that. "I know, I was the same. Look after him for me, please." "Sure Adam, no problem." Dinah replied. She knew that although Adam loved all of his Pokémon equally, Luna, Luxray and Umbreon were incredibly special to him because of what they'd been through together. Those 3 had been with Adam since he found out about his parents' death and became his family, much like she had. Adam thanked her, told her what had happened since he last called, and said goodbye. He then went to the main reception area to wait for Ash and May since they were going to start training when they'd collected their Pokémon. While he was waiting, Adam held a luxury ball in front of Piku. The small shiny electric mouse smiled as he punched the button and disappeared in a flash of red pixels. The ball didn't shake once, immediately pinging to signify the completion of the capture. The ball burst open and Piku appeared in white light, jumping onto Adam's head. "Guess you like my head more than the Pokeball," Adam said with a laugh. May had called her parents and told them that she was in Drummond Town and preparing for the contest. After she ended that call, she dialed the number for Professor Oak's lab. She decided to send Blaziken, Venusaur and Teddiursa to the lab, and she asked for 3 Pokémon she had caught since she last saw Ash when he came home from Unova. She then went to wait with Adam for Ash to finish his call and change his Pokémon. Ash took the longest because his mom wouldn't leave him alone, asking him if he was okay, how things were with May and anything else she could think of. Eventually he was able to end the call, and then he contacted Professor Oak. He sent back Sock, Infernape, Houndour and Shinx. Although he wanted to spend time with his new Pokémon, he knew that for this contest he'd need to bring in his more experienced Pokémon. He had the professor send him Garchomp, Butterfree, Gardevoir and Floatzel. After collecting his Pokémon from the transfer machine, Gardevoir immediately let herself out of her ball and followed Ash as he went to the reception to meet up with May and Adam. Gardevoir stood behind Ash as he walked through the Pokémon Center until she saw Adam and May smiling at her. She smiled back and greeted them and the Pokémon with them. The three of them, with their Pokémon in tow, left the Pokémon Center to find somewhere private to train. After wandering around for half an hour, they found a clearing in the park at the center of the town and released their Pokémon. In front of May, 5 Pokémon stood next to Glacian. They were Mawile, Beautifly, Altaria, Vulpix and surprisingly a Lilligant. "May, have you been to Unova?" Ash asked, seeing the grass-type Pokémon. "Yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. A couple of years ago after the Hoenn Grand Festival I was asked to be part of a group to go to Unova and promote contests. Dawn and Zoe went as well along with Soledad and a few others. I caught a few Pokémon while I was there like most of the other coordinators who went." May explained. "Altaria is the Swablu we met in Hoenn and I caught Vulpix in the safari park in Johto last year." Ash nodded in understanding and looked at the assembled Pokémon. The Pokémon in front of Ash were Garchomp, Butterfree and Floatzel, who were joined by Pikachu, Lucario and Gardevoir. The last person to release their Pokémon was Adam. He threw 4 Pokeballs into the air, releasing his Pokémon. Luna stepped forward while Piku stayed on his head. Out of the ball came Luxray, Sneasel, Kangaskhan and Mainshao. The Pokémon were then paired up and one of Adam's Pokémon went with each pair to help where they could. Glacian went with Pikachu, Mawile went with Floatzel, Garchomp with Altaria, Lucario and Lilligant. Gardevoir worked with Vulpix. The last pair was Butterfree and Beautifly. There was a small problem though. Butterfree stayed behind Ash and wouldn't go near Beautifly. "Butterfree, what's wrong?" Ash asked his Pokémon. May looked on in worry for Ash's Pokémon. Beautifly stared at Butterfree and felt her heart beat faster. She drifted forward to greet Butterfree, but he shifted his position to be completely hidden by Ash's body. "May, do you mind if I go and talk with Butterfree in private?" Ash asked. "Okay Ash, I'll start working with the others." May replied. She then turned, taking Beautifly with her, and started talking to the other Pokémon about what she wanted them to work on. Beautifly wore a look of disappointment at how Butterfree had reacted towards her. Before Ash left, he told his Pokémon to listen to May. Pikachu was about to follow Ash but was stopped by Adam. "They need to do this alone, Pikachu. If Butterfree wants to talk about it, he'll tell you." Pikachu nodded and walked back to May to listen to what she wanted him to do. Ash and Butterfree stopped walking after a minute. Ash leaned against a tree and looked up to Butterfree, who had settled onto a branch in front of him. "Butterfree, what's wrong? You can tell me, I'm your friend, so please tell me what's wrong." Ash said. Butterfree looked away from Ash, casting a glance to Beautifly before turning away and staring at the sky. Free Butterfree. "It's nothing, just tired." "Butterfree, we've been friends for years. You were the first Pokémon I caught. I know that something's wrong, so tell me. I want to help." Butterfree looked at Ash, then turned to Beautifly, watching as she fluttered after May working with the other Pokémon. Ash followed Butterfree's gaze as saw he was looking at Beautifly. "Butterfree, Butterfree, free Butterfree, free. She reminds me of someone. I don't want to talk about it." "Butterfree, I know that whatever's wrong is hurting you, but please work with Beautifly just for a little while," Ash said. Butterfree nodded and flew off the branch, landing on Ash's shoulder as they went back to the rest of the group. Butterfree and Beautifly started working together, but Butterfree was still wary around Beautifly, keeping his distance. After an hour, May walked over to Ash, who was working with Pikachu and Glacian. She tapped him on the shoulder. "Ash, do you mind if I talk to Butterfree? I think I know what's wrong," she said. "Sure May, if you think it'll help him." May walked back to the two bug types. "Beautifly, can you go and work with Mawile and Floatzel for a few minutes?" Beautifly nodded and flew over to the other Pokémon. "Butterfree, can I talk to you in private?" Butterfree nodded and followed May as she walked away from the group. When she stopped, she turned to look at Butterfree. "I know that I've only just met you, but Ash has told me all about you and I think I know what's wrong." It's got something to do with the pink Butterfree, hasn't it? Butterfree looked away from May but nodded slightly. I don't know what happened between you and her, but you don't have to worry about Beautifly. I can see that she likes you, and even though you're keeping your distance, you like her as well, don't you? Again Butterfree nodded his head. I promise you that Beautifly would never do anything to hurt you, and if something happens and Beautifly hurts you, then you can attack me for lying. Butterfree's head snapped round to look at May, shock evident on his face. She was willing to place her own safety at risk because of her belief in her Pokémon. It reminded him of Ash's behavior. Free. Okay, I'll do it. Butterfree nodded and landed on May's shoulder. May smiled and scratched him under the chin. I'll take that as you willing to help. May said. Butterfree nodded again, and May walked back to the group, called Beautifly over and started working with the two bug types. After a couple of hours a crowd had gathered watching the Pokémon perform different displays, each worthy of a contest ribbon. Ash, May and Adam knew which Pokémon would be used in the contest, but this was a great way of training all of their Pokémon at once, and as Adam pointed out, keep other coordinators from knowing which Pokémon would be used in the contest. Lucario and Lilligant were using a combination of Petal Dance, Bullet Seed, Dark Pulse and a cluster of small aura spheres to create a spiral of color surrounded with pink petals which shone in the light given off by the other attacks. Butterfree and Beautifly were using Bug Buzz and Silver Wind to make trails of energy behind them as they chased each other. Garchomp and Altaria used Dragon Pulse and Dragon Breath to produce a fireworks display. Pikachu and Glaceon were working on different variations of the moves that May used in Rhoda. Mawile and Floatzel used Shadow Ball and Aqua Jet to create a black Aqua Jet around Floatzel, while Mawile used Road around on his back. Gardevoir and Vulpix were working together, making different shapes out of Flamethrower and the other moves they knew. All the Pokémon worked together for the rest of the day. Adam went to buy lunch for everyone and the Pokémon before they started training again. Once they decided to call it a day, they recalled their Pokémon and went back to the Pokémon Center. They handed their Pokémon over to Nurse Joy and patiently waited for them while discussing how their training had gone. A little while later their Pokémon were returned and they had dinner together before spending the rest of the evening talking about what they would work on for the rest of their training and asking Adam about the adventures he'd had on his journey. It was late when they stopped talking and they decided to get some sleep. They walked to their rooms, which were next to each other. Ash and May stopped at their room with Pikachu, Glaceon, Lucario, Luna and Gardevoir behind them. Adam looked over his shoulder and smirked. Piku jumped from his head onto Luna's shoulder. It's late you two, so try and keep the noise down, okay? He said. May blushed and looked at the ground. Ash just looked confused. Luna shook her head and force-palmed Adam into the wall. He slammed into the wall and slid to the ground. Was there any need for that? He asked, groaning as he slowly got up. Luna just shook her head again and leant against the wall by Adam's door. They said goodnight to each other and went into their rooms to sleep. The next few days followed the same routine. In the morning the three of them would exercise with their Pokémon before having breakfast and going to the park to train. They'd spend a few hours training with the Pokémon. Every so often either Adam or Ash would help May with her self-defense training while the other would keep working with the Pokémon. The day passed quickly and new coordinator were arriving. Sion turned up and would be competing with her friend Donna. They joined in the training with Ash, May and Adam. Ash and May noticed that Adam didn't really interact with the two girls for the first couple of hours, and when he did he was acting differently. Ash and May knew that Adam had created a new mask to use around the girls, but after a little while they realized that it wasn't too different to how he was before they arrived. They all got along well together. Donna was 21. She had long light brown hair, pale skin, brown eyes and wore bright red lipstick. She wore a blue dress that stopped just above her knees and a pair of black boots. She had an easygoing attitude and a cheeky personality. Donna fit into the group nicely, becoming friends with May, just like Sion had. There was one thing about her that amused Adam and Sion but shocked May, which the fact that Donna had a vocabulary which would put a Vermilion City Docker to shame. And I'm going to assume everyone knows what I mean by that. If not, just drop a review or PM me and I'll explain. While talking to Sion, Ash and May found out that she'd won the contest in Viridian City. There was still a couple of days left till the contest was going to start, and May had gotten up during the night to get a drink of water. As she walked through the Pokémon Center she heard music. She followed the sound and went outside to find Adam and Luna sitting under a tree. Adam held Piku in his arms, slowly stroking him as he slept, and Luna had her eyes closed as she played a guitar. May was shocked to see a Pokémon playing a musical instrument and walked forward. Luna's eye opened and she stopped playing. Hearing her stop, Adam looked up and saw May walking over. "Is everything all right, May?" he asked. "Yeah, I was just getting a drink when I heard music. I followed it and found you. Are you all right?" she asked, seeing a slightly sad expression on Adam's face. "I'm fine, just missing Umbreon. This is the first time we've been apart since I caught him." May nodded. She missed her Pokémon when she sent them home more recently to Professor Oak's lab. She turned to look at Luna, who still held the guitar. "I didn't know that Pokémon could play musical instruments." "Luna's amazing. Who taught you?" May directed her question to Luna. The Aura Pokémon nodded her thanks for the praise and looked at Adam to answer the question. "You taught her?" May asked Adam. "Luna was listening to me play. It must have been 8 or 9 years ago, and after I put my guitar down she picked it up and tried to play, but it didn't go well." Adam laughed at the memory. "It took a while, but I taught her how to play and now she's better than I am." May giggled when Luna shook her head and held the guitar out for Adam to take. "Luna, you know I can't, I haven't played in years," Adam said, but she wouldn't take no for an answer as she took Piku out of his arms gently while still offering him the guitar. He sighed and took the guitar. He quickly played the first few bars of Fur Elise before setting the guitar down on the ground and looking slightly sad. May wondered why he said he hadn't played in years, because he was really good. "Adam, can I ask you a question?" May asked. "You just did," Adam said with a small laugh. "Go ahead." "I was wondering why you said you couldn't play. You're really good." May regretted asking when she saw the pained expression in his eyes. "My dad taught me to play. We used to play together all the time, but after he died I stopped playing so often, and once Luna asked me to teach her I just stopped altogether." "I'm sorry, Adam, if I knew it was going to upset you I never would have asked." "It's okay, May, I'm alright. You were just curious. It's late and we've got another long day of training tomorrow, so go and get some sleep." May nodded and turned to head back into the Pokémon Center. She stopped and looked back to Adam, who was still sitting under the tree. "Aren't you going to get some sleep too?" she asked. Adam shook his head. "I don't need much sleep, an hour or 2 is enough for me. I spend most of the time either looking at the stars or thinking of different ways to train." "Good night, May, I'll see you in the morning." "Good night, Adam." May then walked back into the Pokémon Center, got a drink of water and went back to bed. Adam looked at the guitar that lay next to him, slowly picking it up and starting to play again. It wasn't any recognizable tune he just played, filling the night with a sad, slow song. The next morning May woke up and saw that Ash was still asleep, so she went into the bathroom to get changed into her exercising clothes. When she came out, Ash was getting out of his bed. May blushed seeing Ash's torso covered by his tight t-shirt. "I'm going to go and wake Adam," she said quickly as she left the room with Glacian following her. May stopped outside Adam's room and knocked on the door. After a minute with no response she knocked again. Waiting a few more minutes, May went outside to check if Adam was waiting for them. When she left the Pokémon Center she saw Adam still sat under the tree from last night with his guitar on the ground by his side. Luna was sat next to him sleeping, Piku on his head and surprisingly Umbreon laying in his lap. She walked over and he looked up at her smiling. "Morning, May," he said. "Good morning, Adam, I thought you sent Umbreon to your friend." May said. "I did, but after you went back to bed last night Nurse Joy came out to get me. She said that Dinah had called saying that Sneasel's mate had had an egg. I told Sneasel and he wanted to go back, so I sent him and brought Umbreon back to the team. I know it was only a couple of days, but I really missed him." Adam said, looked down at the dark type, petting his head and smiling. Umbreon opened his eyes and stretched before putting his front paws on Adam's shoulder and liking his cheek. "I guess he missed you a lot too," May said, giggling. "I think you're right. Adam replied laughing. Did you get any sleep last night? Not really, but like I said, I don't need much sleep. Why? Because I spend a lot of time in the really hard to reach places training. I had to stay alert. There were a lot of really strong and dangerous Pokémon around, so I always needed to be ready to move in case they attacked. May was shocked to hear what Adam had gone through on his journey. Adam saw the look on her face and decided to calm her down. It didn't happen that often, but it gave me a lot of time to train myself and think of better ways of training my Pokémon. Adam spent the next few minutes convincing May that it wasn't as dangerous as it had sounded. By the time he had finished, Ash came out with Pikachu, Lucario, and Gardevoir. The three of them, along with their Pokémon, then went for a run to start their exercises. Adam ran a little further ahead of Ash and May. He was running Luna, Umbreon and Luxray. Ash and May's Pokémon stayed by their trainers. They all ran to the edge of town and back. Once they returned to the Pokémon Center, they went to one of the battlefields and after stretching, started doing their other exercises. Once they'd finished, they had breakfast and got ready for the day of training ahead. When they were ready, they went to the park again to train. An hour later, Sion and Donna arrived and they all started training together. They trained for a couple of hours before stopping for lunch. Adam walked over to Pokémon to make sure they were alright while Ash, May, Sion and Donna were eating lunch. What's up with Adam? Donna asked. Why's he always got his hood up? Why's he always sparring with his Lucario? And why doesn't he talk about himself? Ash and May exchanged a look. They didn't know whether to answer her questions or not. Donna, it's rude to ask stuff like that. Sion said. What? I'm just curious. Adam has his quirks. May said. He doesn't really like talking about himself. How long have you known him? Well, I've known him for about a week. Ash has known him longer. Yeah, I met Adam a couple of years ago during a tournament. We've met up a few times since then and called each other to talk about battle ideas and stuff like that. Ash said. If you want to know something, you could always ask me. A voice said behind them. They all turned to see Adam stood there. Sorry, Adam. It's just, you don't say much and you've heard all about us. Donna apologized. It's okay, I don't really like talking about myself. Adam sighed. What do you want to know? That goes for all of you. Limited time offer. Where are you from? Donna asked. Celestic Town in Sinnoh. Adam answered. Who was your first Pokémon? Sion asked. That's Luxray, I got him as a Shinx. Adam paused. My mom gave him to me. He said quietly. May saw Donna's face change when Adam mentioned his mom and subtly shook her head to stop Donna asking about it. Adam saw the question in Donna's features and spoke quietly. My mom and dad died just after I started my journey. Sion and Donna looked shocked and the group was silent for a minute. What about Umbreon and Luna? May asked, eventually trying to change the subject. Luna was the first Pokémon I caught. It was a couple of days before I left home. I was walking in the mountains and found her training. She saw me watching her, but she didn't run off, she just kept training. I must have watched her for hours. Adam smiled a little at the memory. Eventually I walked up to her and asked if she wanted to come with me. I thought she would have challenged me to a battle first, but she closed her eyes and put her paw on my chest. She stayed like that for a minute. When she opened her eyes she smiled and nodded. I'm actually glad she decided to come with me. At that point I was having trouble with Shinx. What do you mean by trouble? Sion asked. He wouldn't listen to me. The story of how he started listening to me is the same of how I caught Umbreon. When I got to Johto I registered with Professor Elm for the league and I set out for Cherrygrove City. I let Shinx out of his Pokeball to try and sort out our differences, but he ran off. I followed him as he ran into a cave. I lost him before my eyes adjusted to the darkness in the cave. A few minutes later I heard him cry out, so I ran to find him. When I did find him he was surrounded by Geodude and Graveler. They were all throwing attacks at him. Shinx was trying to defend himself, but it was going badly. I ran in and told the other Pokémon to stop, but they didn't listen. Luna wasn't going to be strong enough to fight them all, so I did the only thing I could. I ran in and covered Shinx. Shinx panicked when he felt me grab him and use Spark. I remember screaming in pain, but I didn't let go and telling Shinx he was going to be okay. I took the attacks from the Geodude and Graveler to stop them from hurting Shinx. Next thing I know, it started raining and all the Pokémon left to escape the water. After that I think I passed out. I woke up a couple of hours later and saw an Eevee sat watching me, with a pile of berries by my side. I sat up and checked on Shinx. Luckily I'd stocked up in supplies before leaving New Bark Town and healed him quickly. I let Luna out of her ball and told her what happened. Since then she's refused to stay in her ball. Luna talked with Eevee and told me that he's followed me into the cave and saw what I did to try and save Shinx. He used Rain Dance to scare off the Geodude and Graveler, then ran to get food for us and waited until we woke up. I thanked him and started to leave. Adam stopped and laughed nervously. That was when I realized that I didn't know how to get out. Eevee showed us the way out. I had to put Shinx back in his ball cause he was still injured. I thanked Eevee again and started to leave, but Eevee nudged my leg and started talking to Luna. Eevee wanted to join the team. I asked if he was sure and he nodded. So I caught him and made my way to Cherry Grove. Adam finished. Why do you spar with Luna? And why'd you keep your hood up? Donna asked. I spar with all my Pokémon, not just Luna. It helps keep me in shape and they learn to fight without using their attacks. Though sometimes I tell them to spar with their attacks, it lets them think of new ways to use them. As for my hood, I don't like being recognized. Adam said, not wanting to tell the full truth about why he wore the hood. Why would you be recognized? Sion asked. Adam sighed and dropped his hood. Hey, that's the guy who won the Silver Conference. The group turned to see a young boy holding his mother's hand and pointing at Adam. Adam quickly pulled his hood back up, to stop anyone else pointing him out. Does that answer your question? He said with a small smirk. Sion and Donna nodded. Come on, let's get back to training. Everyone agreed and walked over to their Pokémon. Adam walked over to the boy who pointed him out and asked him to keep it a secret. The boy agreed as long as he could get Adam's autograph. Adam laughed and signed a piece of paper for the boy, then went over to his Pokémon. While Adam had been answering questions, the Pokémon had been talking amongst themselves, discussing various adventures they'd had with their trainers. Beautifly noticed that Butterfree wasn't taking part in the conversation and was perched on a branch a little further away from the other Pokémon. She saw that he was glancing at her occasionally before looking away and muttering to himself. She flew over to him and landing on the same branch but with a comfortable distance between them. Pokémon language translator activated. Hi Butterfree. Beautifly said, her voice as delicate as the silk she could produce. Why are you over here on your own? Is something wrong? And no, nothing's wrong, I'm just thinking about the training. He replied, but Beautifly could tell something was wrong. I know we've only known each other for a few days, but I can tell something's bothering you. I noticed when we first started training together. Please tell me, I can tell that whatever's bothering you hurts. A lot. You can't keep things like that in, otherwise they'll eat you up. Beautifly sighed. Butterfree, I like you a lot and I want to be your friend, so please talk to me. Butterfree stared at Beautifly, shocked at her last sentence. To tell the truth, he liked Beautifly a lot too, but he'd felt these types of feelings before and they'd ended in heartbreak. Since he'd met Ash in Viridian Forest a couple of years ago, everyone had asked him what had happened with the pink Butterfree, but he'd never told anyone. For some reason, now that Beautifly was asking, he felt the need to talk. He looked off into space as he started to tell the story for the first time. Did you know that I was the first Pokémon Ash caught? We met in Viridian Forest when I was a Caterpie, and by the time we left I'd evolved into a Butterfree. It was always my dream to become a Butterfree. I stayed with Ash for a few months, until he saw a large group of Butterfree in the sky. Brock, one of the people Ash traveled with, knew that it was the mating season for Butterfree. Ash let me out of my ball to try and find a mate. I didn't find anyone at first, but after Ash and his friends talked to me, I went out again and saw a pink Butterfree. I fell for her straight away. Beautifly felt saddened hearing Butterfree admit feelings for the other Pokémon. I tried to talk her but she slapped me with her wing and I flew off into the forest below. Misty, that's another person who traveled with Ash, gave me some advice and Brock gave me this handkerchief. Butterfree gestured to the cloth around his neck. I went back to her and tried to impress her by showing my strength but Team Rocket showed up and captured her along with the other Butterfree in a huge net. I chased after them, found where they landed and eventually freed all the Butterfree. After that the pink Butterfree started to perform the courtship dance. I joined in and then we started to fly off. The last thing I heard from Ash was him wishing me good luck. Butterfree stopped talking and tried to control his emotions as he felt tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Beautifly used one of her wings to rub Butterfree's back in an attempt to comfort him. After a minute Butterfree started talking again. I was with the pink Butterfree for about a year but I didn't actually mate with her. I spent the first few months having to fend off rivals. It was hard but I managed to beat them all. I didn't get much time to rest between the fights. I hardly got any sleep and didn't get much chance to eat either. When they stopped I needed time to recover. It took a couple of months until I was back to full strength but the fight started again. Just before she left I was challenged by 4 Butterfree. I barely won the fight but a couple of seconds after I beat the last one I collapsed. That's when she told me. She'd arranged all the fights in an attempt to make me stronger so that her babies would be the strongest in the world. Butterfree started to shake with both rage and sadness. She called me weak, pathetic and worthless before leaving me where I fell. I passed out as I watched her leave. After that I was angry. I went looking fights. I battled any Pokemon I could find. I did that for years trying to get all of my anger out. I fought hundreds of Pokemon: Drowsy, Beedrill, Golem. I even battled a wild Charizard. Some fight I won, others I lost but I kept going until I couldn't feel anything. Eventually I wound up back in Viridian Forest. I stayed in the clearing where Ash had caught me for a year. The reason I stayed there was because it reminded me of all the good times I had before meeting that. Butterfree stopped talking. He didn't want to use any bad language around Beautifly before meeting her. At the end of that year Ash came back into the clearing and asked me to rejoin his team. I said yes straight away and I've been with him since. Butterfree looked at Beautifly and saw that she was crying. He quickly moved closer and wrapped a wing around her, holding her close, apologizing for whatever he did to make her cry. After a few minutes she stopped and looked at Butterfree. "I'm sorry," she said. Butterfree was confused and would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. "Why?" he asked. "For everything you've been through, no one should have to go through that." Butterfree, I want to help you get through this, if you'd like me to." Butterfree wiped a tear from Beautifly's big blue eyes and smiled. "I'd like that." Beautifly smiled back and snuggled into Butterfree's chest. He couldn't deny the warmth that filled his chest and whispered, "I like you a lot too, Beautifly." The Hoenn native butterfly Pokemon blushed and smiled. This was something she'd always wanted, someone to call her own and love with all her heart. She made a silent promise that if she ever came across that pink Butterfree, that would be a day of pain and vengeance. Pokemon language translator deactivated. As everyone walked over to the Pokemon, May nudged Ash and nodded to where Beautifly and Butterfree were perched. "I think Butterfree's going to get over the pink Butterfree soon," she said with a smile. Ash looked at the 2 bug types and grinned. "I wonder why he talked to Beautifly?" Ash asked. "No idea, might be because they're similar types of Pokemon," May said, but secretly she knew the real reason why Butterfree had talked about whatever happened with the pink Butterfree. She didn't tell Ash as she wanted to see if he would work it out for himself. The training session continued for the rest of the day. Butterfree and Beautifly worked together better than they had before, and in between helping Ash and May's Pokemon, Adam gave Sion and Donna some tips and ideas on how to combine their Pokemon's moves. Another couple of days passed and the day of the contest had arrived, when Ash and May signed and Ash was given a contest pass and they went to the coordinator's room to get changed for the contest. Luna and Lucario had stayed in the Pokemon Center as they weren't to stay with their trainers in the contest hall. Nurse Joy had requested that they stay there and help Chansey with any Pokemon that came into the center. May wore the royal blue dress that she'd been given by Queen Eileen. adding a small silver tiara with a blue crystal in the center, Ash dressed in his Aura Guardian uniform. They then sat waiting for the contest to start. A few minutes later Sion and Donna came into the room. Sion was wearing a straight peach-colored dress which revealed a small amount of cleavage stopped at just above her knees, and Donna wore a pink dress that went to her ankles flaring slightly and showed a little cleavage with a black lacy cardigan that stopped at her waist over the top. They walked over and sat next to Ash and May making light conversation until the contest began. As more coordinators entered the room, May stopped smiling and scowled when she saw one enter the room. Ash felt May stiffen beside him and followed her gaze. Donna and Sion turned round to see who May was glaring at, standing in the doorway wearing a white suit with a rose in his lapel. Drew spotted May and started to walk towards her but stopped when he saw Ash, subconsciously rubbing his shoulder. He turned and walked to another part of the room, sitting next to a coordinator that May didn't recognize. Donna and Sion spent the next few minutes calming May down, and Ash has his hands full stopping Pikachu and Glacian from attacking Drew. An announcement came over the speakers telling the coordinators to make their way to the stage for the opening of the contest. Ash and May sent Pikachu and Glacian to go find Adam, who was sitting in the audience to watch the contest. Adam was sat waiting to the contest to start when he saw Pikachu and Glacian running towards him. Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder and Glacian curled up on Adam's lap. Piku was still in his usual place on top of Adam's head, but this time he was under Adam's hood so only his head was visible. "I take it the contest starting," Adam said looking at Pikachu. "Pika. Alright then, let's see what everyone thinks of all the training we did." Adam smiled and turned his attention to the stage. He knew that Ash and May were going to give their all, and so were their Pokémon. "Hello and welcome to the Drummond Town contest. I'm Julia, your announcer. I hope you all enjoy the show and good luck to our coordinators. So let's meet our judges. First we have Mr. Contesta. It's a pleasure to be here in Drummond Town," he said. "Secondly we have Drummond Town's very own Nurse Joy," Julie said. "I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone has in store for us today," Nurse Joy said smiling. "And last but by no means least we have the mayor of Drummond Town, Electros. And his Electros," Julie said, sweat dropping as everyone laughed at the electric type's actions. "I'm very happy to be involved in this contest," the mayor said laughing nervously, "and so is Electros." Electros," the electric type said happily. "We've met our judges, so let's meet our coordinators. Give them a hand," Julie shouted as she turned to the entrance tunnel pointing at the coordinators that were started and walk on to the stage. The audience cheered and clapped loudly, scaring Piku, who hid under Adam's hood, shaking. Pikachu patted Piku's back through the hood to try and calm him down. As Ash and May walked onto the stage, Adam smiled, but the smile froze when he saw who was walking a couple of people behind them. May had shown Adam a picture of Drew from a previous contest, so he knew who Drew was. Pikachu and Glacian tensed slightly but stayed where they were with Adam. "It's okay, you two, you saw how Ash and May trained for this contest. There's no way he'll beat them now. Calm down and show them your support." Pikachu and Glacian nodded and started cheering. Adam reached into his hood and gently pulled Piku out. "There's no need to be scared, no one's going to hurt you." Adam held Piku in his arms like a baby and stroked the little mouse until he stopped shaking. "Now we've met our coordinators, let the contest begin," Julia said before she called the first pair to the stage. The first few coordinators worked well together and received good comments from the judges. The mayor had to stop Electros from joining in a few times, but other than that the contest went smoothly. Soon it was Sion and Donna's turn to make their appeal. They said goodbye to Ash and May, who wished them both luck, and made their way to the stage. When they walked onto the stage, the audience clapped and cheered. They released their Pokémon. Sion was using her Minccino and Donna had called out her Growlithe. Minccino used Iron Tail to get into the air. Sion said, Minccino's tail turned metallic and was used as a springboard to launch the gray Pokémon into the air. Now use Swift. Minccino's tail briefly changed back to its usual appearance before glowing white. Swinging it round, Minccino released a volley of stars across the stage. Growlithe, use Ember. Donna said. The fire type opened his mouth and let loose a blast of small flames. The flames connected to the swift attack, making the stars look like comets. Now use hidden power. Ball of white energy surrounded Growlithe and spun round him until they merged together to make on large ball. Growlithe threw it into the air in front of the Swift/Ember combination. The combination started to circle round hidden power, making it look like a planet with comets orbiting it. Now, Minccino, use hyper voice. Sion called. Growlithe, round. Donna said. Minccino landed on Growlithe's head and covered the fire type's ears with her tail and rolled up her ears before releasing a piercing cry. At the same time Growlithe howled, sending out a ring-shaped wave of energy. Both attacks were aimed at the creation that floated above the stage. When they made contact, the planet and its comets exploded in a shower of sparks. That was a wonderful appeal. Now let's hear from our judges. Julia said, turning to the panel. I must say that this appeal was out of this world. Mr. Contesta said. The use of those moves created a truly splendid display. Nurse Joy added. This was an amazing show of creativity. The mayor said. Electros. And Electros thinks so too. Sion and Donna returned their Pokémon, curtsied to the judges and left the stage. Julia called the next pair of coordinators to the stage and the contest continued. A few appeals later it was Drew's turn. He walked onto the stage with his partner. It was the person he sat next to in the coordinator's room. It was a girl slightly younger than he was, about 16. She had long blonde hair which reached to her lower back and pale skin. Her sleeveless dress was white, like Drew's suit, with a high neckline and reached to her ankles at frilled at edges. Now we have Drew and Celia, let's see they can do. Julia announced as she moved to the side of the stage. Masquerain, let's go. Drew said, throwing his Pokeball into the air. Igglybuff, I need you. Celia called, releasing her Pokemon. Masquerain, bubble. A large blue bubble appeared above Masquerain's head and fired out a multitude of clear bubbles around the stage. Igglybuff, use Psychic please. Blue light filled Igglybuff's eyes and surrounded the bubbles that floated in mid-air. The bubbles started to circle slowly at first but picking up speed. Ominous wind. Drew said. Masquerain flapped his 4 small wings faster as purple wind blew across the stage. The bubbles filled with the purple energy of the wind. Now Aerial Ace. Masquerain disappeared in a blur, popping the bubbles, causing the purple energy that was in the bubbles to sparkle as it fluttered to the ground. Igglybuff, Icy Wind please. Celia asked her Pokemon. Igglybuff stopped using Psychic and took a deep breath before releasing it, causing a blast of cold air to mingle with the purple sparkles, making them shine with more colors. Finish with Sunny Day please. A small ball of golden energy formed between her small arms and she threw it high into the air. The ball grew in size until it was the same size as Igglybuff. The light from the ball made the sparkles shine even more. The audience applauded. That was a good combination of moves used in a creative way. Mr. Contesta said. I enjoyed this appeal very much. Nurse Joy commented. Sunny Day was a very good idea to end the appeal. It made the remains of all the other moves glow. The mayor added. Electros. Electros agrees. Drew and Celia bowed to the judges, put their Pokemon back into their ball and walked off the stage. There were a couple more appeals and then it was time for the last one. An announcement came over the speakers in the coordinator's room calling for Ash and May to make their way to the stage. Sion and Donna wished them luck and gave each of them a hug. Ash and May thanked them and started to walk to the stage. You ready for this, Ash? May asked. You look a little nervous. She had noticed that he kept fidgeting. Yeah, I'm ready. I just don't want to let you down, he replied, adjusting his hat. You won't let me down. May linked arms with Ash. Now let's show everyone what we can do. Ash nodded and together they walked onto the stage. The audience applauded and over the clapping Ash and May could hear Glacian and Pikachu cheering for them. They both waved to the audience, smiling as they looked around. Ash's eyes stopped when he saw a figure in a long hooded cloak standing at the back. He recognized the figure but couldn't place him. Ash soon realized who the figure was when he heard a voice in his head. "Hello again, Chosen One, or should I call you King of the Seas?" said the voice. "I was passing by this town when I detected your presence. I only came to wish you luck, my friend, and offer you some advice. Prepare yourself, there are troublesome times ahead, and protect your queen, she also has a role to play." Ash watched the hooded figure briefly nod his head and leave the contest hall. "Mutwo," Ash whispered. He reached out with his aura to find the psychic type, but he was already gone. May noticed that Ash had stopped waving and was staring at the area behind the audience. "Is everything okay, Ash?" she asked, concern evident in her voice. Ash shook his head to clear it and nodded as he smiled at May. "It's fine, just a friend wishing us luck." May gave him a quizzical look. "I'll tell you later," he said, reaching for a pokeball. "Ready?" May nodded and reached for her pokeball. "Take the stage," May shouted, throwing the ball above the stage. "I choose you," Ash cried, copying May's movement. Out of the pokeballs came Beautifly and Butterfree in a flash of white light. Straight away they started to circle around the stage side by side. Butterfree, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Sleep Powder. Butterfree's wings released a shower of colored dust, which twinkled in the lights of the hall. Beautifly, Silver Wind. Beautifly flapped her wings, sending out crescents of silver energy which mingled with the dust, making them brighter than before. Both bug types kept up their attacks as they separated and moved to opposite sides of the stage. Butterfree, add in Whirlwind. Beautifly, Full Power Silver Wind. Both butterfly Pokemon flapped their wings faster than before. One let loose a near gale force wind and the other sent more crescents of energy from her wings. The two powerful blasts of wind collected the dust that floated around the stage and clashed together, creating a tornado of color. "Now use Psychic," Ash and May said to their Pokemon. The eyes of both bug types glowed bright blue as they focused their power on the swirling vortex of color. The tornado split and stretched, floating high above the audience. By working together they created a shimmering aurora in the air. The audience gasped at the beauty that they were seeing. The appeal was meant to end there and the aurora was supposed to drift down to the ground, but when Butterfree released his part of the psychic combo, Beautifly didn't. She actually increased her power, taking control over the whole aurora. May, Ash and Butterfree watched Beautifly in confusion. Why wasn't she following the plan? They all thought. Beautifly used Psychic to shape the aurora into smaller objects. As they took shape, Ash and Butterfree became more confused, but May realized what was happening. The smaller objects had taken the shape of hearts and they moved around the stage. Beautifly, while still using Psychic, flew close to Butterfree. She started to dance in the air, first back to the right, forward to the left, back to the left, forward to the right, then up and right, across to the left, down to the right, across to the left. She kept repeating the pattern. Butterfree nearly dropped out of the sky in shock and Ash thought he'd seen the movement before, but he couldn't place it. "Is that?" Adam whispered to himself. He recognized the movements but had trouble believing what he was seeing. "Oh my!" Ash, May and Julia turned in the direction of the voice to see Nurse Joy covering her mouth with her hand. "Nurse Joy, why are you so shocked?" Julia asked. Everyone in the hall looked at Nurse Joy. "That dance Beautifly is performing is known as the courtship dance. It's usually only used during the mating seasons of bug-type Pokemon. It is performed when the Pokemon is in front of another they believe will be a love they will stay with forever," the nurse explained. "It's unheard of to see it outside of those times." While Nurse Joy was talking, Butterfree was still staring in shock. He watched as Beautifly continued to dance. She was taking a very serious risk. Over the last few days she had formed a friendship with Butterfree and it meant a lot to her, but she wanted something more than friendship. She poured her heart and soul into her movements. Slowly at first Butterfree started to copy her, moving in the same patterns, gaining speed until he matched her move for move. They started to fly closer together and higher into the air, spiraling around each other. Beautifly brought the hearts into the air with her, making them spin around the pair faster and faster. like the beating of her heart. The hearts that sparkled in the lights of the hall spun in a circle that kept getting smaller and smaller, crashing together just above the bug types, showering them and the contest hall with the remnants of the aurora. As the dust floated to the ground, Butterfree and Beautifly glided down side by side until they landed on their trainer's shoulders. The audience rose to their feet, applauding and cheering their approval of the appeal. Though they couldn't be seen, all the coordinators, well, nearly all, Drew was scowling and refused to look at the screen, were applauding as well. Well, it looks like the end of this appeal is also the beginning of something special. Let's hear from our judges. Julia said, but before the judges could speak, May tapped Julia on the shoulder and whispered into her ear. Julia looked at Ash, who nodded, and Julia lifted her microphone to her face. Before we hear the judges' comments, our coordinators would like to say something. She handed the microphone to May. Ash and I would like to confess something. What happened at the end of our appeal wasn't planned. It was meant to finish after the aurora, so please, when you are commenting on the appeal, don't count the courtship dance. We can't take credit for our Pokemon's feelings. What happened was all Beautifly's idea, and any praise for what happened should be given to her. Ash nodded his agreement to what May had said as she passed the microphone back to Julia. Well, there you have it. Let's turn it over to our judges and see what they have to say. Julia said, turning to the judges. Firstly, I would like to commend these coordinators for their honesty, and as for their appeal, it showed just how by using the right moves you can bring out the best in your Pokemon. Mr. Contesta said. I agree with Mr. Contesta. By admitting that the courtship dance wasn't part of their appeal, they show just how much they value their Pokemon. However, I am still going to take all that happened in the appeal into account when making my decision. This was an appealing appeal and I would enjoy seeing it again. Nurse Joy commented. I'm going to do the same as Nurse Joy and count everything that happened as your appeal. I was blown away by the beauty of what we saw here today. The mayor said. Electros. Electros thinks the same. That ends our appeal round, and now we wait to see who has made it through to the next round. Ash and May bowed/curtsied to the judges and recalled their Pokemon before returning to the coordinator's room. The audience left their seats to get some refreshments, and Adam made his way to the coordinator's room with Pikachu and Glacian running ahead of him. He entered the room a minute after the two Pokemon he was chasing. They were already in their trainer's arms, smiling happily. Hey, you two, that was a great appeal. Tell Butterfree and Beautifly that I'm happy for them. Adam said to Ash and May. He was about to say more when something caught his attention. Drew was standing in front of Sion and Donna trying to give them roses. They didn't want them, but Drew wasn't taking no for an answer. Excuse me for a minute, he said before walking over to the two girls. So, how about you two gorgeous ladies join me after the contest to celebrate my victory? Drew said, offering them roses for at least the 20th time. Donna, Sion, that was a great appeal. Minccino and Growlithe were amazing together. Adam said, pushing between Drew and the girls. Piku peeked out of his hiding place under Adam's hood. Hi Piku, he squeaked, waving happily. Sion giggled and waved back while Donna smiled and scratched Piku under his chin. Who the hell do you think you are? Drew asked angrily, but Adam kept his back to the green-haired coordinator. Sion and Donna stifled their giggles at Drew's reaction. Thanks, we were able to do it because of the advice you gave us. Donna said. All I did was give you a couple of tips, you two did all the work. Adam replied. He felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Adam knew it was Drew, so ignore it. I can't wait to see what you're going to do during the battle round, he said as he continued to talk to his friends, until he was pushed forward from a shove. Don't you dare ignore me, Drew shouted, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Piku dove back under Adam's hood in fright. Slowly Adam turned around and stood straight, being nearly a foot taller than Drew. Hi, nice to meet you, Adam said, looking past Drew to the person standing behind his right shoulder. Your name's Celia, right? The girl nodded. Adam held his hand out for her to take. Pleasure to meet you. Celia took Adam's hand, shaking it lightly. It's a pleasure to meet you too, she said shyly, glancing at the now furious Drew. "Hey!" Adam turned to Drew with a look of complete disinterest on his face. "Can I help you?" he asked, staring at Drew's beet-red face. "Just who the hell are you?" screamed Drew. "Keep your voice down, you're scaring Piku," Adam said calmly, reaching into his hood to bring out terrified electric type and calm him. Piku was shaking like leaf as Adam held him gently, stroking him in an attempt to stop him trembling. "Tell me your name," Drew yelled, grabbing Adam's hoodie. Adam pulled his hood down. "My name is Adam Henry Williams." "Now stop shouting or I'll make you." His voice was cold and emotionless. Across the room Ash heard Adam's voice and stiffened. He turned to May. "Drew's going to be in serious trouble if he doesn't shut up," he said quickly, making his way to the other side of the room. "Who are you to tell me what to do? You're just a pathetic trainer," Drew said. Adam turned away from Drew, pulling out of the coordinator's grasp, trying to control his temper. "Your parents are probably ashamed of how pitiful you are as a trainer." Adam handed the still scared Piku to Sion and spun on Drew, ready to attack him, a look of absolute hate etched into Adam's features. He grabbed Drew's shirt and slammed the coordinator into the wall. Drew had gone white as a sheet and fear was evident on his face. Everyone in the room stared in shock. Adam had his fist raised and was about to plant it in Drew's face, but when he tried to throw his punch he found it was held back. Adam's head snapped round to see Ash holding his arm. "Adam, don't, he's not worth it," Ash said. Adam glared at Ash for a second but soon calmed down. He let go of Drew, letting him slump against the wall. He took Piku back from Sion and left the room, feeling the stares of everyone on his back. May walked up to Drew and slapped him across the face with all her strength. The crack of skin on skin echoed around the now silent room. It was soon followed by two more cracks as Sion and Donna slapped him as well. Adam won the Silver Conference last year and his parents would be proud of him, if they were still alive, May said before storming out of the room. Every coordinator in the room stared at Drew with contempt. A few of the female coordinators walked over to Drew and slapped him like Sion, Donna, and May had. May walked around the contest hall trying to find Adam, eventually finding him outside leaning against the wall with his eyes closed and his hood back up, breathing slowly as he calmed both himself and the tiny mouse Pokémon in his arms. "I'm sorry," Adam said without looking up or opening his eyes. "Why are you sorry? You didn't do anything wrong," May asked, standing next to him. "I lost my temper. It's only thanks to Ash that I didn't do anything I'd regret. I need to thank him for that." Drew was out of line. "I think everyone in there's turn on Drew." May giggled softly. "I know that Sion and Donna slapped him after I did." Adam opened his eyes and looked at May. A small smile crept across his face. "You didn't need to. I think I scared him enough." He looked at his watch. "Come on, it's nearly time for the next round. You'd best get back inside. I'll be back in a minute. I want to calm Piku down more first." May nodded, went back into the contest hall, looking back at Adam once before leaving him alone. Adam stayed outside the contest hall for a few minutes, slowly stroking Piku's fur, soothing the mouse's nerves. "If you want I can take you to Luna at the Pokémon Center," Adam said to Piku. The mouse smiled back at him and shook his head. "Choo choo Piku." Adam chuckled. "You want to go back and support Ash and May?" "Choo. Alright then, let's go, they'll be starting now." Adam placed Piku inside his hood and felt the electric type crawl up the side of his head and settling into his favorite spot on top of Adam's head. He then walked back into the hall, making his way back to his seat, finding Pikachu and Glacian waiting for him. Once he sat down, Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder and Glacian curled up on his lap. "Welcome back to the Drummondtown contest. We're now going to reveal who the judges have chosen to proceed to the next round," Julia said. "Please look to the screen, as we unveil the chosen 8. Cards appeared on the screen one by one. They turned to show who had made it to the battle round. The first card showed Ash and May, the second and third showed other coordinators, the fourth was Drew and Celia, the fifth, sixth and seventh showed other coordinators. In the coordinators' room Ash and May were hoping that the last one would show Sion and Donna. The 8th card spun round and round before slowing down and revealing. Chapter 15. The contest continues. The silence in the coordinator's room was deafening as every pair who hadn't appeared waited with bated breath. A cheer rang out when the faces on the card were revealed. The cry of joy came from Sion and Donna as they leapt to their feet hugging each other. Ash and May smiled seeing the excitement of their friends at getting through to the next round. "Congratulations, guys, you really deserved to get through," Ash said. May gave both the girls a hug. Back on the contest stage, Julia was ready to make another announcement. "Now our computer will shuffle our quarter-finalists into pairs for the battle round," she said. The cards on the screen turned over again and swept around the screen, finally stopping in pair of 2 with a VS sign between them. "Our first battle pair will be Drew and Celia against Elizabeth and Nikki." In the coordinator's room the two pair looked at each other. Elizabeth had blonde hair which stopped just beneath her shoulders, brown eyes, and wore a silver necklace around her neck. She was wearing a red dress which fell to just above her ankles and a pair of red high heels. Nikki wore a black dress that reached halfway down her thighs, with black high heels on her feet. Her hair was a chocolate brown and she has a slightly tanned complexion. The second pair to battle will be Ash and May versus David and Mark. Ash and May turned to their opponents. David had spiked red hair and red eyes. He wore a tux with a red bow tie and polished shoes. Mark was dressed in a dark blue 3-piece pinstripe suit. The jacket was open and a gold watch chain was visible between 2 of the pockets on either side of his waistcoat. His black hair reached his shoulders and his eyes were gray. Third battle will be Keenan and Grace against Sue and Danielle. Keenan and Grace smiled at Sue and Danielle, both of whom returned the gesture. Keenan had light brown hair and green eyes. Grace had short pink hair and blue eyes. They wore matching costumes looking like Romeo and Juliet. Sue had curly red hair to her shoulders and blue eyes. She was wearing a black knee-length dress with a royal blue ribbon around the waist. Danielle wore a pale yellow strapless sundress. She had dark blonde hair that reached midway between her shoulder and the middle of her back, and her eyes were a light brown. And finally the fourth battle will be Sion and Donna versus Jason and Medea. Sion and Donna looked for their opposition for a place in the semifinals, finding a man and a woman across the room. The man had short dark hair, a tan complexion and a small scar on his chin. He was wearing what looked like ancient Greek armor along with leather sandals strapped to his feet and had a helmet under his arm. The woman wore a cream cotton dress with a V-neck and stopped mid-thigh. There was a gold rope around her waist acting as a belt. Her hair was as black as night and piled high with a gold chain wrapped around it to keep it in place. Her eyes were a striking sky blue and she wore a pair of gold high heels with straps which curled around her lower legs stopping just below her knees. She had the same complexion of the man next to her and carried herself with a regal confidence. Jason smiled, giving Sion and Donna a thumbs up, and Medea smiled as she inclined her head. Sion and Donna smiled back. It took a few minutes to prepare the stage for the battle round. Once it was ready, Julia called the first set of coordinators to the field. Drew and Celia stood at one end while Elizabeth and Nikki stood at the other. Each pair sent out their Pokémon. Flygon and Rapidash appeared in front of Drew and Celia, and in front of Elizabeth and Nikki was a Meditite and an Azumarill. We have our first quarter-final battle, which is Drew LaRousse and his partner Celia Gray against Elizabeth Franklin and Nikki Higgins. Our coordinators are ready and so are their Pokémon. Let the first battle begin, Julia announced. Rapidash, please use Sunny Day, Celia said. Rapidash's horn glowed white as a small ball of energy formed on the tip. The ball of energy shot from the horn, rising to the ceiling, growing bigger as it got higher. Flygon, flamethrower on Meditite, Drew called. Flygon flew quickly across the field and opened his mouth, releasing a stream of flames towards the dual-type Pokémon. Meditite, detect, Elizabeth shouted. Meditite's eyes glowed green as she dived forward, rolling under the fire. Now use Ice Punch. Meditite's hand glowed light blue as she came out of the roll in front of Flygon. She delivered a strong punch to Flygon's stomach before Drew could tell him to dodge. The Mystic Pokémon was knocked back to his side of the field. Drew and Celia's points dropped. Azumarill, use Surf. Nikki said. A huge wave formed underneath Azumarill's feet, growing higher and higher. The wave soon started to advance across the field, quickly picking up speed. Meditite, jump on Azumarill's shoulders. Elizabeth said, taking a powerful leap into the air. Meditite spun around, landing perfectly on the shoulders of the Aqua Rabbit. The poise and agility showed by both Pokémon to be able to perform such a feat caused Drew and Celia's points to drop again. Flygon, get out of there! Drew shouted. Flygon flapped his wings faster and shot to the rafters to avoid the wave. Rapidash, use bounce please. Celia said, panic evident in her voice. Rapidash flexed her powerful legs and jumped high into the air. Use solar beam please. Rapidash fired a beam of yellow energy from her horn directly at Azumarill. The water type was unable to dodge and would have taken the grass type attack at full force if Meditite hadn't used confusion to divert the beam slightly so it only clipped Azumarill's side. The surf attack collapsed on itself with Azumarill's concentration broken. Both Pokémon fell to the ground, landing with a thud. They were momentarily stunned from the landing and unable to escape Rapidash, who was now plummeting towards them, to finish the bounce attack. The Fire Horse Pokémon crashed into her dazed opponents. The combination of dodging surf, breaking the attack and ending with bounce caused Elizabeth and Nikki's points to fall. Rapidash ran back towards Celia, ready for whatever would happen next. Flygon, spin and use Dragon Breath. Drew said, the mystic Pokémon Dove, spiraling to the ground. His eyes flashed red as he opened his mouth and released a blast of green fire. By spinning around, the Dragon Breath took on the appearance of a fire spin. Azumarill, use Protect. Nikki called across the field. A dome of blue energy formed around the Pokémon, deflecting the Dragon Breath vortex. Meditite, use Ice Punch again. Elizabeth said, as Protect faded. Meditite leapt forward and once again punched Flygon in the stomach, now Force Palm. Meditite's hand snapped open and slammed a small ball of yellow energy into Flygon. The ball exploded in a blast of yellow light, throwing Flygon to the ground. Drew and Celia's points were now below the halfway point. Azumarill, finish with Ice Beam. Nikki commanded. A ball of light blue energy formed in Azumarill's mouth and a beam of icy energy was launched across the field at Flygon. Rapidash, please use Flamethrower. Celia said. A torrent of fire flew from Rapidash's mouth, intercepting the ice beam, creating a burst of red and blue light which made Elizabeth and Nicola's points drop. Solar Beam again please. Rapidash's horn glowed again as another beam of yellow energy was fired at the Aqua Rabbit. The damage that Azumarill had already taken it made him too slow to dodge the incoming grass-type attack, taking it full force in the chest. Azumarill skidded across the field, barely staying on his feet, breathing hard and scrunching his eyes closed, trying to keep his concentration, unknowingly leaving himself open for another attack. Another solar beam flew from Rapidash's horn, hitting the water type, sending him out of the boundaries of the field and slamming into the wall, slowly sliding to the ground. Azumarill is unable to battle. Julia announced. Nikki sighed and returned her Pokémon, thanking him for all his hard work. Meditite, Ice Punch once more on Flygon. Elizabeth shouted. Meditite ran at Flygon and delivered another Ice-type attack, knocking Flygon out of the battle. Before Julia could say anything, Drew recalled Flygon without saying a word. Rapidash, Flame Charge please. Celia said. Rapidash reared up, neighing to the sky and kicking her front legs wildly before slamming them to the ground. She stamped her hooves on the field, sending a cloud of dust into the air, and came out of it shrouded in flames, charging across the field at Meditite. Meditite, Detect. Meditite dodged Flame Charge by cartwheeling out of the way. Now use Rock Slide. The fighting and psychic-type Pokémon jumped into the air as multiple rings of white energy appeared above and around her. Large rocks emerged from the ripples. The rocks fell towards Rapidash as more kept appearing from the ripples. Rapidash, please use Agility. Rapidash dodged the falling rocks while moving at incredible speeds. Meditite, Grass Knot. Blades of grass came out of the ground, entangling themselves. Rapidash's hooves were caught on the grass, sending the horse to the ground. Rock slide again, then finish with fire punch. Rocks rained down on Rapidash, depleting Celia and Drew's points further. As Metatite surged forward with a fist coated in fire, a small smile came across Celia's face. The fire punch made contact with Rapidash's side and Elizabeth was shocked to see the fire being absorbed into Rapidash. Elizabeth and Nikki's points dropped below the halfway point. Rapidash, double kick please. Rapidash's rear legs kicked out, colliding with Metatite's chest, sending the smaller Pokémon back a few feet. Rapidash rose to her feet quickly, waiting for the next request, please end with overheat. Rapidash bellowed as a red hue overtook her body and fired out a rush of white-hot flames which seared the air as they tore across the field at Metatite, who was only just rising to her feet. Unable to avoid the powerful attack, Metatite was engulfed by the flames. Elizabeth and Nikki's points fell again to the quarter point. Once the attack died down, Metatite fell to her knees breathing hard. The bell rang to signal the end of the round just before she collapsed onto her front. Julia looked to the scoreboard. Drew and Celia's points were halfway between half and quarter full, while Elizabeth and Nikki's were just under the quarter. Drew and Celia have won the round. They are our first semi-finalists. Julia said. Now let's see what our judges thought. This was a very spirited battle and I would gladly watch these coordinators battle again. Mr. Contesta said. I'm very impressed by the agility and balance that Metatite and Azumarill showed during the surf attack. Nurse Joy added, smiling. I must say that all of the Pokémon we've just seen were amazing and I look forward to seeing Flygon and Rapidash in the semifinals. The mayor said, Electros nodding in agreement. The four coordinators met in the center of the field, shaking hands, or in Drew's case attempting to kiss the back of his opponent's hands as they kept their distance from him. Eventually he gave up and with a flick of his hair he turned left the stage. Celia smiled nervously as she bowed to Elizabeth and Nikki, thanking them for the battle, before following Drew off the stage. Can we please have our next coordinators come to field? Julia announced. In the coordinators' room, Ash and May stood up. Sion and Donna wished them luck and gave them both a quick hug before letting them go to the field. As they left the room, their opponents David and Mark were just ahead of them. Hey guys, Ash called after them. They stopped and looked back as Ash and May caught up to them. Good luck, he said, holding his hand out with a smile on his face. David and Mark smiled back and shook his hand. Good luck to you too, David said. Don't hold back on us cause we won't be. Yeah, give us everything you've got, Mark added. You sure you want full force? Ash asked. I've got a really strong Pokémon for this battle. I don't want to hurt your Pokémon. No worries, Mark said, our Pokémon can take on anything. Just remember you asked for this, May said with a playful smirk on her face. The four of them walked to the field until they reached fork in the corridor which lead to the tunnel to either side of the field. With one last handshake they went their separate ways without saying a word. As they walked on the field the audience applauded and cheered. Now we have our second battle. To my left we have May Maple and Ash Ketchum, to my right we have David Henry and Mark Frank. Coordinators, release your Pokémon. David and Mark sent their Pokémon onto the field. Hitmontop and Grovyle appeared in front of them respectively. Ash and May looked at each other and nodded. They each threw a Pokeball into the air. I choose you / take to the stage, they said. Garchomp / Altaria. The two dragon types came to the field. Altaria came first, singing her name with a harmonious melody which was soon overshadowed by the mighty roar from Garchomp. Hitmontop and Grovyle took an involuntary step back, much like their trainers, when Garchomp stared them down. Altaria hovered to Garchomp's left. Both Pokémon were ready for their trainer to give the word. Begin the battle, Julia said. Garchomp / Altaria Dragon Pulse. Ash and May called together and a ball of turquoise energy formed in front of each of the dragon's mouths. Now swallow them. Everyone in the hall gasped and watched as Garchomp and Altaria threw their heads forward and took the attack into their mouths. There was a second of silence before Altaria sang in a high pitch and Garchomp let loose a powerful bellow as they started to glow with the power of the attack, feeling their strength rise. David and Mark's points dropped as everyone stared at the glowing Pokémon. Hitmontop, hidden power. David called, a circle of white ball of energy formed around the fighting type and flew towards the dragons. Grovyle use bullet seed. Mark said. Grovyle opened his mouth and fired a volley of yellow seeds covered in green energy. Bullet seed combined with hidden power making both moves cross the field faster and increasing the attack power. Ash and May's points fell slightly from the display. Garchomp, Dragon Breath. Ash called to his Pokémon, Garchomp roared again and blew out a torrent of green flames which vaporized the bullet seed/hidden power combo, leaving some sparks of energy behind as it continued towards the opposing Pokémon. Hitmontop and Grovyle dodged the attack by jumping to the sides but Grovyle was caught by a Dragon Pulse sent from Altaria. Both sets of points dropped slightly. David and Mark's fell because Grovyle had been hit by an attack and their attack had failed while Ash and May's only dropped by a little bit because Garchomp's attack had been dodged. Altaria, spin and use Dragon Ace. May said. Altaria flew high into the air before diving towards Hitmontop and Grovyle spinning like a corkscrew, getting faster and faster, with the white energy of Aerial Ace mixing with the light blue dragon energy form of Dragon Rush. She was surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy which split into sections of blue and white. And like the Drill Wing combo by Soren and Rocco, hiding her from sight in the energy of the attack. She disappeared from sight when she had crossed half the distance between them, making David and Mark nervous as Aerial Ace was super effective against their Pokémon and with the added power of Dragon Rush the incoming attack was a lot more powerful than either would be on its own. The display of Dragon Rush and Aerial Ace's combined energy caused David and Mark's points to drop by a quarter. Detect. David and Mark shouted to their Pokémon. The eyes of the two Pokémon turned blue as they sidestepped the incoming attack. Now Hitmontop triple kick/Grovyle leaf blade. Hitmontop jumped at Altaria delivering his attack to her right wing at the same time Grovyle hit her left wing with the leaves on his forearms which glowed brightly with green energy. Altaria span out of control and crashed to the ground with a cry of pain, kicking up a small dust cloud. The added power she had gotten from swallowing Dragon Pulse at the start of the battle was fading quickly. May cried out as Altaria fell to the field and didn't notice that her points fell also. Ash glared at Hitmontop and Grovyle as they landed after using their attacks. Ash knew that May had cried out for more than Altaria just being hit by the attacks. Her Altaria was the Swablu that they had met in Hoenn and although she had evolved, her wings were still quite delicate and needed regular exercise to keep them strong. Garchomp, protect Altaria. Ash shouted. Hitmontop and Grovyle ran towards Altaria to attack again but they were thrown across the field when Garchomp slammed into them using Dragon Rush. He turned and gently helped Altaria to her feet. He felt something repeatedly hitting his back and turned to see Grovyle launching a barrage of Bullet Seed and Energy Ball at him while Hitmontop was using Rapid Spin to close the gap between them. An evil smirk came across Garchomp's face, displaying his razor-sharp teeth. He sidestepped the Rapid Spin while ignoring the Bullet Seed. Grovyle, add Dragon Breath to Bullet Seed. Mark shouted. The seeds that Grovyle was firing took on a fiery dark blue aura as they flew towards Garchomp. The power that Dragon Breath added to the attack was enough to knock the dragon type off balance. Hitmontop, David said, use low kick. The handstand Pokémon rushed forward and swept Garchomp's legs, knocking him to the ground. Now use close combat. Hitmontop jumped onto Garchomp and started to rain down a flurry of punches and kick on the dragon type. Grovyle, help Hitmontop with Drain Punch. Mark called. An orb of dark green energy grew around Grovyle's fist as he ran up to Garchomp and started to punch him continuously. Garchomp, get out of there. Ash shouted but Garchomp was pinned down with his strength fading fast. A blur of blue and white shot across the field sending Grovyle and Hitmontop away from Garchomp. Altaria dropped onto Garchomp's chest. Slowly Garchomp stood up placing Altaria on the ground next to him. Hitmontop and Grovyle had gotten to their feet and were charged towards the weary dragon types. Garchomp, Iron Tail. Ash shouted. Garchomp's tail took on a metallic sheen as his opponents came closer, waiting for the right moment to act. Altaria, Attract. May cried. Altaria winked at the two oncoming Pokémon and a cluster of hearts floated across the field. The hearts made contact with Grovyle, causing the grass type to slow down, while Hitmontop used Rapid Spin to dodge the hearts and continue on his way to Garchomp. The mock Pokémon swung his tail round, sending Hitmontop back towards Grovyle. A ball of orange and yellow energy started glowing in Garchomp's stomach, getting bigger and bigger as it slowly made its way into his mouth. Just as the ball of energy started to leave Garchomp's mouth, he bit off a chunk of it and swallowed. The rest of the energy shot to the ceiling and rained down meteors of dragon energy. Garchomp roared louder than ever. The sound seemed to shake the foundations of the building, as he shone with the colors of Draco Meteor, covering Altaria with his own body to keep her safe from the attack. As Draco Meteor fell, impacting the field, Hitmontop and Grovyle were battered by the attack as dust was kicked up, hiding the field from sight. When the dust cleared, Hitmontop and Grovyle were breathing heavily but still ready to battle, having used a tech to dodge most of the attack but still taking some damage. They stood ready for Garchomp and Altaria to appear from the dust, and as the dust cleared, all they saw was an empty field. David and Mark looked across the field, and although May looked confused, Ash was smiling. "Now!" he shouted, and the ground under Hitmontop and Grovyle cracked as Garchomp and Altaria flew out of it, slamming into both opposing Pokémon with Aerial Ace. Ash quickly turned to May and explained what had happened. Garchomp used the dust that Draco Meteor kicked up to hide him and Altaria, while he used Dig to get them out of the way and ready for another attack. Garchomp must have told Altaria to use Aerial Ace on his own, cause everything he's done since moving to protect Altaria was all him. May nodded in understanding. At this point in the battle the point had all but been forgotten. May glanced at the screen and saw that her and Ash's points were still above the halfway point, while David and Mark's were nearly at the quarter. With dodging and gracefully attacking, Hitmontop and Grovyle had been able to decrease Ash and May's points, while by using Ash's Swallow power-up technique along with powerful moves, he and May managed to deplete David and Mark's points. Garchomp and Altaria were waiting for Ash and May's next move. Altaria was breathing slightly with some bruising on her wings, and Garchomp had taken some more damage from his own Draco Meteor, the evidence of which could be seen clearly on his back. "Altaria, roost," May said. The humming Pokémon closed her eyes and folded one of her wings in, resting the other on Garchomp's leg. She then started to glow with gold energy, which traveled across her wing and on to Garchomp. When the gold energy faded from their bodies, some of the damage they had taken had faded, though the telltale signs of battle could still be seen. The Pokémon on the field readied themselves for the next attack when the buzzer sounded and Julia walked onto the field. "That's the end of our second battle, and the winners are Ash and May," Julia announced. The audience cheered as Ash, May, David and Mark returned their Pokémon and walked to the center of the field to shake hands. "Our judges will now tell us what they thought of this battle." The agility shown by Hitmontop and Grovyle was astounding. It was a true pleasure to watch them, said Mr. Contesta. "I thought it showed how close Ash and May were by the way Garchomp protected Altaria. It was touching to see Altaria share the healing power of Roost with Garchomp," Nurse Joy said, causing May to blush. "The technique that Garchomp and Altaria used at the start of the battle was something I've never seen before. I was very impressed." The mayor added with a nod of agreement from Electros again. "Great battle, guys," Ash said as David and Mark stopped in front of him and May. "Yeah, it was, but next time we meet we're winning," Mark said with a smile. "Don't count on it." Garchomp held back a bit on the Draco Meteor. "If it had been full power, the battle would have ended earlier." "Of course he did," David said with a smirk. "It's true. Why do you think he started to glow the same color as the attack?" May said. David and Mark thought about what she said and nodded. The four of them shook hands and left the field to return to the coordinator's room. They passed Keenan, Grace, Sue and Danielle on their way and wished them all luck for their battle. The other four thanked them and carried on their way to the field. An announcement came over the speakers saying that there would be a few minutes before the next battle to repair the field. Once they re-entered the room, David and Mark went to get changed out of their outfits and into their normal clothes, while Ash and May were met by Sion and Donna. "You guys were great," Donna said, smiling. Sion nodded in agreement. They started asking questions about how Ash and May had developed the swallow technique along with other questions. After a couple of minutes, May noticed that Drew's partner, Celia, was sitting on her own staring at the floor and fidgeting with her dress. Drew was nowhere in sight, so May excused herself from the group and walked over to Celia. "Hi," May said, "mind if I sit here?" gesturing to the place next to Celia. The blonde looked up and shook her head. May sat down next to her and smiled. "I'm May Maple," she said, holding her hand out toward Celia. Celia shyly took the hand and shook it. "My name's Celia Gale. I know who you are," she said quietly. "I'm actually a fan of yours. I saw you compete in the Hoenn and Kanto Grand Festivals before I got my first Pokémon. After seeing you perform, it made me want to become a coordinator. I'm really honored to meet you." May was taken aback by Celia's confession. She knew that she had some fans, but she hadn't ever thought that she'd inspired people. "Well, I'm honored to meet you too. I saw that you were by yourself and thought I'd come and keep you company." "So, where are you from?" "Goldenrod City in Johto, but I started my journey in Kanto as that's where my mom and dad started theirs. I saw you compete in the Johto Grand Festival that year, and when she left Ash to travel with Drew, Harley and Soledad after the Battle Frontier, and nearly missed my last contest. I nearly won but lost at the last minute because Bayleaf was knocked out just before the timer went off. You did great in that Grand Festival, you made it to the top 4. Why are you partnered with Drew?" "When I got here there were only a few people left who didn't have a partner. Drew was one of them. He said he'd planned on teaming up with you, but he'd found out you already had a partner." May nodded in understanding. "May, sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if you wanted me to take Altaria to be healed for our next match?" Ash asked as he tapped May on the shoulder. "Thanks, Ash," May said, passing him her Pokeball. "Ash, I want you to meet Celia." "Celia, this is Ash Ketchum, my boyfriend," May said, blushing slightly after briefly hesitating before the end of her sentence. Ash held his hand out to Celia. "Nice to meet you," he said with a smile. Celia took his hand and shook it. "Nice to meet you too," she replied. May noticed that there was a forced smile on Celia's face. They shook hands and then Ash left the coordinator's room to heal the Pokémon, the cape of his Aura Guardian flapping gently behind him. "What's wrong?" May asked, looking at Celia. The blonde had a slightly panicked look in her eyes but quickly hid it. "Nothing's wrong. What make you think there is?" "When you shook Ash's hand, your smile seemed different. Is there something about Ash you don't like?" "There's nothing wrong with Ash," Celia responded a bit too quickly. "Then what's the problem?" May asked. Celia took a deep breath and slowly let it out. "I know what's going on," she said. May looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" "It's okay," Celia said, putting a hand on May's arm. "Drew told me what you're going through." Anger rippled across May's face, but she held her tongue. "What did Drew tell you?" she asked through gritted teeth. "And don't leave anything out." "Drew said that he wants to rescue you from how Ash treats you." "What?" May said, her face like stone and her voice deathly calm. Celia was a little scared about how May was reacting. "He said Ash treated you badly and you were scared of him hurting you more than he already had." An aura of black flames had surrounded May as she sat there seething. Next time she saw Drew he was in serious trouble. The emotion on her face was unreadable, but the room's temperature seemed to drop by about 10 degrees, while the opposite was happening with May's blood, which boiled in her veins hotter than Molter's flames. Celia started to move down the bench to have some distance from the feeling of anger that flowed from May. "Ash is the kindest, sweetest and most gentle person I've ever met," May said. "He has never treated me badly or hurt me." "Drew is lying to you. He's just jealous that I'm with Ash and not him. Drew's been bothering me for years to go out with him and I kept saying no, when I told him I was going out with Ash he got angry and if we hadn't been in a Pokémon Center I'm sure he would have hurt me. May gestured for Sion and Donna to come over. When they were close enough she spoke to them. Tell Celia about Ash. She said. They could feel the rage that May was trying to hold back and did what she said. Not long after May said that Drew walked into the room and paled when he saw the three girls talking to Celia. He made his way towards them to interrupt but May saw him coming. She stood and walked to meet him halfway, a look of complete contempt on her face. Drew was about to speak but as soon as he opened his mouth he was knocked across the room, slamming into a wall and sliding to the ground barely conscious. May walked over and stood over him, an enormous mallet in her hands. If you ever tell lies like that again, you'll regret it. She hissed, glaring at the fallen green-haired coordinator. The room was silent as they saw Drew's head droop and he fell into unconsciousness. May walked back to the three girls and sat down, the look of anger still on her face but with a small smirk on her lips. May. Sion said nervously, where did that mallet come from? A friend told me where to find it in case I ever needed it. May replied simply. Will you do me a favor and don't tell Ash about it, if he asks just tell him Drew fell over. The girls nodded nervously as May returned the mallet to wherever she had gotten it. She then proceeded to tell Celia the truth about Drew and the type of person he really was. While Ash was waiting for Garchomp and Altaria to finish being healed, he was watching the current match on a nearby TV screen. Sue and Danielle were battling with their Ninetales and Delcatty while Keenan and Grace had Espion and Bellissum on the field. The match was currently tied and seemed to be staying that way. He took his eyes away from the screen and looked at the flyers in a rack by the desk. Taking a couple he started to flick through them. He stopped when he saw one saying Vermilion City. Putting the other flyers back he started to read the one he still held. It was advertising a festival that was coming to the port city. Regions Festival. Ash read aloud, come to Vermilion City and experience the adventure of other regions. Meet members of the Elite Four, see new Pokémon and enjoy thrill of Pokémon battle like you've never seen before. Ash smiled. This was something he really wanted to see. This was the first time all the regions been showcased in one festival. His smile faded slightly when he noticed that it would start in 2 weeks and be on for a week but it would take 3 weeks for them to get to Vermilion City, maybe a little less if they made good time. If we start traveling early and don't stop until late we might just make it. Ash thought, then he had an idea, we could fly but that would mean leaving Adam behind. He prefers to travel on foot, maybe he knows a way to get there in time. I'll ask him after the contest. Ash collected Garchomp and Altaria's Pokeballs and made his way back to the coordinator's room, taking the flyer with him. It's not just Drew, it's his Pokemon as well, May said to Celia, his Flygon won't leave Altaria alone, Absol keeps making advances on Glacian. At one point she had to use Ice Beam to stop him chasing her. Roserade is forever giving Venusaur roses, Masquerain is always trying to get close to Beautifly. The only one of my Pokemon who doesn't get bothered by Drew's Pokemon is Blaziken because they're all scared of her. May looked across the room seeing Drew still slumped on the floor, a wicked smirk flickered across her face as she remembered the feeling of hitting Drew. She looked to the door to see if Ash had come back yet and saw him entering the room. She felt her face heat up slightly and smiled at him as he started to walk towards her. He stopped part way in and she saw his eyes start to glow light blue before it quickly faded. He walked over to her and handed over Altaria's Pokeball. He then saw Drew on the floor. Ash opened his mouth to ask what happened but May cut him off. He slipped and fell. He'll probably be on his feet again soon. Thanks to taking Altaria. She said. Not a problem, he replied. After a moment's hesitation he asked. This might sound strange but was Misty here? No, why? May asked, wondering why Ash was asking her. She started to think that Ash had seen her with the mallet but he came in a few minutes afterwards so he couldn't have, could he? She thought to herself. I just had a sense that she was here. What do you mean by sense? Donna asked. May and Sion exchanged a look before turning to Ash. Sion hadn't said anything to Donna about Ash being an Aura Guardian as she didn't know if he wanted people to know that. Ash looked between Celia and Donna, for a minute as he tried to decide what to do. He reached out with his aura and examined their auras. He could tell that they were good people and decided to take a leap of faith. He retracted his aura and looked at both of the girls. "Can you two keep a secret?" he asked. "I mean something just between us and no one else." Donna and Celia looked slightly confused and after a few seconds they nodded their heads. Ash took a deep breath and decided just to tell them straight. He knelt down so he was level with the girls and lowered his voice so he wouldn't be overheard. "I'm an Aura Guardian. What I'm wearing isn't a costume, it's my official Aura Guardian uniform. I am a member of the Royal Court of Rhoda and while in the Kingdom of Rhoda I am assigned to protect Queen Eileen." Donna and Celia looked at him skeptically and turned to see Sion and May nodding. "I'll show you. Look into my eyes," Ash said. "You're not going to hypnotize us and make us do thing, are you?" Donna asked. A look of utter bewilderment formed on Ash's face. "Why would I hypnotize you and what do you think I'd do?" Ash asked. Donna raised an eyebrow and turned to look at May. "Good luck with this one," she said. May's face flushed red with embarrassment as Sion face-bombed and shook her head. Celia giggled slightly at their reactions. Donna turned back to Ash. "What I meant was..." "Ash, aren't you going to show Donna and Celia your aura?" Sion said, interrupting her friend before the conversation started going in a very different direction. "Right," he said, "look at my eyes." Celia and Donna fixed their gaze on Ash's brown eyes and jerked back with a gasp when they saw them start to glow blue. Ash then showed them his hand and created a small aura sphere in his palm. After a few seconds he let the sphere fade away. "What I meant earlier was that I sensed the aura of one of my friends in this room, or at least something she's had for a long time." "You must have imagined it, Ash," May said. "Misty wasn't here. I did borrow these earrings though, that might have been it." May moved her hair and showed him a small teardrop-shaped earring made from blue crystal. Although Misty had given May them as a gift, it was a couple of years ago and therefore wouldn't have enough of Misty's aura on them for Ash to detect, but he didn't know that. "Guess you're right, wonder why I didn't sense them before." "You were probably distracted by the contest," Sion suggested. Ash shrugged. He then remembered the flyer in his hand. "May, take a look at this," he said, handing the flyer to her. As May took the flyer from him their fingers brushed against each other. They both felt a jolt of electricity run up their arms and their hearts started to beat a little faster, though they were only aware of what they were feeling. The other girls were full aware of what happened by the looks on Ash and May's faces. Ash took a step back as May gave the flyer her undivided attention. "I was thinking after the contest we could go straight to Vermilion City for the festival. It looks like fun and I can have my gym battle as well," Ash said. "It says that the festival is in a week, won't it take us 2 weeks to get to Vermilion City?" May replied. "Yeah, but I was thinking that Adam might know a shortcut or something." "Hey, I've got an idea." Ash turned to look at Sion, Donna and Celia. "Why don't you guys come with us? It'll be fun." The three girls looked at Ash for a minute before Celia spoke. "It does sound like fun, but I can't after this contest. I need to get a train from Saffron City to Fuchsia City. I'm going to visit my aunt. We'd love to come with you as well, but we've already decided to go to Celadon City to look for some more dresses for our contest," Donna said, with Sion nodding in agreement. The group started to talk about previous adventures when an announcement came from the speakers. "There we have it, the winners of our third battle are Sue and Danielle. We need to take a few minutes break to repair the battlefield, then we will have our last quarterfinal battle. Can our remaining quarterfinalists please make their way to the field? Guess this is it," Donna said, standing up. Sion stood as well. "Good luck," Ash said. May smiled and gave them both a quick hug. "You're going to be great," she said. "I wish you both the very best for your battle," Celia added with a small smile. Donna and Sion left the room and started walking to the field. Their opponents Jason and Medea were slightly further down the corridor. A few minutes later the field was repaired and ready for the last battle of the quarterfinals. Sion and Donna stood at one end of the field as Jason and Medea stood at the other. "Coordinators, send out your Pokémon," Julia said. The 4 coordinators each took a Pokeball and threw it onto the field. The 4 capsules opened and their Pokémon appeared in a flash of light ready to battle. "Cubchoo, come on out, hun," Sion said. "Mytiana, let's go," Donna cried. "You're golden, Ampharos," Jason called. "Appear, Gothitelle," Medea said. "Let the battle begin," Julia shouted as she left the field. "Mytiana, use Dark Pulse." Donna called to her Pokémon. Mytiana started to form a ball of dark energy in his mouth when Sion spoke. "Cubchoo, use Blizzard." The small ice type opened her mouth and let out a blast of snow-filled air at the same time Mytiana sent out his Dark Pulse. The 2 attacks combined with the dark purple rings of Dark Pulse containing the blizzard, focusing it and making it cross the field faster, creating a swirling vortex of ice and dark energy. "Ampharos, dodge it," Jason said. Ampharos dove to the side, barely getting out of the way. "Gothitelle, protect," Medea cried. The astral body Pokémon crossed her arms over her chest and a dome of turquoise energy covered her and the immediate area surrounding her. A small portion of the combined dark and ice-type attack managed to get through the barrier before it fully appeared. Gothitelle took a small amount of damage but kept her focus, keeping her protect strong against the attack. Jason and Medea's points dropped to halfway between full and a quarter. Sion and Donna's points fell by a fraction because the attack was mostly blocked and Ampharos dodged it. "Ampharos, signal beam," Jason said. The red jewel on the electric type's head glowed and a multicolored beam fired from it headed straight for Mytiana. "Gothitelle, use Psychic," Medea called. Gothitelle's eyes glowed light blue as she focused her psychic energies. A pale blue light enveloped Cubchoo and started to lift the ice type into the air. "Mytiana, dodge it," Donna shouted. Mytiana evaded the multicolored beam with a quick roll to his side. "Grab Cubchoo." Mytiana ran across the field and gently gripped Cubchoo with his jaws. Embargo. A black aura made its way around Cubchoo, negating the psychic hold. Once the glow of psychic completely faded, Mytiana released Cubchoo, placing the small ice type on the ground carefully. Cubchoo thanked the bite Pokémon by patting him on the nose. Sion nodded her thanks to Donna and focused on the battle. "Ampharos, use Thunder Punch." The light Pokémon formed a ball of energy around the end of his stubby arm and ran towards Cubchoo. "Cubchoo, double team." The chill Pokémon briefly glowed white and 6 more Cubchoo appeared surrounding Ampharos, now Ice Beam. Each Cubchoo on the field formed a ball of icy white energy in front of their mouths and fired a zigzag-like beam at Ampharos. "Gothitelle, use Shadow Ball to stop Ice Beam." Gothitelle threw her arms wide, sending out a barrage of Shadow Ball. One made contact with the real Ice Beam while the others flew through the illusions and destroyed the double-team copies. The collision of Ice Beam and Shadow Ball created a shower of the remaining pieces of both attacks, which flickered in the spotlight of the hall. This display caused Sion and Donna's points to drop to just below the quarter. "Mytiana, bite now," Donna shouted. While Gothitelle had been busy countering the ice beam, Mytiana managed to get behind the psychic type ready to attack. Mytiana jumped forward with a roar, his jaws wide and his teeth glowing white. He sank his teeth into Gothitelle's arm, causing the psychic type to cry out in pain. "Cubchoo, Night Slash," Sion said. Cubchoo's paw became enveloped by a light purple energy which shaped itself to look like a claw. The ice type ran at Gothitelle, ready to strike her with the dark type move. "Ampharos, Thunder," Jason shouted. Ampharos quickly charged up the powerful attack and released it at Cubchoo. The attack shot across the field, making contact with the small Pokémon and throwing her backwards. "Now use Focus Blast." A ball of pale blue energy formed between Ampharos' outstretched arms and was quickly thrown at Cubchoo, who was starting to get up. "Cubchoo, dig." Without standing up, Cubchoo started to burrow into the ground, barely escaping the fighting type attack. Rock Tomb, then Ice Beam. Pillars of stone erupted from the ground, quickly trapping Ampharos. Cubchoo then burst from the ground and fire an Ice Beam at the rock, strengthening their hold on Ampharos. The combination of dodging Ampharos' attack and then trapping him in a combination of Rock Tomb and Ice Beam made Jason and Medea's points fall to just above the half, when combined with the points lost by Cubchoo and Mytiana dodging attacks. Meanwhile, Mytiana and Gothitelle were having their own battle. Mytiana used his speed, attacking with hit-and-run tactics while gracefully dodging Gothitelle's counterattacks. The Psychic type was forced to use her other moves against the Dark type due to his immunity to Psychic type attacks. Mytiana, crunch. Donna said. Mytiana charged towards Gothitelle, dodging an energy ball and closing in on Gothitelle's position. Medea watched the battle and waited for the right moment to attack. Gothitelle, brick break. Medea shouted when Mytiana was just about to attack. Gothitelle's hand glowed white as she slammed it into Mytiana's side, sending the Dark type sprawling across the field. Now Signal Beam. Gothitelle's eyes glowed as a beam multicolored energy flew out of them towards the dog-like Pokémon. Mytiana, dodge it. Donna cried, but Mytiana was struggling to get up after the unexpected blow. Seeing the bug-type attack getting closer, Donna tried a different tactic. Feint attack. Mytiana started to fade slowly but quickly picked up his pace, dodging the attack at the last possible second. Use Dark Pulse. Mytiana reappeared behind Gothitelle and fired his attack. The dark rings hammered into Gothitelle's back. Gothitelle, foul play. A dark red energy glowed in Gothitelle's eyes as she spun to the side, evading Dark Pulse and surged forward, slamming a fist infused with the red energy into the side of Mytiana's head, once more sending the Dark type across the field. Now rest. Gothitelle closed her eyes as a white glow surrounded her body, healing her injuries. Mytiana, bite. Once more Mytiana ran at the Psychic type with his jaws open to attack. Sleep Talk. Donna looked on in horror, knowing it was too late to dodge. Gothitelle's eyes opened and she let loose another beam of multicolored energy. Signal Beam hit Mytiana point blank, sending the Dark type to the ground. His momentum caused him to keep moving forward as he hit the ground, sliding across the field until he stopped just short of Gothitelle. Sleep Talk again. A ball of green energy formed between Gothitelle's hands. The energy ball slammed into Mytiana, keeping the Dark type on the ground as he whimpered quietly in pain. Mytiana, no. Donna cried, seeing her loyal Pokémon in pain. Her mind was in pieces as she tried to think of a way to get Mytiana out of that situation. Cubchoo, help Mytiana. Use Shadow Claw. Sion said. Her small ice type ran towards Gothitelle with her paws cloaked in black energy surrounded in a purple outline. Suddenly there was a near blinding light as fragments of rock and ice were blasted around the field. Mytiana and Cubchoo tried to dodge the debris, though they couldn't evade it all as they were pelted by it. Ampharos stood in the same place he had been trapped, but now he was free. He'd used thunder to demolish his prison of rock and ice. The light Pokémon was breathing heavily from the exertion of destroying the combination of Rock Tomb and Ice Beam. Though in the course of breaking out of the attacks created a display of power and beauty as the fragments of ice shone in Ampharos' light, causing a severe drop in Sion and Donna's points. Mytiana, Shadow Ball. Donna shouted as she pointed at Ampharos. A ball of dark energy crackled into existence in front of the bite Pokémon's mouth before it flew at Ampharos. Cubchoo, Shadow Claw. Sion said. Cubchoo's paws were once again cloaked in black energy with a purple outline shaping the energy into a sharp three-clawed appendage. The small ice type leapt at Gothitelle and raked her claws across the Psychic type's back. Ampharos, counter with Signal Beam. Jason called. Ampharos nodded and launched a multicolored beam from the jewel on his head towards Shadow Ball. The two attacks exploded on contact, obscuring the line of sight between Mytiana and Ampharos. Jason waited for the smoke to clear when a series of rings composed of purple energy flew out of the smoke, slamming into Ampharos. The sound of the buzzer filled the air, signaling the end of the battle. Looking at the scoreboard, the results seemed to be too close to call. Julia put her hand to her ear so she could hear her earpiece. She nodded and lifted her microphone to her lips. The winner of the last quarterfinal match is Sion and Donna. Congratulations, you're going through to the semifinals. Now a word from our judges. The teamwork and combinations that Maitayana and Kubchu used were spectacular to watch. Mr. Contesta said. Ampharos and Gothatel showed great strength and ability throughout the battle. Their trainers should be proud. Nurse Joy said. I've never seen embargo used to counteract a psychic attack before. It was a slide of genius as a way to rescue a partner who is caught by a psychic attack. The mayor said, ending the judges' comments. He looked to Electros but found that the electric type had disappeared again. The mayor sighed and shook his head. In the coordinator's room, May jumped and squealed in happiness hearing that Sion and Donna had won their battle. She jumped onto Ash, giving him a hug before quickly letting go and taking a few steps away after realizing what she'd done. Ash just smiled and kept watching the screen. Now we have our 4 semi-finalists. Let's see how they match up for their next battles. Julia said. She pointed to the scoreboard and 4 pictures replaced the results of the last battle. The pictures showed the 4 teams, Ash and May, Sion and Donna, Drew and Celia, and finally Sue and Danielle. The pictures then turned, showing a dark blue rectangle before they started to shuffle around the board. They stopped in 2 rows of 2 a versus sign between the top 2 picture and another between the bottom 2. When these rectangles turn over, it will show who our semi-finalist will be facing in the battle of a place in the finals. The cards turned over slowly, revealing the first coordinators of each battle. The top row showed Ash and May while the bottom row had the picture of Sion and Donna. The final 2 pictures spun around showing Sue and Danielle on the top row with Drew and Celia on the bottom. There we have it. Our first semi-final match is Ash and May versus Sue and Danielle. Our second match will be Sion and Donna versus Drew and Celia. I wish our remaining coordinators good luck. There will be a 30-minute break before the semi-final matches so that the field can be repaired and you, our amazing audience, can go and get some refreshments. Julia bowed and walked off the stage followed by the judges. The people in the audience started to make their way out of the hall to stretch their legs and get something to drink. Adam let Pikachu and Glacian run off to see Ash and May while he made a quick visit to the Pokémon Center to see how Luna and Lucario were getting on. He found that they were doing fine and told them that Ash and May were in the semi-finals and what had happened so far. Luna put a comforting paw on Adam's shoulder when he told them about how he nearly lost control. Even though he didn't fully understand what was happening, Piku gently patted Adam's head, seeing that his trainer was bothered by something. Adam reached under his hood and pulled Piku out, smiling at the small electric type giving him a quick hug. Piku cooed happily, letting out small sparks of electricity which tickled Adam a little, making his laugh quietly. Adam spent a little more time with the 2 Aura Pokemon before looking at the time and realizing that he needed to get back to the contest hall as the semi-finals would be starting soon and he wanted to wish Ash and May luck in their next battles. He bid Luna and Lucario goodbye before making his way back to the hall with Piku crawling out of his arms and back under his hood. Pikachu and Glacian ran through the hall dodging around people and stalls on their way to Ash and May. Pikachu narrowly missed a potted plant as he ran around the legs of a man who stepped in front of him, and Glacian had to make a daring escape from a group of toddlers covered in something sticky who were trying to pet her. Eventually they made it to their trainers, jumping into their arms with a cry of happiness. "Hey buddy, you enjoying the show?" Ash asked as he scratched Pikachu behind the ear, getting a pleased "cha" in return. "What about you, Glacian, are you having fun?" May asked the ice type while stroking her cool, light blue fur. "Glacé, GLA Glacian," replied the fresh snow Pokemon. "That's good to hear," May said with a smile as she giggled. "Pikachu," Ash said, "do you know where Adam is? I thought he would have come to see us." "Pika Pikachu, Pi Chupi Pikachu." "Oh, alright then. What did he say?" May asked. "Adam's gone to the Pokémon Center to see Luna and Lucario." Ash answered. "Pika, Pikachupipi Chu Kachu Pikachu." "Oh." Ash said. "What's wrong?" May asked. Pikachu said there's people outside that look like reporters. That's bad, they'll want to know if you were the person in the photo with me. What are we going to do? May asked, worry clearly heard in her words. I don't know, but we'll figure something out. Ash said, trying to reassure May as he put a hand on her shoulder. May looked at him and smiled. She then turned her gaze back to the ice type in her arms and continued to pet her. Adam entered the contest hall, seeing that he still had a little time left before the contest started again, so he made his way to the coordinator's room. He stopped when he saw the mass of reporters waiting outside. At first he didn't know what was going on and was about to ask when he saw one of the reporters holding a magazine with a headline saying, "Princess of Hoenn has found her prince." That's when the pieces fell into place. They were here for May. Adam wanted to help but wasn't sure how, but he did have an idea that might work if he played it right. He released Umbreon from his Pokeball. The Moonlight Pokemon materialized and shook himself after being in the ball for a while. Adam knelt down to the Dark type's level and stroked his head. Umbreon, I need you to go to the coordinator's room and tell Ash and May. Adam then told Umbreon his plan. The Dark type smiled and nodded before running into the group of reporters to get to the coordinator's room. Adam watched until Umbreon was out of sight before turning and making his way out of the contest hall. Piku, hang on tight, I need to be quick so we don't miss the rest of the contest. Piku tightened his hold on Adam's head as he exited the hall and broke out into a sprint towards the Pokemon Center. When Adam arrived at the Pokemon Center, he went straight to the vid phones, dialing Dinah's number quickly. It rang a few times before the blonde woman answered. When she saw who was calling, she smiled. Adam, what can I do for you? She asked. I've not got much time to explain, but I need you to send me a couple of Pokemon. Adam replied. He told Dinah which Pokemon he needed and said that he'd explain everything later. Dinah nodded and went to get the Pokemon. Adam put 2 Pokeballs in the transfer machine and watched as they were sent to Dinah and replaced with the Pokemon he'd asked for. He thanked Dinah and ended the call. As he left the Pokemon Center, he told Luna and Lucario he'd explain what was happening later. He ran out of the Pokemon Center as quickly as he could to make sure he could get back to the contest in time. Adam managed to get to the contest hall just in time. He made his way to his seat and found Pikachu, Glaceon, and Umbreon waiting for him. Did you tell them? Adam asked Umbreon. The Dark type nodded and leapt into Adam's lap as he sat down, moving over so that Glaceon could sit in Adam's lap as well. Pikachu jumped onto Adam's shoulder and glared at Umbreon until Adam whispered to the electric mouse. You don't have to act like that. Umbreon doesn't see Glaceon the way you do. Pikachu looked at him in confusion. Adam laughed under his breath. You're just like your trainer, but I think you'll realize before he does. Pikachu was about to ask what he meant by that when the lights dimmed slightly, signaling the start of the semifinals. Welcome back everyone, it's time for our first semifinal battle, but before that please welcome back our judges. Julia said, holding her arm out to the side of the field. Mr. Contesta. The man walked on to the field waving as he made his way to his seat. Drummond Town's very own Nurse Joy. The Pokemon nurse did the same as she went to sit down. And last but by no means least, the mayor of Drummond Town. The mayor walked out waving and went to his chair. Now please give a round of applause for Electros, interrupted the electric type as he ran onto the field holding a large mug of coffee. The audience laughed while Julia and the mayor's sweat dropped. Electros stopped when he got next to his trainer and sat down, taking a gulp of his coffee. He started to shudder a little as the caffeine surged into his system. EELLLLEKKKKKTTROSSSS, he roared as he enjoyed the hot beverage, bouncing up and down slightly with newfound energy. Sorry about that everyone, the mayor apologized, he's a little obsessed with coffee. Julia turned back to the audience and took a calming breath. Please welcome our first semi-finalists to the stage. Ash, May, Sue and Danielle. The 4 trainers walked onto the field from opposite ends, Ash and May from the right while Sue and Danielle came from the left. Please release your Pokemon. On the right side of the field 2 dragons appeared in a flash of light, Garchomp announcing his appearance with a booming roar and Altaria sang as she took to the air. A cream-colored fox with 9 long tails and a cat with a purple collar appeared on the opposite side of the side. Our coordinators are ready and so are their Pokémon. Let the first battle of the semifinals begin.